Yeah, I know. Okay. Gonna hit the record button. There we go. Okay. Good morning and welcome to the August 20th, 2025 City Planning Commission meeting. I'm grateful for all the activity that we have in Kansas City, and it really shows on our docket today. I think we're going to pay a little bit for not having our earlier meeting, but that's good. Excuse me. Commissioners look forward to hearing your case today, as we understand every project is important and unique. In addition, we want to make sure we address all of the docketed items individually with the attention they need to build consensus between the applicant, public, and city staff. Our meeting will follow the advertised docket, and we'll hear the cases in the order which they are listed, beginning with the consent agenda items, followed by those docketed items. Commissioners believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. Because our meeting is virtual and recorded, we have time limits for the cases we hear, which is 5 minutes for staff presentations, 20 minutes for the applicant, plus any questions by the commissioners. When we move to public comment, we will call on those who have joined us here in person first, followed by those who have joined us virtually. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes when speaking as an individual, or up to 5 minutes when representing a community association or larger group. Please be brief and limit repetitive comments. Those of you who are joining us virtually, please be ready to go when it's your turn to speak. Have your video camera turned on and your screen name correctly displayed. This helps us make sure that we get your testimony for the record. As we get started, I ask staff to provide some additional ground rules and instructions as we conduct this meeting to ensure minimal disruption and maximum clarity. So Sarah, can you remind us of those, please?
Yes, I'll describe the testimony procedures for our hybrid meeting today. First, for those joining us online, please know that there are 2 categories of people participating in the meeting: attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are the commission members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a member of the public who would like to testify regarding a case, please use the raise hand function when the case is announced to let staff know you would like to speak. There is a ribbon at the bottom of your Zoom screen with a hand icon. Please click this to raise your hand to request to speak on a case. You will need to accept the promotion to panelist in order to speak. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected, but don't panic, you will reconnect shortly. If you are calling in on a phone line, your screen name appears as your phone number. You can still raise your hand to speak when the case is called by pressing star followed by the number 9. When you are promoted to panelist, the chair would like for you to turn on your camera so that the commission can see you when it is your time to speak. Your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you are giving testimony at the appropriate time. When you are called upon, you will be able to share your screen to display exhibits. The chat box is only for questions about the agenda. Merits of each case should not be discussed in the chat box. For those joining us today in person, applicants may be seated at the center desk when the case is called, and members of the public who would like to speak may approach the microphone on the podium when the chair calls for public testimony. If you are in person, there is no need for you to be on the Zoom meeting as well. Joining the meeting in both manners causes a lot of unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions. Please keep your electronic devices on silent or mute and be quiet when entering and exiting the hearing room. As the chair mentioned, the commission has established time limits for all testimony during the meeting. You'll be given 2 minutes to testify when speaking as an individual, or 5 minutes if you represent an organization such as a neighborhood association, HOA, CID, or business association. And I will also note that we have a timed docket today. Cases 8 through 12 will not be heard before 12:30 p.m. Those are all of our procedures.
Okay, thank you. Let's begin with our consent agenda items, please, beginning. Well, we don't have any continuances, so let's.
We do have one continuance in the
Okay.
consent docket, and that's item C2, case CD CPC 2025-87, a request to approve an MPD final plan for a drive-through restaurant in District MPD on about 1.37 acres generally located at 9820 North Oak Traffic Way. The applicant requested a continuance after the docket was published to September 3rd with fee.
Okay. Any questions from the commissioners regarding docket item number C2? All right, let's open it up for the public. If there's anybody out there from the public that would like to speak regarding docket item C2, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
We do have a hand raised online, Scott Ziegler. I'm promoting him to panelist.
Okay.
Hello, I'm sorry. Mine is for an additional continuance, so I'd like to defer until after everyone's had a chance to discuss this one.
I'm sorry, who you represent again?
I am Scott Ziegler with Zona Rosa, Town Center, Monarch Sub. We're case number 00108. Requesting a continuance, so I'll wait my turn, but we weren't mentioned.
That's in the regular docket, so we haven't gotten to those cases yet.
Apologies. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and close public testimony on docket item C2, and I'll take a motion, please.
Make a motion to approve docket items C1 and C3 through
Wait
C.
a minute, we're continuing docket item C2.
All right, right. That's what I was saying is,
Read any of the other ones yet, so we just have
okay,
one open.
just for the continuation. Okay, well then making a motion then to continue docket item C2 to September 3rd with fee.
There you go. Okay. I've got a motion and a second to continue docket item C2 to September 3rd. Kyle, can you take a roll call on the motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch, aye. Padilla.
Aye. It looks like the motion passes. Now let's open up the rest of the consent agendas.
The remainder of the consent docket begins with item C1, case CD CPC 2025-72, a request to approve an MPD final plan for Phase 2 of a data center campus in District MPD on about 500 acres generally located at the northeast corner of I-435 and Highway 169. Staff recommends approval with conditions. C3 is case CD CPC 2025-98, a request to approve a project plan for an outdoor plaza within the West Bottoms redevelopment area on about 0.4 acres generally located at 1010 Santa Fe Street. Staff recommends approval with conditions. Item C4 is case CD CPC 2025-107, a request to approve a project plan in districts B2-2 and R6 to allow for the landscaping and programming of private open space tracks on about 25.5 acres generally located at the northeast corner of Northeast Shoal Creek Parkway and Highway 169. Staff recommends approval with conditions. C5 is case CLD Final Plat 2024-36, a request to approve a final plat in District B4-3 on about 18 acres generally located at the southwest corner of North Polo Drive and North Ambassador Drive, creating 5 lots and 1 tract for a commercial development. Staff recommends approval with conditions. C6 is case CLD Final Plat 2024-39, a request to approve a final plat in District R7.5 on about 19 acres, generally located at the terminus of North Bellevue Avenue, northeast of Northwest 95th Terrace, to allow for the creation of 52 lots and 3 tracts for the purposes of a single-unit residential development. Staff recommends approval with conditions. Item C7 is case CLD Final Plat 2025-12, a request to approve a final plat in District MPD creating 1 lot and 3 tracts on about 86 acres generally located at the northeast corner of 150 Highway and Botts Road. Staff recommends approval with conditions. Item C8 is case CLD Final Plat 2025-19, a request to approve a final plat in District B3-3 on about 8 acres generally located at the southwest corner of North Ambassador Drive and Northwest Old Tiffany Springs Road, creating 1 lot and 2 tracts for a residential apartment development. Staff recommends approval with conditions. Item C9 is case CLD Final Plat 2025-23, a request to approve a final plat in District B4-3 on about 3 acres generally located 600 feet north of the intersection of Northwest 64th Street and North Chatham Avenue, creating 2 lots and 2 tracts for a self-storage building. Staff recommends approval with conditions. And item C10 is case CLD Final Plat 2025-25, a request to approve a final plat in District MPD on about 430 acres generally located at the southwest corner of North Winan Road and Highway 92, allowing for the creation of 2 lots for an industrial development. Staff recommends approval with conditions.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners regarding docket items C1 through C10 minus C2?
No.
Okay, with that, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket items C1 through C10 minus C2, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
We do have a hand raised online from Chris Holmquist.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Chris Holmquist with Olson, representing case C10.
I wanted to pull it off the consent for the removal of one condition, condition number 4, regarding the tree preservation ordinance, which doesn't apply in this case due to the approval date of the controlling ordinance and development plan. That condition revision didn't make it into the final staff report, so I wanted to pull that off for removal.
Okay.
When was that for?
C10.
All right, we'll do that here in a minute. Let's address the other ones first, and then we'll come back to that one. That's all right? Okay. Any other questions or anybody else out there on the other docketed items?
There are no other hands raised online.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Is a staff planner available for C10?
We have no objections to removing that condition.
Okay. Does that work, Mr. Holmquist?
Yes, thank you.
And what number is that?
It's
Which,
condition 4 on C10.
Okay. All right. Anything else, I guess, on the consent agenda items? I'll take a motion then.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to approve docket items C1, C3 through C9, and the approval of docket items C10 with the removal of condition number 4.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of all those consent agenda items. Can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley. Aye. Crowell,
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
Lynch. Aye. And Padilla.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes then. With that, let's move to our regular agenda items, beginning with those cases looking to be continued to a future date.
We have one continuance that was not printed in the published docket. Docket item number 2, case CD CPC 2025-99, a request to approve a major amendment to a previously approved MPD for lots 3 and 4 in District MPD on about 2.8 acres, generally located at 9790 and 9806 North Oak Traffic Way. We request continuance to September 3rd with fee. The other continuances begin with docket item number 13, case CD SUP 2025-23, a request to approve a special use permit to reuse a historic structure as a lodging house and micro-event space on about 0.4 acres generally located at 511 Gladstone. Staff recommends continuance without fee to October 1st. Docket item number 14 is case CD CPC 2025-91, a request to approve a rezoning from R2.5 to B1-1 to expand fencing regulations applied to the subject site on about 10.98 acres, generally located at 8625 Troost Avenue B. Staff recommends continuance without fee to September 3rd. Docket item number 15 is case CD CPC 2025-101, a request to approve a rezoning from District MPD to District O on about 12 acres, generally located at the northwest corner of Northwest 88th Street and North Baltimore Avenue, north of Metro North Drive. Staff recommends continuance without fee to September 3rd. Docket item number 16 is case CD CPC 2025-108, a request to approve a development plan serving as a major amendment to a previously approved plan to modify the permitted uses on about 63 acres generally located west of I-29 and north of Northwest Berry Road at the commercial area known as Zona Rosa. Staff recommends continuance without fee. And the applicant has asked for September 17th instead of September 3rd as printed in the docket. Docket item number 17 is case CD CPC 2025-109, a request to approve a rezoning from District R6 to District R1.5 on about 0.15 acres, generally located at 150 feet north of the intersection of West 36th Street and Baltimore Avenue. Staff recommends continuance without fee to September 3rd. And docket item number 18 is case CD SUP 2025-18, a request to approve a special use permit in District R6 on about 0.125 acres, generally located at 4843 Woodland, to allow for neighborhood serving retail in an existing building. Staff recommends continuance without fee to September 3rd.
Okay. Any questions from the commissioners regarding continuance of docket items 2, 13, 14, 15, 16, or 17? And then I have a question. So we had the one person call in about continuance of another item.
No, it was docket item number 16 is the one he's
16.
interested
Okay,
in.
got it. Got it. Okay.
So did we do docket 18?
We did
Yes.
18 as well. Sorry, that was on the other page. I didn't see.
Okay.
Okay, any questions on any of those? All right, let's open it up for public testimony then. If there's anybody out there that would like to discuss the continuance of docket items 2 and 13 through 18, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
Scott Ziegler had raised his hand earlier for docket item number 16.
Okay. We'll bring it back up or,
I have nothing else to add, but I'm here to answer questions.
okay, thank you. All right, anybody else?
There are no other hands raised online.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion on the continuances, please.
Okay. Making a motion to continue docket item number 2 with fee to September 3rd. Continue docket item 13 without fee to October 1st. Continue docket items 14, 15, 17, and 18 without fee to September 3rd. And docket item number 16, the continuance of that without fee to September 17th.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second. And my apologies, Andy. Can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Absolutely. Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Hassick,
Aye.
Lynch. Aye. Padilla.
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes for the continuance of those items. All right, now let's get into the meat of the meeting and let's talk about docket item 1, please.
Docket item number 1 is case CD CPC 2025-102, a request to amend Chapter 88, the Zoning and Development Code by adding Section 88-359, providing specific use standards for used motor vehicle sales and adding a definition for the use. I get to make the presentation.
Oh, you're giving the presentation
I'm
today?
giving a presentation today.
All right.
Lucky us, right?
So good morning, Sarah Copeland, Development Management. This item is CDCPC 2025-102, text amendments related to used vehicle sales. This ordinance was originally introduced by the mayor on June 26th, and we have representatives from his office here to speak more to you about this. So I'll go quickly through the proposed amendments. What was introduced on June 26th, we have since worked with the mayor's office to make some revisions to these proposed text amendments to ensure that staff can adequately enforce what the intent of these. I'm going to kind of walk backwards through the red line version that was attached to the staff report. So these currently our use categories in vehicle sales and service include heavy equipment sales and rentals, what you might imagine heavy equipment, and then light equipment sales and rentals, and that includes automobiles, trucks, boats, recreational vehicles. So the vehicles you see mostly driving with you on the streets are included under light equipment sales rental. We currently allow these in our B2, B3, and B4 districts with either as a permitted use or as a special use in the downtown districts, DC and DX, and then in M1 and M2 in the industrial categories. And these proposed text amendments would create some new definitions, add a new use category for vehicle sales used, and remove used vehicles from the existing light equipment sales rental category. Change the use tables to add the new use category, and then add a new section of use standards. So the changes to the use category, we'd have a new use category specifically for used vehicle sales. We would amend the light equipment sales rental category to specify that autos, trucks, those are for new sales only, and that use category includes new automobile franchise dealers. We would revise the use tables to add this new use category as a special use where we already permit light equipment sales rental in, the B districts, the D districts, and the M districts. And then add standards. So the property used for vehicle sales used must have one permanent structure greater than 200 square feet. The vehicles and equipment displayed may not be parked, displayed, or stored within 10 feet of the public right-of-way or any R-zoned district. That any on-site repair or service must be conducted completely within an enclosed building, and you can't store wrecked junk or salvage vehicles outdoors. All vehicle sales must be screened from the public right-of-way. This refers to our existing landscape buffer standards. I think one of the biggest changes would be the total number of vehicles displayed or stored can't exceed more than one vehicle per 200 square feet of lot area. And the vehicles must be in a marked parking or display space. And then a requirement for lighting. And again, this refers to our existing standards. So staff recommends approval of the revised text amendments. And I don't know, Catherine and Darius, if you want to say more about the intent of this, they're here kind of as the applicant.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Sarah, and really appreciate her work and Sarah Baxter's to get us to this point today. My name is Catherine Nace. I am the policy director in the mayor's office, and I have with me today.
Good morning. My name is Darius Diamond. I'm general counsel for the mayor.
And like Sarah kind of briefly mentioned, the main goal here is to address what we're seeing in our office as properties that have become to have significant impact on the surrounding communities. We saw that as being specifically used car lots, so not necessarily applying to what we see in the existing code definition for light equipment sales. So we decided to parse it out as its own category and implement some new standards so that we can hold all of these used car lots to improve standards that we're able to enforce, and worked alongside city staff with that. Mostly because we're seeing different nuisance on these properties, opportunity for crime, they're not being maintained, they're having negative impact on the surrounding communities, the surrounding neighborhoods, overall community character. So really taking this as one step to give us a way to better enforce some of those standards, specifically for used car sale lots. And yeah, we're just here to answer any questions or provide any more context.
Okay. Any questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
From the presentation, I'm not seeing where we're addressing used car lots that are in residential areas or down commercial streets that are surrounded by residential. Where do they fall?
I might refer to Sarah with the use tables to.
So if we have existing used car lots that are in residential districts, those would be non-conforming because we don't allow that use in the R districts.
I'm thinking they're probably B under the B.
Now,
code.
so we may have some existing car lots in B districts that are near residential. We might have them in M2. We have, in some areas of the city, we have M districts that are immediately adjacent to
Let me be a little
residential
more
districts.
specific.
Mhm.
If we were looking at Prospect and we have several used car lots, how does this affect them?
So I'm hesitant to use Prospect as an example because of the overlay that you all just adopted. And so the standards of the overlay would be controlling. So let's use a hypothetical, a used car lot that's not in an overlay. These standards would potentially create a non-conforming situation for an existing used car lot that does not have a special use permit or does not meet some of these standards. And so, Jim Duddy's team would work with them if they were to apply for a certificate of legal non-conforming use, or we were otherwise to have an enforcement action. But they would not have, non-conforming uses would not necessarily have to comply with these regulations until they, looked to expand, to relocate, to, add on to a building. So the standards of 88610 would come into play.
So how about if I look at 31st Street? And I know there's a couple of lots on the corner for sale on 31st. I don't think those are overlay districts.
So if they're existing, they would not have to comply with these standards until they were adding onto the building, expanding, any of the triggers in 88610 to do with nonconformities.
So previous things are grandfathered in.
Well, they're not grandfathered. We don't use that word in zoning, but they're considered potentially legal nonconforming uses, and are allowed to continue until they take some action on the property that would trigger them coming into compliance with new standards.
And I'll maybe add an extra context that's maybe a little bit out of this specific body, but we do recognize that that is a part of what we're trying to accomplish here that maybe isn't totally accomplished with this specific zoning
Okay.
change. And we are working on addressing that specific group of properties through other mechanisms. So maybe not something that would necessarily come before you all as a commission, but our office specifically, we've been having conversations with Sarah Baxter and other offices across the city about how we could improve those specific lots that you're referring to, because we realize that that's where we miss in this specific zoning ordinance, but we thought this was the best first step, and then we're going to work towards kind of a tiered approach with other mechanisms.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear it's still in progress then.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other
Okay.
questions? I'll come back to you. The item number 4 that's added, being screened from the public right of way, can that be put within that 10-foot buffer, or is that in addition to the 10-foot buffer from,
Landscaping can be put within the 10-foot buffer.
okay. I'll make sure that's clear that it's okay to put it in there. I mean, it says you got to have a 10-foot from the public right of way or residential, but make sure that's okay. Okay, any other questions from the commission? With that, let's open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 1, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
We have no hands raised online.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close testimony then. Anything else, Ms. Beasley?
No,
Okay,
that was my main one.
I'll take a motion.
Motion to approve docket item number 1 without conditions.
I've got a motion for approval and I've got a second for that. So Andy, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Hassick,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good morning.
All right, let's move to docket item number 3 then.
Docket item number 3 is case CD CPC 2025-127, amending Chapter 88 Zoning and Development Code by repealing Section 88-120-03 Uses, Section 88-120-04 Lot and Building Standards, and Section 88-810-395 Country Club Plaza, and enacting in lieu thereof new sections of like number and subject matter to remove approximately 3 acres generally located at 4720 Jefferson Street from the area known as the Country Club Plaza.
Okay. Good morning. On Ananiski Development Management Division, as previously mentioned, I'm covering case CD CPC 2025-120. And this is a request to amend the zoning and development code to amend the Country Club Plaza defined area to encourage development on a specific site. So the property in question is, even though this is related to a specific property, it's a text amendment. It is located in the Country Club Plaza, which is in Midtown, Kansas City. More specifically, it is near Ward Parkway and West 47th Street. Most people in Kansas City are very, very familiar with the area. So there's a unique circumstance related to how this area is regulated. So this is a graphic representation of what's occurring here. There is the pink, which is the Country Club Plaza defined area. That is the defined district in the zoning and development code. And then there's also the Plaza Bowl overlay district, which is a different type of regulation tool that is used to regulate the standards in the area. There's also some things that are encompassed in the Main Street area that you can see highlighted in orange, but we are not going to talk about that today because that kind of muddies the conversation. What I am just talking about today is in the pink, which is the defined Country Club Plaza area in the zoning and development code. So an ordinance was introduced by the mayor and both of the 6th district council members, and that was to remove the site in orange that you see highlighted on my screen from the defined Country Club Plaza area. And the primary function of this defined area is to regulate the type of uses that can occur in this area and some height maximums for this landmark district in Kansas City. So as you can see here, this was the introduced ordinance that completely removed the site where the former Nordstrom's proposal was. When I was a kid, there was a movie theater there. There's also an existing a parking garage that's sitting there. And the site has been vacant for several years. I believe that proposal for the Nordstroms that occurred sometime around 2018, 2019. And the the movie theater was demolished. So it's sat vacant for a couple of years. And this is a look at what the site looks like right now from Google Street View. You can see the parking garage that I was talking about. I am also going to talk about some context of some of the other buildings around that because it's going to come a little bit more into play later. But that office style building that is to the west of the existing parking lot and the vacant lot, it sits around 7 to 8 floors. So if you assume a commercial floor height ratio is about 12 feet. We're looking at a building that is around 84 to 96 feet. And then this is a look at the site with the vacant aspects of it, plus the parking garage. And you can see the existing church and the Sheraton and some other commercial buildings in the area. Again, this is later to describe some height context for you. So what would removing this particular site from the defined Country Club Plaza area do? So this is a little chart that shows some of the things that would affect it from a use standpoint, and from a height standpoint, it would remove that 45 to 130 foot height maximum from this particular site. There's also some stories involved with that. There are some good things and negative things that can be associated with changing the uses that are allowed there. The Country Club Plaza restricts what kind of uses can be on the first floor to regulate, like activation, prohibits some vehicle storage and warehousing uses, that we don't want to see in the Country Club Plaza area. So removing that from the Country Club Plaza area would then allow that to happen in the B4-5 area, as removing a height maximum because of the -5 designation. That there is an FAR of 6, which affects how the building is shaped. City staff have worked with the owners of this property and have developed an alternative to the introduced language, and that would be to keep the property within that defined Country Club Plaza area. However, we would remove the first floor SUP limitations from the office uses, so both office, regular office, and office medical, and just change the height maximum for that particular property. Which is what you can see here, and there's a red line in your packet for those alternatives. This, we believe, is a good benefit because it helps encourage development on the site by increasing the height there, but also it protects the site and the Country Club Plaza area when it comes to those negative uses that we can't associate with the B4-5 zoning district. So again, what would this look like from this direction if the height of the building that would be on this lot would be increased? Looking at it from, if you're looking south, it would stand quite taller than this office building. However, when you consider that Sheraton building across the street, it's going to be similar in scale to that. So I anticipate that Sheraton building is roughly around 20 floors. Again, if you're looking at that as like 12 feet, per floor, you're looking at a building that sits around 250 feet right now. So a maximum height for the proposed property that we're talking about being 275, that isn't much of a change from that context that is there across the street. So city staff, we do recommend approval for the amendment that we have proposed. That committee substitute, again, would be very simple. It would be just removing that bracket 5 for ground floor around the office and office medical, and then amending the map to show the 275-foot maximum on that particular lot. That concludes my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I think just to be clear that it's not removing this lot from the Country Club Plaza boundary. It's going to stay there, just changing the couple things within.
The introduced ordinance proposes to remove it completely, but the city staff amendment that we have in the packet that has been coordinated with the plaza owners just amends the map to change the height for that particular property and one use within that defined district.
Okay. All right. Does everybody understand that? Yeah. Kind of.
So in the
Keeping it in the plaza.
city staff's proposal is to keep it in the defined area, just to change the height of that particular parcel and one use. It should be there's a noted exhibit within the staff report packet that shows the original introduced and the new one.
Can I get you to go back to one of the, yeah, that one's fine. Just to confirm what I'm looking at visually, our example is showing the height that is more in line with the existing garage. But the development comes up to the pretty, what is that, enclosure for where the lot is now empty. So what does our height do if we come further into that instead of showing it back in comparison to the garage?
You would like to see the lot from Google Street View maybe pulled out a little bit more?
I think what she's asking is what's the height restriction on the east side of Jefferson, right across the street from
The
this?
entire lot would be the maximum of the 275. And this graphic's supposed to represent that it would feel similar to what the Sheraton looks like across the street.
So what's the building that's right on the corner across from the Unity parcel? What's that building?
Parking garage, isn't it?
It's office building on the corner.
On the north
about
side
this
of
one?
The
45th?
corner where you've got Skelly Building, then you've got the development that has the Chief's Fitness thing, then the office building that's on
Yeah, I
the
thought it was
west
Jack-
side on the corner.
Jack Henry,
Yeah.
I think, is the building.
No, it's across the street from it.
Closet steps.
I can pull up Google. Oh my goodness.
On the northeast corner?
You know how to. This one? Labeled CBIZMHM building.
You can also see that building right here in context with this site, which is.
Can you share your screen?
Yes, I apologize. That building next to the Sheraton building. I'm at
So that is a little shorter than the 275 I'm looking at.
it looks to be a little bit shorter than the Sheraton building.
No, I'm looking at the CB.
Yeah.
So that would make this potential site have the tallest possible building along that stretch.
Correct.
And this is going to be a parking garage?
Just to get a clarity on that height, that's measured from the street level, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it would be visually a little bit below that CBiz building because the elevation's a little bit lower on that site.
I'm good for now. I'll give y'all a little more time.
Just a curiosity on the public engagement, this did not require any. Can you explain, kind of go through that a little bit?
Correct. So per the public engagement requirements in the zoning and development code, text amendments are not required to have the same level of public engagement as, like, for example, a rezoning or a development plan would.
Okay. And because this is a text amendment, that's why it doesn't require.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for city staff? Let's welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Don't all speak at once. Good morning.
Good morning.
We're
Good
not gonna
morning.
get
My
to
name.
you.
Yes. Yeah. What's that? Slide the mouse over. Yeah. Good morning, panelists. I'm Chris Herron, representing the ownership of Country Club Plaza and the property owner in this particular matter. Appreciate your time, your service to the city, and hearing us today. Going through the quick deck that we have here, it'll summarize some of the things that you just heard from planning staff. In our efforts to spur development and new activity and revitalization of Country Club Plaza, we've engaged discussions with potential retail users, potential food and beverage users, entertainment users, as well as office, multifamily, and hospitality users. In that effort, in trying to put together a cohesive mixed-use plan, we are looking at the need for providing some population and density to Country Club Plaza for the retail and food and beverage users that we're planning to bring to the plaza. And additionally, some of the things that we're talking about today address some of the conversations that we've had with a number of different users that are interested in the particular side of Seville West and in the plaza in general. Getting into the first slide here, this addresses the use change that that was just discussed. We're looking at removing the SUP requirement for office on level 1. This could support new and existing office development on the plaza with expanded lobbies or ancillary office uses on level 1 without an SUP. Getting into the map side of this, hopefully some of this clarifies rather than further raises questions on Country Club Plaza boundary maps. This is the existing map. This is the new boundary map, which is the same boundary as before. As was just stated, the original ordinance removed the Seville West site that's west of Jefferson from the boundary. It is now back into the boundary, so that's remaining as is, no changes to the boundary of Country Club Plaza. And then this clarifies the height requirements for parcels within Country Club Plaza boundary map. And so this clarifies the 275-foot absolute maximum defined height on the site. Working with staff, we have established this as an absolute height maximum for whether it's office, multifamily, or hospitality uses. And then if we flip to the next sheet, this is a quick conceptual rendering of what could be any number of uses here, showing approximately 15 to 18 stories, which would be within that overall height limit. The math that we get to here, the most cumbersome of these is likely Class A office with 15-foot floor-to-floor heights. And so you can see how we get up close to the absolute maximum height allowance. We're also dealing with about a 30-foot grade change over this site from the northwest corner to the southeast corner. That grade change, along with the height measurement across the entire site, creates a buildable three-dimensional volume that is actually somewhat shorter than that. Let's see, if we move on to the next item, and sorry, move back one, Jim. I would like to, as she's doing this, I would like to just emphasize that, one of the things that we show with these types of conceptual sketch renderings, kind of watercolor renderings, is that we do want to emphasize architectural interest and conformity with the architectural significance of Country Club Plaza. You can see on here that there's the suggestion of step backs and elements that complement and speak to what else is going on Country Club Plaza. The height allowance also allows a certain level of balance between that level of architectural interest, building mass and bulk, and something that hopefully creates some beauty even within its additional height. And then if we move on to the next item, I do want to emphasize for this panel and others that as we worked with staff and certain members of the neighborhood over the last 2 weeks to come up with the current suggested substitute ordinance, that this particular site, as well as the Country Club Plaza in total, will still will still go through a full public engagement process with a preliminary MPD or a site development plan for this particular site. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
We go back to your rendering. So in listening to staff's presentation, my visualization was one big building. So I do like this concept that you're showing me, pillars with a smaller building in between. And I like the archway that's in blue. Looks like that could be archways or windows or something. So taking architectural aspects into it, that softens my blow of the height you want to put in. And I like the what's the word I want? Variation in height for the buildings that you're showing. Is that something that is really on the table, or is that just something you're showing us for aesthetics?
This is something that we are showing as potential aesthetics. And so I would layer this commentary of this is what we would like to see in terms of a development on this site as far as variation in height, architectural interest, materiality, coordination with the architectural interest that's currently present within Country Club Plaza. All of those things. I would emphasize that this is not a specific project that is being brought to this panel in terms of a site development plan or MPD. And so that is still a future process.
Question for staff. What is the current height limitation with where it sits right now?
130 feet maximum.
So I'm just, by passing this through, we're saying this is a pretty picture of what could happen, or it could just be whatever, because there's currently no end user, right? So it's just opening the door for someone to just do anything without any other regulations. Yes, it still has to go through all those other steps. Will it come back through us again for Yes, okay.
Yeah, due to the size of the lot,
Okay.
we anticipate that any type of development that would trigger some sort of development plan. So it would come back before you guys.
So really today, all we're saying is, yeah, we're okay with something potentially being 275 feet.
Yeah, and allowing to make the different uses in the first floor.
If you accept the new city staff proposal instead of the introduced ordinance.
I personally don't have a problem with what you're trying to do. I think economic development is great, but I can tell you that there are a lot of constituents that live in and around the plaza who are going to have a big problem with what you're trying to do. And I would like to know if you have a plan for how to address their concerns.
We've initially engaged some of those constituents over the course of the last couple of weeks. We plan to continue to do that, and we will continue to do that as we bring an MPD before this committee and go through a formal public engagement process. And then prior to that, we will engage those parties as well in a more informal way in advance of that.
How are you engaging them?
Direct conversations.
Are you having meetings and
Yeah.
sending out notice ahead of time so they know when you're meeting and have time to get there? And
That would be the plan for both the informal and formal public engagement process with the general MPD, yes.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Just a clarification. So this would also allow residential units? I
That
know we talked about the first floor and that, but would it allow the upper floors to be residential?
that part would not change of the
Yes,
commercial
it would.
plaza. Yes, it would allow for
Okay.
multi-unit residential.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think this is a rezone whatsoever. It's just the use, the height. Okay. All right. With that, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 3, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
Good morning. My name is Vicki Notice. I'm an architect and urban planner here in Kansas City and a former director of city planning. I'm here today as president of Historic Kansas City, which is the organization that works on preserving and advocating for adaptive reuse of older buildings, older neighborhoods and corridors in Kansas City that we're trying to protect the character from. So we've been involved in the plaza for a very long time. In the first plaza plan in 1989, the update in 2016, our members were very heavily involved in this and have been ongoing with the 3 owners since the first plan was done. One of the reasons that the plaza plan is Midtown Plaza plan is more detailed than all the other area plans is because of the complexity of the area. The plaza was built before any zoning existed in Kansas City, so it was controlled by Miller Nichols, and he could control whatever he wanted to have happen there. When we did get zoning, I don't know who it was, but it got designated as B4 or C3A2 at the time, which is now B45. The problem is that category allows almost anything with unlimited height to happen there. If somebody had come in under those circumstances, say to the Classic Cup site, they could build by right with no process, doesn't go through you, doesn't go through the council. They could by right go in and build anything that's allowed in all of those multiple uses and go up to 12 to 14 stories with no community engagement or public approval. So there's very little protections if you go back to that. The first ordinance that was introduced said, take it out of the overlay and go back to that. We disagreed with that. We've talked to several members of the ownership about the advantage of leaving it inside the overlay where the protections are, because it protects them from other things as well that could happen in the site, like pawn shops and crematoriums and vehicle storage and all kinds of stuff that most people would say was inappropriate for the plaza. So the prohibited uses that were outlined in the overlay, which is one of the first times that has ever been used, is a critical part of keeping the plaza character together without dictating exact businesses that go in and out of there. We have several concerns though. We do support what the new owners are trying to do, that they have taken on, I think, pretty seriously the aspects of the plaza that other people have had concerns with. They've updated security and landscape, et cetera. They're trying to deal with infrastructure, which is a huge challenge. But on the first project out of the gate, we have talked with them about how we can support them. And we had talked about going over the height limit of 130 feet by several stories, because we thought with the location of the site that would be okay. Originally in the plaza plan, the whole bowl concept means that the original part of the plaza is at the bottom of the hills. That's where most of the older stuff is. That's where the primary plaza is defined. The bowl concept meant that you could get higher and higher as you moved out till you got to the point of the apartment buildings south of Brush Creek. So some of the buildings that have come in since then have not followed that. Some of them have somewhat exceeded it, and that all happens through this kind of process. So you can always amend the plan. You can always try to rezone it, but rezoning it's a real issue here. And one of the things I think we have to be careful about is separating out your vote and the city's vote on rezoning without having the master plan development in front of you. Because if you rezone something and let's say these owners go away, which we hope they don't, or they sell it to someone else, or someone else decides they want to operate a hotel next to residential, whatever, you don't know. The council would be voting on something that is already zoned, that they have the right to build, but you don't know now what it is. You don't have any conditions on parking or access or anything. So normally, we always support that the zoning and the plan, master plan go together. So it all fits and you can make amendments to the whole thing and there's no contradictions in there. I think that's a mistake for several reasons, mainly because it puts the council in a hard position of having already zoned something and ending up with something in there that nobody's agreed to, nobody likes, nobody wants. We are okay with changing the prohibitive use on the first floor from retail to commercial, partly because it's kind of off and on the edge of the existing retail. We can be okay with that. And we have several questions, but the main issue is with the height. When we had talked with them and others, neighborhoods and others, and I want to compliment them on the work they've been doing to keep people informed, was maybe 14 to 15 stories as opposed to 10 to 12, which is what 130 was meant to signify. And it's all to keep it sort of fair in there, because if somebody builds a 20-story tower, gets approval to do that next to somebody who followed all the rules and did a 10-story tower, that creates a lot of problems. And most developers just want to know what the rules are. So our problem with doubling the height, Chris, on the slide with the sketches at the end of the facade of the new building, those were 15 stories in that sketch, right? Or roughly.
I believe so. That's a kind of an indicative conceptual rendering of something that could be 15
right. Nobody's
stories.
not holding to that, but giving people a sense. But to give you a sense of 275, you pretty much have to double that.
Yeah, we need to wrap up here. We're already past your 5 minutes.
Okay. We would like, we are encouraged that they have committed to work with people throughout this process. We'd like to work with the height a little bit more on that as that process goes through. but there's not a lot of leverage to do that. So we don't oppose new development. Everybody wants a site redeveloped, and I think that's something that we could support too. The community engagement needs to be not just one meeting. It needs to be throughout this entire process, and they've committed to us that that would be true, as long as they own the property and they are the ones that are proposing it and moving it through. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Hello, everyone. My name is Mark Ebbets. I've been a longtime resident of Kansas City. Today, I live maybe a mile and a half from the Country Club Plaza, a place I visited for many, many years, an area that is near and dear to my heart. Chairman Crowell and esteemed commissioners, CPC commissioners, for more than 5 years, this section of Kansas City has sat vacant. It is unused land that brings no jobs, no businesses, no taxes, and no benefit to the Plaza community in general. Vacant land weakens neighborhoods, increases maintenance costs, and diminishes property values. This proposed ordinance that you're going to hopefully pass out of CPC today offers a chance to change that. This development will transform idle land into businesses and services that strengthen our tax base and create jobs. Workers in these, if it is an office building, workers in this office building will spend dollars at nearby stores, restaurants, and other nearby businesses, making those businesses profitable and generating tax revenue for Kansas City, Missouri. Revitalization will also reduce the blight and restore pride to an area that this section on Jefferson has been overlooked for far too long. Today, approving this pass-through ordinance means turning vacancy into vitality, and I strongly support the 275-foot limit. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
We do have a hand raised online when you're ready.
Yep, we got one more here, I think.
One more. Good morning, Chairman Crowell and members of the City Planning Commission. My name is Kate Marshall, President and CEO of the Plaza District Council. I'm also a resident of South Plaza. Plaza District Council recognizes and appreciates the significant investment represented by this request to allow a 20-plus story building on the Country Club Plaza. We also acknowledge the critical importance to both the Plaza and the City of Kansas City, Missouri, of retaining a major employer that has called the Plaza home for nearly 60 years. The Plaza has a rich history of change and growth. We're grateful that the current ownership group is taking a long view, planning for a Plaza that will continue to be a landmark destination, a critical revenue producer for the city, and a beautiful, vibrant city center for another 100 years. PDC is we've done some opinion research, and our opinion research shows that safety is the #1 concern for visitors to the Plaza. No surprise there. And when asked what makes residents feel safer, the answer is, in this order: increased foot traffic, better lighting, and increased police presence. We know the new Plaza owners are committed to supporting all 3 of these elements, and we can already feel the tide turning on both the actual experience of feeling safe on the Plaza and a perception of safety that's often worse than reality. It would be great if the entire community could embrace the development that rises on this long-neglected parcel. The Plaza District is committed to building community trust through communication, information, and transparency. And I can add also that I've had very helpful conversations with Chris, with Dustin, with other members of the Plaza team. So they're not keeping secrets. They're just telling us what's available to be told in this conversation. Our role is neither to approve or reject one specific plan over another. We stand for a connected community where all stakeholders have the opportunity to be part of a collaborative process so that the sum of the parts is greater than the whole. We enthusiastically support a process where complete information regarding land use, design, prospective tenants, and their development partners enables straightforward and open dialogue. Neighboring property owners and residents deserve to be made aware and engaged in proposals of this scale. Their interests and experiences are directly affected. For this project to be successful, it will require a foundation of trust and community buy-in. Watching a 4-dimensional chess game from the sidelines and trying to understand it is an extremely frustrating experience. We strongly support maintaining the Plaza's historic character and preserving the look and feel of the Plaza by keeping new developments within size, context, and character of the plaza's iconic style. And we respectfully urge that future proposals incorporate broader and earlier engagement so the community voices can meaningfully contribute to the future of the Country Club Plaza. Thank you.
No, thank you. Anybody else here in the meeting room want to speak? All right, well, let's go with the online folks. How many do we have? Are you seeing?
Just the one at the moment, Stacy Kenyon.
Okay.
Stacy, if you'd like to turn on your camera and microphone to provide your testimony.
Hello, my name is Stacy Kenyon. I live at 3420 West Coleman Road. I'll keep it brief. Your time is valuable. While everybody in Kansas City has genuine interest in the future and the development of the Country Club Plaza, I do think that this proposed change is a little bit iffy because there's no plan present. I understand that the applicants have engaged with some of the neighbors individually, but without seeing any written documentation, community benefits agreement, anything, a memo of support, it's a little bit concerning that there's not been an overwhelming push for this change to happen. Specifically thinking of the Carlton Plaza, the Plaza House, the 4700, they will be impacted. The use of the Block Cancer Park, which will be shadowed out from morning sun because of a potentially 275 foot building, could change the use of the city. So while I'm not saying that this shouldn't be allowed ever, I do think that perhaps it could be tabled until there is a more specific plan that would accompany this to really define what their intended use is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
There are no other hands raised online.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Giving you another opportunity to speak on some of the things that were brought up if you need to, or summarize. And
Yes,
yeah.
Good morning, actually. Roxanne Koch with Pulcinelli representing the plaza ownership. So one thing that I would like to clarify, I think there was a suggestion that this was a rezoning. I want to make sure everybody's very clear, both the commissioners, which I think you do understand, but the public at large. It's very important, and it has been very important to plaza ownership to understand the public engagement. They've been doing it since before they even acquired the plaza, trying to get to know the neighborhoods, getting to know the people who are very interested in the Country Club Plaza. The city has a very straightforward public engagement process that is required. Before this property is actually developed, they will have to present to the commission either a development plan that is consistent within the means of the B45, and this, what is often referred to as an overlay, it is within the code. This only allows that change for this site to that 275-foot height. Why is that important right now? Why are we asking for this now before we actually come forward with a development plan? I think that's important because it's been raised. It is essential. There have been many, many people that have shown interest in this site. When I say people, I'm talking developers, with various types of uses that they would be interested in. And in every single case, height is of a concern to them. There is a lot of investment that goes into preparing a development plan, going through that public engagement. Many developers do not want to even start a serious conversation about the development of this site until they know the height discussion has been had and that we can come forward with a plan that is within that height limits. Whether or not they come forward with something that actually hits 275, yet to be determined. But based on all the various conversations and the interest that have been shown, we believe this is the height that is absolutely necessary to have serious engagement with that development community that has shown interest in this site. We greatly appreciate all of the interest from the neighborhoods. We will continue that engagement and that discussion. And I think as one of the commenters from the public noted, that sometimes we have to make sure the timing is right when we come to them. There are certain conversations that need to be had initially. But what I've noted from this ownership is they do engage early and often with the neighborhood. So we look forward to having that discussion with an actual development plan when the developer comes forward, comfortable with this height. And we will be here and look forward to that community engagement.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll close testimony and speak amongst the commissioners. And if there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion. But I imagine
I had a,
somebody might want to speak.
I had a
recently.
couple comments. So you pretty much hit everything I was gonna jump in on. So thank you for explaining that more elegantly than I could have. But yeah, one thing that I wanted to say is some of the people that have concerns, it's understood. I understand that these regulations are meant in place to protect certain things that we've set in place, right? Certain plans. But when it comes to, change and marketability of a place, having some of these options make it easier to develop and allow us to be more selective about what we can do and what we can't do. Sometimes it's seen as a negative. I do think that generally it's a positive because it still has to come back through at that next level, but allows us or allows them to be a little bit more field more options, and I think that that's a positive thing. So I do understand the concern. I think they have good intentions, and I think that this is probably going to go in the right direction. So I do appreciate it, and I do say that we should definitely do as much engagement, which it sounds like you guys are doing anyway. So I'm going to be supportive of this.
Any comments?
I don't have anything to add. I echo what Sean says.
Anybody else have anything to add?
You're next in line.
Okay, the comments that Ms. Coates, did I say your last name right? Caused me to have a yellow flag come up.
The red.
Well, I thought about it. I said, I don't want to say red. I'm going to say yellow because I do understand what we're dealing with. But my yellow flag came up because you were stressing other developments or developers. I'm anticipating the owners to be the developers. Am I not considering that correctly?
Yeah, I would clarify that to say that likely by developers, I would call that operators or potential users or partners that we would look to partner with on that particular site.
So your involvement would still be there. It wouldn't be a whole new entity that would come in and develop the site because we're having conversations with the ownership now.
That would be our intention, is to stay involved as a partner in a site there, yes.
So that's why I say it's yellow, not red. Okay, I'm fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, yeah. I generally am supportive of this. I think a lot of the fear around this comes from the fear of unknown of like what would be built there and what could potentially be built with a 275 height. But I think what's at least reassuring is that, again, I'm assuming and hoping that there will be more community engagement as more specific plans come out. And also, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but it comes through this body again, once there is a specific plan, right? So there are still opportunities to change and amend things as they move forward. Something else that I think is kind of interesting, and pardon my sort of American and Europe trope here, but I was in Antwerp earlier this year, and there's a street in that city. It's a shopping street, kind of similar to the plaza in scale in terms of height of buildings and sort of the style of development. Pedestrian plaza, weirdly enough, but at the end of the street is the KBC Tower, which is this like 30-story Art Deco tower. And by no means am I saying that 30-story tower I think is appropriate here. But what was interesting is that because it is at the end of the street and is at an end of a terminating vista, it sort of was framed by the existing buildings that are there. And even though the building itself is much higher than everything around it, it almost felt like it complemented everything because of the way that it sort of stopped the view and sort of gave you something to look at the end of this street. So I do think that it's a bit of an exceptional site in that respect, that it has an opportunity to do something very similar there as well. Again, I think it'll be appropriate to see more of those plans as they come out, and I'm looking forward to seeing that. So.
Yeah, I agree with everybody in the commission, and I believe it's something needs to happen in the site to help the plaza, and it makes sense to have more density and to help other businesses to try to want to invest in that area. So, and I feel good knowing that we're gonna see the plans before anything happens. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think in this same case everybody else said, it's supportive of changing these two items here, especially knowing that the project is going to come back, because it's going to be a difficult project because you're going to have a lot of eyeballs looking at it. You've got a lot of people locally here as well as your neighborhoods, but this is someplace that's also shown Sunday night football, Monday night. You'll see it there too. So you're going to make sure it's the right fit and the right thing. So I'm supportive of this piece right now, but the next piece is going to have a little bit more scrutiny.
Bouncing off of that too, there's one comment I forgot to add, because your comment early on about, being a little concerned with the height, but then seeing the proposed renderings, or not necessarily proposed, but conceptual renderings, made you a little bit more at ease. And it made me realize it's not necessarily the height that I think everybody's concerned about, it's the scale, right? And they want to make sure that the scale of the development feels appropriate to what's around it. And so that may not necessarily translate to these really strict heights, but rather the form of the building and how that. So again, just something to keep in mind as this develops forward. So.
All right, we'll take a motion, please.
All right, I'm going to make a motion to approve docket item number 3 with conditions stated, or without conditions.
Docket item 3, you said, or 2?
3.
Said 3, but I have
3,
a
we
question.
continued
Okay.
to.
Is this accepting the original, or is this accepting the amended from staff?
How do you want that stated?
I'm glad you asked that.
Yeah, I'm glad.
That was my question.
What's the difference between, what was the difference again?
The original just removes the site from the country club defined area entirely,
Mm.
whereas staff's amendment changes the height to 275 and removes the SUP requirement for ground floor for office.
That's the
Regular.
piece I'm in favor of. I want to leave it inside the
Yep.
boundary. That's
Mhm.
me personally, but
I agree.
Yeah.
do you mind amending your?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and just remake the motion, and I'll approve docket item number 3 with the condition to keep the site within the plaza boundary
Per staff amendment.
Per staff.
per staff amendment. Yeah.
But changing the 2 items. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 3 as stated. Andy, can you take roll call, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
All right, looks like that motion passes for those 2 changes to the restrictions there. So thank you very much.
We're going to see this back soon, right?
It's possible.
It's going to be built before the World Cup, right?
Go one more time. All right, let's move on to the next item then, please. Item number 4.
Docket item number 4 is case CD CPC 2025-81, a request to approve an amendment to the Gashland-Nashua area plan from residential low density to residential high density. Item 4.2 is case CD CPC 2025-80, a request to approve a rezoning from districts R80 and R0.5 to district R1.5. And 4.3 is case CD CPC 2025-82, a request to approve a development plan for single and 2-unit residential buildings in proposed district R1.5, all on about 14.3 acres, generally located at the northwest corner of Northeast Berry Road and North Prospect Avenue. Is Jay Hall part of your?
Jeremy
team?
Hall is, yes, please, he's the
I'll
applicant.
promote him to panelist.
Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners.
Morning.
One moment while I share my screen. All right. As stated, we have these three companion cases in front of you: an area plan amendment, a rezoning, and a residential development plans for the bungalows at Maple Woods at 8490 and 8600 North Prospect Avenue. This is in the Northland, just north of Highway 152 and Maple Woods Community College. Here's the site. It's currently two parcels that will be combined together. So first, talking about the area plan amendment, the current future land use recommendation by the Gashland Nashua Area Plan recommends residential low density as a part of this project. The applicant is requesting to amend this to a residential high density, which corresponds with the R-1.5 zoning district, which is the requested rezoning. So residential high is generally for a variety of residential building types and a maximum of 29 units per acre, which this development is under. So on the property currently, it is split zoned between these two parcels of R80 and R0.5. And so the R80 aligns with the residential low density, but the R0.5 actually allows very high density. So that doesn't really match with the residential low density recommendation that I showed. So we're going to bring this site entirely into a residential high density to align with R1.5. So looking at the development plan, there are a mixture of detached buildings that are sort of cottage bungalow style. And then there's a handful of attached buildings. So there's 2 units in that one building, totaling 153 units within 127 buildings. And some are standalone, some are attached, 314 parking spaces. And this will be entirely for rent product. So this will be on one lot. All internal drives and utilities will be private. And then I just wanted to zoom in a little bit, point out a few things on the plan. First, we have an amenity space sort of in the top center of the site, have pool, clubhouse, usual amenities. And then the applicant and staff throughout this process have discussed the right-of-way area along Prospect. It's a very large right-of-way that's not really needed for improvements to the road. As a part of this project, there will be half-street improvements. That will be road, curb, gutter, sidewalks. But really, there's no need for this right-of-way to be the size that it is. So the Public Works Department and the applicant have worked out a future vacation of this so that the developer can obtain some more land as a part of this development. And so I have hatched here in yellow the area to be vacated, and then it continues to the south here, and that's totaling about 66,000 square feet, or about 1.5 acres, according to the legal description. So then looking on the south side of the development area, just highlighting some stormwater facilities. So there's multiple things going on this site other than just the buildings. And then I have some building elevations here. This one is the amenity building that I showed that'll be towards the center of the site, using materials like brick and the horizontal siding, which will match the residential buildings themselves with a variety of design of these similar materials. And then some 3D renderings of these. And then looking at the street views of the site, this is the bridge that's Northeast Berry Road. So we're kind of looking down towards the site here. You can see it's vegetated, it's sloping. And then another view, this is at the southeastern corner
intersection of Prospect and Northeast Berry. And again, you can see sloping, and you can see on the east side of the street that it's already been improved with that sidewalk and curb. And so the same will be on the west side once this site is developed. And then again, just another street view. And then this is the view from 152. And then I didn't add it in here, but there are three corrections, two of substance, one being from the Public Works Department, specifically mobility related to an additional sidewalk connection requested, and then also from the Parks Department about the parkland dedication rate. And there is a condition that those are resolved prior to the ordinance request. And I think there'll be some additional discussion in the applicant's presentation. But overall, staff is recommending approval of the area plan rezoning and approval with conditions of the development plan. And I can take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for city staff?
Not right now.
Okay. Let's welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the commission. My name is Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fretz Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue. Here to my right is Mr. Dan McGee. He is the surveyor engineer on the plan, and he developed the overall plans. Online, we've got Jeremy Hall. I don't know, has he accepted his invite?
Yeah, he's there.
And Jeremy is the with advanced acquisitions. So I've got a PowerPoint presentation to go through.
Andy.
Could you hand these out, please? And I've got copies of the PowerPoint in case you want to flip back and forth. We have certainly worked with staff over the past couple months in regards to this. We've made changes. We appreciate the discussion we've had with the Department of Public Works. The right-of-way of North Prospect Avenue is very wide. And it was the Public Works Department who said, why don't you guys vacate this? And you are then able to gain a few units. By doing that, we gained 5 units. So we went from 148 to 153. We do have some areas of discussions that we want to have with you. Many of the slides I have are the same as what Genevieve has shown. So I'll try to skip past a lot of those and get to the essential issues that we need your decision on. So as Genevieve stated, it is a request to rezone the project from R80 and R0.5. Essentially, the R80 is an up zoning and the R0.5 is a down zoning of that corner that is zoned that way. It includes the 153 units. Won't move. Okay. So this is the site. The topography is rough on this site. We've got topography issues, as you can clearly see. This is looking directly at the site itself. And then these are much of the same photos that Genevieve showed you. So this is looking, the one on the left side is looking north, and the one on the right side is looking south along North Prospect. And you can see the area where there was sidewalks put in for the adjacent residential apartment development that is located across the street. This is the site along the south side, southwest along Northeast Berry Road. It's a really rugged area adjacent to our site. There is no way, at one point in time, staff was asking us to put in sidewalks along this overpass over 152. And we pointed out, number one, the guardrail is very low. We don't want people walking over that. They could fall over onto 152 if they tripped or something like that. And staff has now removed that request for sidewalks from that area. This is the overall development plan that's in front of you now, just a colored rendering. And this is what it's going to look like after development. And you can see, and then these are the amenity buildings that Genevieve has shown, and these are the perspective of the views of the actual cottages. There are really 3 areas of conditions on the plan that we have issues with. Some of them are conditions, some of them are corrections. So I'm skipping ahead to conditions numbers 23 and 28. 23 says, please submit a traffic impact study for the proposed development. This request, we kept objecting along the lines as we're allowed to have feedback to the staff. And the objection basically was, I'm not sure what the purpose of a traffic study is, because what we're proposing is already an improvement to the North Prospect by widening the road to a similar width on the opposite side. So I think it's mostly 1 foot widening in places adjacent to our development. We're adding curbs and gutters, and we're adding sidewalks. What more is a traffic study going to tell us to do? There's nothing else we can do in this area. And then 28 is just the standard condition that goes with a traffic study. So what we are asking you to do is say, it doesn't make sense to do a traffic study here, given the overall area that we're talking about here. There is no need for a traffic study. I'm fine with recommending my clients to submit traffic studies as long as I understand the reason for it. But when we are already doing traffic improvements, I have no idea what more a traffic study is going to tell us here. Then correction number 2 talks about, and you'll see on the drawing that we put on here, correction number 2 says add a sidewalk connection from the right-of-way to the development along the southern driveway access road. And we did that. So the very southern end, we added the sidewalk that the staff was requesting. But then it says connect the paths between units to the sidewalk along North Prospect. I don't really know how to interpret that. We were guessing by saying in the middle piece here, you see that there's a proposed connection we could make. Our client doesn't want to make that connection because he very intentionally wants to control access in and out of the site to make sure that residents feel safe. And that's why he only wants the 2 accesses we have planned along North Prospect. And then the next one is corrections numbers 2 and 3. And I think Genevieve and I can work this out. It really talks about submitting an affidavits with regards to landscaping and installation of street trees. This is a 1-phase development, so we will start all 153 units at one time. But as far as logically how it's going to get constructed is they're going to start within certain areas and then move on. And we don't want certificates of occupancy to be held up because we haven't installed landscaping throughout the site. We're fine with tying it to the landscaping around those individual phases that we've developed at this point. I think we can work out that wording of that. So the final, and I'm going to have Jeremy Hall to make comments with regards to some of our requests of you, but it's to request to rezone the project as stated and to subject to the conditions and corrections that we've identified in our PowerPoint. And Jeremy, do you have anything else you want to add?
Sure. Thanks, Patricia. Jeremy Hall. I'm with Advanced Acquisitions. This is,
Jeremy, can you turn your camera on?
according to my computer, it says it is on.
Or you may have a cover over it.
No,
Uh,
I'm sorry.
well, forgive him.
Uh,
Until this morning, he had my calls blocked. So every time I tried to call him, it went to voicemail. So
okay, 1 second, I'm just looking at my video settings. It says my camera's on.
okay, well, we can't see you, but go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say this is a single family build for rent neighborhood. While we're looking for the high density residential zoning, which allows up to 28 or 29 units to the acre, this is going to be less than 10 units to the acre. It'll all be single story and should be very compatible with what's out there, nestled between single family and some higher density multifamily to the east. So we also did have a neighborhood outreach, and we didn't have any objections from the neighbors that came into the meeting. So that's all I had to say.
Okay. I think with that, we're open to answering any questions.
I have a clarification question. You said you wanted to keep corrections 1 and 3 in and work with staff on that, or you wanted those removed?
We certainly can. I think between Genevieve and I, we can work something else.
Conditions. So let me get those pulled up.
Yeah, those are conditions 2 and 3.
Oh, 2 and 3, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
the difference between the connections and the corrections.
Yes. So I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the only correction for discussion is about the pedestrian connection. There is the other correction about parks. It sounds like that is going to be
we'll
resolved with
that.
parks. So
Right.
there's
Can you pull up a map to kind of show what's intended for correction 2?
Yes.
Well, not really. I mean,
yes.
that's how we interpreted it.
Let me. Parcel. Share.
Can you turn the aerial on with that? It makes it a little easier. There we go. Okay.
So there will be a pedestrian connection along both drives along the north side and then the other drive down here. And I believe the other connection was requested in the middle of that.
Yeah.
So along the whole property on the so-called west side of the roadway, there's a sidewalk that goes all the way down, right? And then you're wanting a connection to across the street to the east side.
No, it would be an internal connection to the sidewalk that will be built with this development still on the west side of Prospect Avenue.
Okay. And that's what you're asking for in that condition?
That that is a Public Works correction. Not sure if Bailey is available. She did just send me a note to say that if it is at the pleasure of the commission, she's okay that correction be removed.
Yeah, look, I mean, because looking at the drawing that they have, they've got sidewalk along the west side of North Prospect, the full length of the development.
Correct.
And that's what they're wanting?
No, I think she wanted us to make a further sidewalk going directly into the site to the west.
So the residents.
We already have 2 sidewalks going into the site along our entry drives, accesses.
So they would have to walk to either the north or the south drive in order to get onto the sidewalk to get to Prospect.
Okay. That's what, okay. So they want another intermediate connection through there somewhere.
And our objection is the fact that we're really trying to control the safety of our development. And I'm sure Chairman Crowell, you know, I hardly knew this site existed until this case came to me and I went out there to really look at the property. I mean, it is not a site that has people walking up and down.
Just a question. How are you controlling access at the two sidewalk entries that you are wanting to maintain?
Jeremy?
We're not proposing to gate this community. So it's more visibility of people coming and going. A mid-block connection is going to be a little hidden sidewalk connection coming up between, between two buildings that are fairly close together. It's just not an ideal place to have it. And, it's about 600 feet between the two driveways, I believe, which means that the farthest that somebody would have to go to access the Prospect Drive would be half of that, right? They'd have to be between that. So it's only 300 feet.
Tricia,
Mm-hmm.
and I may be misunderstanding, but it looks like the language that you're presenting, you're building garages, but I don't really see garages in your pictures.
Jeremy, do you want to address that?
Can you pull up the rendering?
They're in brown on our drawing, but that's.
Maybe I missed it.
Maybe it could just be, so the garages are not attached to the buildings themselves. They're separate structures. So some of the parking,
Like a carport.
well, I can't speak to the structure.
Dan
but-
McGee with Lamprey Anderson. It's a fully enclosed garage structure, but it's along the parking lot, so you'd access it from a drive aisle and have the option either open air space parking or garage.
We do not have carports. The structures you see are enclosed garages.
Oh, I see them now.
Okay.
I missed it. Yeah.
They are 6-bay and 5-bay garages.
Look at page 13 of your
Different units.
number 4 packet.
Covering parking spaces.
Those are the garages.
Those are the garages. Not
Thank
attached
you.
to the units. They're-
Looks better than the rendering they gave us, because I'm like, there's no space here. Back at the picture there in the back.
It looks nice.
I think it's a product that's very much needed. I won't get on my high horse, but I will a little bit. We need affordable housing especially in the Northland. We can't construct housing. Unfortunately, kids these days are not able to afford new homes. This is an alternative product. I saw a statistic yesterday that the average age of a new homeowner in the KC market is 39 years old. That to me is a tragedy. We've got to do something.
I would just be concerned with the market for a 1-bedroom home.
Yeah.
Mm.
I think they've constructed these throughout, and they feel very good about being able to market this site.
Okay, let's talk about condition number 23.
We do have public works staff available.
If you don't mind talking about that one, that'd be great. Mr. Kula?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sam Akula. I'm the City Traffic Engineer with Public Works Department. We reviewed this development, and based on our recommendations, with 153 units, the peak hour traffic is going to be around 145 trips per hour. And based on our city ordinance, section 88-440, anytime when we have a development which generates over 100 trips, this warrants a traffic impact study. And our main concern is the intersection of Prospect Avenue and Northwest Berry Road. We have had complaints at this location in terms of a traffic signal installation. But at this point, it does not warrant a traffic signal. But our anticipation is with the increased amount of traffic due to this development, it might warrant a traffic signal. We are not saying it will, but so that's the reason for our request for a traffic study. to see if the additional traffic would trigger the threshold for a traffic signal at this location. So just we want to do our due diligence and make sure that Public Works is doing its part, and we don't have the authority to deny this request for a traffic impact study at this location.
Is there a reason on this site, and I guess I'm asking the applicant, why the main entrance doesn't match up with North Montgall? Does you have a true four-way intersection there? It's further north. Is that just because the driveway is already there? That's where you're tying in on Prospect?
The primary reason for where we located the main drive was for safety, for the visibility of that curve coming around. If we had moved it south of that, it would have been, you wouldn't see the oncoming traffic until it was much closer.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I just heard Mr. Kula talk that there's been some comments in the past about the access to Prospect and that it might trigger a light, that's what I heard, or some kind of stop sign or something of that nature, that access, control of access would be much easier being right across from an existing roadway. Be able to do that. Is that a concern? You're just more saying that because of the number of units this is adding, it's going to create additional traffic, and it requires that based on code.
That's correct, Mr. Commissioner.
And I saw an earlier calculation coming from the Public Works Department that only calculated us at 87 trips, not over 100. I have a solution for this. The Code of Ordinances allows the Director of Public Works to waive any traffic study. So I would propose, rather than deleting it, that it says submit a traffic impact study for the proposed development unless the Director of Public Works waives this requirement. I had Mr. Shaw out in my car. We toured this site. He told me he didn't see any need for a traffic study. So I think we can solve it after you guys get done with it. And then you'd add something on 28 also to say that we submit construction plans in compliance with the adopted standards for all improvements required by the traffic study approved by the Public Works Department, if one is required by the Director of Public Works.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with that.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, have we gone to public testimony yet? Are we ready for that? Let's move to public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item 4.1, 4.2, or 4.3, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. We've had a lot of discussion back and forth. Anything else you want to add at this time?
No, thank you.
Okay,
I have a couple questions.
go ahead.
Ms. Jensen, you brought up affordability. Do we know what the rental rates range will be on these?
Jeremy, I don't know if you have any idea as to your rental rates at this point in time.
Obviously they're going to vary by the size of the unit, but they should average over $2,000 a month.
It doesn't solve your affordability problem. That's what I said. We've got a global affordability problem in Kansas City, Missouri. And adding more and more requirements on developers doesn't solve that problem.
What's our square footage on some of these units? I didn't see that in
Jeremy, is it 1,200 to 2,600?
The range?
Yeah.
I'll be more like 1,500 to 2,600.
Okay.
The average is lower than the mortgage rate of a median home price in the area.
Okay, any other questions?
No.
Okay,
Just-
we'll go ahead and close testimony then. Speak amongst the commission. I think there's a couple things to work out here, maybe.
Yeah, I was just going to ask where we stand on the traffic control study conditions.
My opinion is we leave it and then let it be worked out after it leaves this body.
Okay.
Any of the other ones?
With correction number 2, I'm fine with removing correction number 2. I think the 2 access points is fine.
I think the comments were the correction 2, going through that. Yeah. Yeah, removal of that. Is that?
Yeah, I would be fine with that.
Okay. And then the 23 and 28 were the other 2 of the conditions.
Yeah, those were related to the traffic studies.
Yeah.
No.
All right.
Yeah. And we were planning to just leave those in.
Can I ask one more quick question I normally ask? Do we have a time frame? You saying this is all one project, it's not in phases, so you're looking at about how long from start to finish?
It takes us a while to get building permits from Kansas City.
Mhm.
Jeremy, do you want to talk about your time frame?
Ms. Jensen, if I can make a statement, please. Please don't complain about all this stuff here. If you got complaints about permitting and time it takes and all of that stuff, take it up with the council people. It doesn't belong here. Okay?
Okay,
Thank you.
Jeremy? Is he on?
We are looking for a building permit and to start construction in the spring, once the ground thaws.
Oh, okay. And then about, what, 18 months to complete, 24 months?
18 to 24 months, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, take a motion, please.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and move to approve docket item number 4.1 and 4.2 without conditions, and 4.3 with conditions stated, and removing correction number 2 in regards to a 3rd access point for sidewalks.
Okay, and then probably a statement with between if 23 gets removed down the road, then that also affects 28.
Okay. So, yeah.
Hang on,
They're kind
are
of
we
strict
amending
payments.
23 to state that unless the Public Works Director waives that requirement?
They can work that out after
Okay.
done here, before it goes to council.
Sure. So essentially just amending or stating that if 23 gets removed, then it also affects 28. Okay.
Correct.
Second. Are we good?
Yep.
Yeah.
I've got a motion and a second for docket items 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3 with the changes to the corrections as well as the conditions as stated. Andy?
Harkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take a 15-minute break to refresh our drinks.
11:15 to come back.
Yep, come back at 11:15.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Got 2 different times on these clocks.
These clocks have never worked. Okay, my clock just turned 11:15. Everybody ready to go to reconvene our meeting? Okay, it's 11:15. Let's reconvene our meeting, please. And starting with docket item number 5.
Docket item number 5 is case CD SUP 2025-19, a request to approve a special use permit acting as a preliminary plat for a school located in districts R0.5, R5, and R1.5 on about 13.31 acres generally located north of East Meyer Boulevard to the west of Research Medical Hospital.
All right, good morning. Larissa Chambi, Development Management Division, and I'll share my screen.
Dominic Spadafore is your applicant?
Yep.
Okay, I'm promoting him to panelist.
Quite a few, so there might be more coming in.
Okay.
Let me just see if I can get this. All right. So as was previously mentioned, this is a special use permit for 1900 East Meyer Boulevard for the Brookside Charter South Campus. Okay. This is the subject property. And then this is just an overview of the subject property. You can see that it's got kind of a wonky shape. You can also see this orange outline all the way around to the east and then along the north, and it cuts down south right between the R1.5 district and this R-5 district. That's the Prospect Corridor overlay that was just recently approved. So this property is 3 actual properties that are this is acting as a preliminary plat. And so you can see that 2 of those are within that prospect overlay. This is the subject, the proposed site plan, and it is proposed in 2 phases. So the first phase is this northern phase, and the southern phase with the football field is the second phase. There's also a proposed future addition down here to the on the southern wing of the school. The school itself is going to have these 3 wings. It'll host about 360 students ranging from pre-K through 2nd grade, and we'll have about 57 employees. And so just a zoomed in version, looking at the site, the applicant did highlight the bus drop-off area here, and then 2 different parent pickup drop-off areas along the site. The applicant did also work with staff to upgrade or enhance the landscaping along this private access road. And just to be clear, this access road is not a part of this application. It belongs to the Research Medical Hospital to the east. The 2 access points are to the north. There are 2 cul-de-sac bulbs that exist currently, and it's Euclid and Brooklyn. This access point to the south on East Meyer Boulevard is going to be removed, and it will just keep all of the traffic coming in from the north. And then there are just a few elevations. I didn't provide all of them because each wing had its all 3 sides, so I did just pick a few. The main materials are brick, metal panels, and fiber cement panels. This is a mixture of some high quality building materials and then some more institutional materials to kind of match that surrounding neighborhood. And so I do just want to hit upon 3 of the approval criteria for this project. Criteria A, if it complies with all applicable standards of the Zoning and Development Code. Since it is within the Prospect Corridor Overlay District, the applicant will need to receive a few variances just to that overlay regarding parking and then site location or building location. And that will be discussed at the Board of Zoning Adjustment. And then C, if it's compatible with the character of the surrounding areas in terms of site planning and building scale. This is a fairly large building, however, it is surrounded by institutional uses, and so it is compatible with that area. They did also work with making sure those building materials highlight the higher quality products that we're seeing in the area. And then E, will not have a significant adverse impact on pedestrians' safety or comfort. The applicant did provide trails from the cul-de-sac bulbs to the site, to the building site itself, and has also shown future sidewalk connections to the football field to the south for future development. And so here's just a few views of the site. This is from East Meyer Boulevard, showing that access point that's going to be removed. And then just again, taking a look at the site from East Meyer Boulevard. And then a view from that access road, which is the private hospital road. And from one of the cul-de-sac bulbs on Brooklyn Avenue looking south. And so with that, staff recommends approval with conditions, and I can answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to city staff?
Tell me again, you were saying kindergarten to what?
Pre-K through second grade.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Let's welcome the applicant then.
Good morning. This is Dominic Spatafor. I'm a principal with AZI Boland Architects. Also on the line, we have a number of other folks associated with the project, but we're really here to address any questions of the board. We've had a very positive back and forth with city staff on a number of issues across the development of this over multiple months. And so we feel pretty confident in what we have here before you.
Okay. Any questions with any of the conditions listed?
No, sir, not at this point in time.
Okay. Any questions from the commission to the applicant? Mr. Arkin? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony then. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 5, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Allison Gordon. I'm at 1615 Baltimore Avenue. I am a project manager with Generator Studio, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Moxa and their ongoing development that is happening on the adjacent property just to the west of the site that we're discussing currently.
Okay.
First of all, I think it's important. We really want to make sure that we are expressing our support for this school, knowing that this is only benefiting the community as a whole and kind of increasing the relevance within the neighborhood. But the reason that we're here today is we want to speak a little bit about some concerns we have for the traffic on Euclid Avenue. Kind of digging through the traffic study and the things that we have access to view, we're a little bit worried about the exclusion of Moxa as a whole as part of the traffic study. So at the time that this was completed in January, Moxa had not yet moved into their building. And so their entire staff is coming in and out of this building daily at different times throughout the day. And that was not included in the studies done on Euclid Avenue. So what's showing as not going to be an issue with backup is not actually accurate once we move into the building in the spring or summer of next year. In addition, the study notes that there are 62 vehicles that arrived prior to dismissal, and that is causing queuing on Euclid, which is causing a lot of backup, which poses an issue for Moxa. As an emergency responder team, they have 30 minutes to get from their building to any of the area hospitals to serve their clients. A backup on that street is really causing a lot of potential to delay that, which then really kind of directly impacts Moxa's mission as a whole, which is not something that we want. In addition, there were a couple of conflicts in the study noting that they planned for 50 car capacity in the 2-lane stack that exists on the school's property. They also mentioned 147 parent pickup and 54 students in carpool, which quadruples the 50 car stacking capacity. So we're just, again, worried about the backup onto Euclid that is going to directly impact our site and prohibit Moxa's employees' ability to quickly exit their property to get to those hospitals as they need to, again, within that 30-minute time limit for any of the area hospitals. Another moment or another piece that we have a bit of pause about is the crosswalks and the ability of students to kind of travel between their North Campus and the proposed South Campus, knowing that, again, people are quickly trying to get out of Moxa's site. People are coming in for drop off. People are coming out for pickup as that all over. We want to make sure that not only are the parents safe in their driving, but also that the students are safe crossing here. So we are proposing maybe a shift of the crosswalk so that it's not happening directly at the intersection of Moxa's property, direct adjacency to the Social Security building, as well as the school. So kind of shifting that further towards 63rd Street or potentially to 63rd Street where there is an existing light and crosswalk. And then one other consideration we want to note is the very, very large AT&T building that is vastly underutilized in that area. Knowing that we already have some concerns with the traffic that's happening on Euclid, we want to note that should this building be utilized by AT&T at any point, it would not result in any kind of traffic studies or kind of use or anything that would come on a board such as this. And so we could have all of a sudden hundreds of more cars that are utilizing Euclid that nobody would know about until we've got a big issue. So what we're asking for today is really just an additional traffic study and potentially reworking the plan to better utilize Brooklyn, which is directly adjacent to the east, and maybe push a lot of that car traffic over to Brooklyn so that we can kind of have a better shared use of those two streets, really focusing heavy on Moxa traffic on Euclid and then pushing a lot of that school over to Brooklyn. And in doing so, our goal is to kind of maintain the safety of the children as well as the Moxa staff. And then also just really making sure that we are kind of as a city supporting Moxa's mission and decreasing the traffic on Euclid to allow them that ease of access to get out of their space quickly, not get stuck in a pickup or drop off line for the schools and be able to hit that 30-minute window to all of our area hospitals.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, thank you so much for giving us the time to be here today and to talk with you. I'm Julie Donnellan, and I am the president and CEO of the Metropolitan Organization to Counter Sexual Assault. We are the metropolitan area's only rape crisis center serving the 6-county metro area. And I think that's important just to note in terms of timing to get to hospitals. The building that we currently have at 6500 Euclid, we plan to be in there by next summer. That will be our primary office site. So we will be doing training. We will be having counseling sessions, group counseling sessions, individual counseling sessions at that site. So there's going to be on the hour lots of folks coming in and out of that site. Yesterday, we took some pictures. We happened to be there for a site meeting that just gives you an idea of what it looks like at pickup time. We love Brookside Charter. We've been working with them for years and really appreciate what they're doing and the enhancements that they're making. We want them to be our neighbor. We want to continue our collaboration with them. We just want to see if we can come up with another option for this issue because our driveways are just right next to each other. And so it's going to be really challenging to get to exit, especially during that incoming or pickup and drop off time. So thank you so much for your time.
Could I request that you pass that picture around?
Sure.
For those of us with bad eyesight?
One other thing, there is street parking between, you can see it midway in those cars, but at the Social Security Administration, there's actually parking that's allowed, and that is on the west side of Euclid between the Social Security Administration and Moxa's driveway. And so that just adds another layer of complication when folks are parked there to go to the Social Security Administration. You can see one, it's really supposed to be a 2-lane road, but you can see that cars are having to go around and navigate that as well.
Could I ask, is this your building that I see in this picture? On the
I don't
left
think,
side?
I think
Is this-
that's the Social Security Administration. Yeah, so we are coming out of our driveway at that point.
My name is Josh King. I'm the Vice President of Grants and Compliance at Moxa, Metropolitan Organization Counter Sexual Assault. And I took that photo. Those are cars of the existing Brookside pickup line on Euclid. And so that is the traffic that they currently have on Euclid. I also wanted to ask two items. At the public hearing discussion that was held on July 28th, the applicant indicated that a fourth wing of the school may be added in the south area to house additional students, and I was curious if that had been accounted for in the traffic study that's already been completed, or if that is additional traffic on top of what has been proposed. Again, we're asking for for an additional traffic study on top of what is proposed. And then I was wondering if the city staff or the applicant could speak to the conditions 15 and 17 regarding traffic lights and submission of a streetscape plan per the Public Works Department.
Do we have anyone online
Public Works is.
for
Candace
public
did.
testimony?
Oh, I have no hands. Well, I have one hand raised. Roger Offeld. I'll promote him to panelist.
So just to follow up, I'm still trying to visualize where your building is.
It's south of
Yeah, let the,
the Social Security Administration building, right?
South of Social Security and directly to the west of the site for the Brookside Charter School.
So this is the development at Social Security office, and then it's right down there.
Can you?
Oh, there you go.
Can you share your
Yeah,
screen?
sorry.
Please
Yeah,
catch
y'all
up.
got me coming from three
All right.
different directions.
I'm going to share my screen. Just give me
let's
one
let
second.
Larissa
I've
pull it up. That
joined.
way everybody online can see it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, guys, I had my hand
Hold
raised.
on,
I'm
sir.
Roger.
Hold on, sir. We're not ready yet. We're
Nope.
still talking in here. Can you move your cursor? There you go.
They meet up. Or they're very close.
They're both within that cul-de-sac bulb at the end of Euclid.
Can you zoom in on that, Larissa, so you can see?
I can't on the PowerPoint, but I can also pull up Parcel Viewer.
Yeah, can you go ahead and pull it up on
Right.
Parcel Viewer so we can see and you could
Or maps. or
zoom in
anything
on
like
it?
that.
We'll give you a minute.
Harder when everybody's watching.
So that's the bulb right there.
Mm-hmm. And this is the driveway. And then the access.
You're still showing your PowerPoint on the Zoom.
Yep. There we go.
There it is. So this is the driveway and then the access comes south.
So the green space is where they're building the new site?
Yeah, can you
Correct.
zoom out and kind of give a whole picture where that's, so Meyer is at the south.
They have that hole, and then down
They-
below it as well.
Yep, so they've got this property up until Hospital Access Road, which cuts across right here to the north. They also include this property and this property in their site.
And where's Mosca's building?
It's this property right here.
So you are locked in.
Well, they have that access on Euclid.
Yeah, they're locked in. They only have that one way in and out.
Correct.
That's all they have right now.
I know.
I mean, it's not changing. That's what their concern is that the traffic increase is going to affect their.
Yeah, they're gonna be locked in worse.
And who owns the property? Who owns the property to the south again?
That-
Yeah, that.
And so there will be, this is going to be owned by the applicant. I believe they have a
It's not-
consent.
It's not in the development plan for this, is it? Oh, it is, okay. They have an access road there.
And this is the access road that's going to be removed from the property or from the proposal. If they,
Oh, I see. It's going to be a court.
so, and
They're
then
gonna have,
keeping
like-
this removed helps the application be more in compliance with the Prospect Overlay District as well.
I'm looking at the topography right now, and it does seem pretty aggressive right by that, where that access, I mean, 'cause I was wondering if you could still have like give them a second access off the back of their parking lot out to, you see what I'm saying?
Well, there's no
So-
parking or anything on there. The access is at the road that goes around the school and it comes back down the east side to tie into Meyer.
And the applicant did speak
Office.
with,
Take something down here to this road, their property,
Oh,
as an easement, but again, that's not for us to figure out.
yeah.
I was going to say the applicant did speak to Research Medical about using this access road, the private drive, and they decided that that wasn't a viability for the project. So
Okay.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember why it came back with a quorum. Had the same issue last time when it was before us? I'm drawing a blank. I usually
Yeah, I
remember
can't-
those things.
I
I
can't
can't
remember.
remember.
When was this
You brought it
bias?
back.
When was this bias before?
this is the first time you're seeing this project. There was the nursing school to the east of this property.
It
that
was
came up.
it was continued. You didn't hear any testimony.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So they showed
Yeah.
a quorum on here.
That's just an error.
Okay, so we could have had
Because I-
Betsy join us.
That's it.
Yeah, because then,
Fine.
yeah, she could have been with us, but I'm driving myself crazy. I'm like, what was it?
Okay,
I was like, I definitely haven't seen this one.
I think we got it here. We'll talk about it here in a little bit. Is there anybody else
yeah, but-
that would like to speak?
You had another hand raised online from Roger Offield.
Yes. Are you ready for me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Roger Ofield. I'm the superintendent for Brookside Charter School. I've been here for 16 years. I'm just here to answer any questions. I know Moxa brought up some concerns. I can address those as needed. But I just wanted to let you know I'm here for questions and comments as needed. As the superintendent, like I said, I've been at Brookside now for 16 years. School leader here for 13. So I can answer most questions, I'm sure, when it comes to the project.
Okay, all right, so we'll come back to you here in a little bit. I want to get through public involvement first, or?
Yeah, there are no other hands raised online.
Okay, so let's close public testimony then. So coming back to you, Mr. Offit, I think the biggest concern that's brought up is the traffic, especially during drop off and pickup at the school, and how it's going to block the neighbors to the west of your proposed site. You know, they need to have access in and out of there. And so I want to hear about your pickup and drop off process, as well as maintaining access in and out of the folks to the left or the west, especially off Euclid. That's their only access in and out.
Yep. So, like I said, Brookside, as we've grown in my 16 years, we've gone from 200 students to 850. So the expansion is much needed. And that traffic that you see on Euclid currently, that is all going to go away with the expansion of the new school, the pre-K through second. All of that is staging for drop off and pickup. That all shifts onto our property that we own. We bought those 3 lots, 1800 East Meyer, 1912, and 2110 East Meyer. We bought those 3 lots. We're currently in the process of making that one plat, setting the school there facing Euclid. The backup is going to be very minimal when we get onto the property, because all of that's going to be staged on our own property. What you see there is our parent pickup and our transportation that we have at the end of the day for 850 kiddos, and then that will shift onto our property when that opens. As far as the AT&T building, that used to be a call center prior to COVID. Since COVID, that has become a warehouse center. So as far as traffic changing, as far as what's coming in and out of that AT&T building, we actually looked at trying to acquire that building instead of doing new construction. However, their money is invested in that basically it's a server warehouse. It has 2 different server warehouses there. So that traffic's going to stay minimal. As far as the community, looking at where we're at, we've tried to partner with everybody in the community. Brookside has been at this location for the last 17 years, and we just continue to grow. Serving our educational community as we continue to grow, we're not changing our grade configuration from pre-K to 8. We're staying pre-K to 8, but we are addressing the need for some younger grades to widen our enrollment. So, but that backup on Euclid, that all goes away for the most part whenever we open up that new campus.
Yeah, so that could be a year and a half, 2 years from now before that
Oh,
opens
we are
up. So what do
scheduled.
they do in the meantime?
Well, that road is right now serves, it's wide enough for 3 cars to get down. So there is a bypass. We have supervisors on that road at the end of the day for anybody coming from Victoria Arms, the Social Security building, and the limited staff that's at AT&T. They're already bypassing that. So we have traffic controllers helping navigate that traffic. As you look on the east side, there's a curb cut. So we park on that east side of that curb cut, and there is room for 2-way traffic coming up and down Euclid, even with us on the side. So we do have people out there. We have 6 staff members that are out there monitoring traffic and helping with that flow to assist. So if Moxa, opens up next summer, we will have somebody down there. If we need to dedicate more staff to make sure that that traffic can flow, we will assist with that as much as we need to.
Okay.
I think a couple of other points of interest here that I'd like to add to it. Again, this is Dominic Spatafor. I'm principal at ACI Boland Architects, working for Brookside Charter School. The drive on Euclid is important. I think our friends at Moxa made the suggestion of reorienting the building and site so that we drive traffic to Brooklyn, which we did initially investigate quite some time ago, but realizing that's not viable because there is no light at Brooklyn and 73rd. So that really creates or 63rd, I'm sorry. So that really creates a lot of danger and a lot of backup within public streets as well. And then we've redesigned our site multiple times in order to accommodate all of the traffic and backup on the site. I think part of the questions that folks have that is difficult to understand is a fourth dimension, and that is of time. Our peak traffic in the morning, which is the most intensive traffic, is on site and then removed. Everybody's gone because classes started prior to Moxa starting their office hours. So we do not feel that our traffic will be in conflict with each other. Then the afternoon, the traffic peak that we will expect to see is greatly reduced in the afternoon because we've got multiple points between the 2 buildings. We have after day care, and we have a different flow pattern in terms of the time in which kids are released at walking back and forth. So we really don't believe, again, that there's going to be a conflict of traffic on Euclid in the afternoon as well.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Am I hearing then from what you're saying that you have been in conversation with Mosca on the timing of each other's projects so that they know that this traffic that will be on site, how that falls within their timeline as well?
Yes, multiple times.
Agree with that?
Yes, we have been in contact and
Can you speak to the microphone, please?
Yeah, you get to go to the microphone so everybody can hear you.
I can't hear you.
We've had meetings with them and have expressed our concerns, but I think the issue is that we're not confident in the current plan because, we have seen what it looks like when those 56 cars, I'm sorry, I don't want to misspeak, the cars that are currently now coming, what that looks like. And it's, just it being right there. I mean, it's just a critical point for our exit is their entrance. And then they're going to be having folks coming in and out of that same point. So we start our days between about 8:15. Sometimes we have 8 o'clock appointments, but between 8 a.m. and 8:45, our 100 staff are arriving and then leaving intermittently throughout the day. But our concern also is that pinch point at 63rd and Euclid where that light is. Because if just depending on how quickly people can get through that light and how many can get through that light, it could prohibit, the flow from coming in, circling around their parking lot, and then getting back out. So that's a concern of ours, and we wanted to have some additional traffic study done from the end of their property out to 63rd Street and what that flow would look like with ours in addition to it. Again, we've been having communication and, we enjoyed our meetings with Brookside Charter and the architects, but just really want some additional thought put into how it might actually work. Because even if they all queue within the property, all those cars are still coming down that street and going past our driveway. And so if we have to get out, they have the right of way.
Thank you. I just wanted to ensure that there had been conversation about how to coordinate this between the two neighbors.
Thank you.
I would like to comment, when AT&T was a call center, they had roughly 500 plus employees. Euclid handled the traffic of them coming in and out of their parking structure and getting to that light plenty. And we worked with them at that time. So there was a time that there was more traffic coming out of AT&T, but that has since ceased since it's kind of changed its purpose.
Can I just add one other thing? Last time we spoke, they said that the drop off and pickup times have not been confirmed yet. So
They're
while
confirmed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're in the morning. Buses will show up at 7:15 and be gone by 8:15 in the morning. We do not have our parent pickup traffic. The only traffic you'll have on Euclid from Brookside Charter School is our transportation. It's our buses and our shuttles. Parents do not drop off there. They drop off on the other side of the building. At the end of the day, the picture that she shared with everybody, that's our end of the day. That is from 3 o'clock to roughly 4 o'clock. And our day ends at 3:30, and most of that traffic is gone by 3:40.
All right, thank you. Mr. Akula, can I ask you a question?
Chairman,
Yes, so there was a traffic study done as part of this project.
that's correct.
Was anything in that study about the light at 63rd to maybe adjust it based on times in and out to allow more cars to exit the site by chance?
Yes, we do have a flexibility. I mean, we have a pan tilt and zoom camera at Euclid and 63rd Street. And we are also doing a road safety study along 63rd Street at this location. And those points are taken into consideration. So the study results are not out yet, but I think we would have a study done. I mean, right now, a consultant is reviewing 63rd Street from Prospect all the way to Euclid. And again, we would look into the concerns which Moxa and the school has. But as I said, we do have a flexibility of modifying the signal timing at this corridor to alleviate any backup issues at 63rd and Euclid.
Okay, I think that would be very helpful, I think, for everybody. Is that something I could add as a condition in here if it's not already a part of this project? Just to remember to take a look at that as the project goes through?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I think you're good? All right, I think we're good with public testimony. We'll close that down and back to the project. And from my standpoint, I'll start. I mean, I think it's a great project. I like it, and I apologize, for you guys. It's going to be a little bit hectic from time to time, especially during construction. But once it's over, and hopefully they can maybe phase their construction to where they can help with the access in and out, to get the cars moving in and out, and then with the city staff being able to adjust the timing on the stoplight at Euclid and 63rd, that should be able to help to get cars to remove from there. So I think with those things, in place or discussed, that will hopefully help your project as well. That's my opinion. Anybody else?
I'm comfortable. I do realize your concern being, in my terms, landlocked and getting in and out. My history with 63rd, that light used to always frustrate me because it seemed like it was forever that the people from AT&T was coming out. So to hear that the timing on that can be adjusted, that might help that flow be better for you, I'm good with. My other concern you both have addressed, both of you are in the process of getting the site ready to occupy. So you've still got some time to work out some, what's the word I want y'all, the alignment of when everybody's ready to use it, and it appears that you will be ready to use it before Brookside Charter will have theirs ready. So I am comfortable. I do like knowing that you have been in conversation with your neighbors. That's always a good thing. So I appreciate that as well. But I'll be voting in favor to go ahead and move forward.
Anybody else? Got anything?
Nothing additional from me.
Okay. I'll take a motion then, please.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve docket item number 5 with the condition stated, and in addition of a condition to investigate altering the signal phasing at, was it 63rd and Brookside? Or
Euclid.
63rd and Euclid, you're right. 63rd and Euclid to address peak pickup times.
Second.
I got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 5 with conditions stated and adding the condition for traffic signal at Euclid and 63rd.
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Well, looks like the motion passes then. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Okay.
Appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, let's move on to docket items. So we've got 2 items left here, and then we're going to take a lunch break. And then promised we would come back here, the cases 8 through the rest of the day after 12:30. So I think we're moving right along, right on time here.
Docket item number 6 is case CD SUP 2025-20, a request to approve a special use permit in District R80 to allow for a district logistic hub on about 220 acres, generally located at the northwest corner of Northeast 108th Street and Northeast Shoal Creek Parkway.
Morning/afternoon. Close to. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the City Plan Commission, Olofo Agbaji, City Planning and Development staff. Next case is SUP 2025-00020, special use permit for North Kansas City School District. This is at Staley High School, within the Staley High School campus. I should have online James Radley, Jeff Vandel, and James Everard. Is David Radley should be.
Yes, they haven't raised their hands, but I'm promoting them to panelists.
Okay, thank you. I need them to be able to move forward. So.
There you go.
Okay, now they're online. This next case again is in the Northland, where my arrow is pointed to the northeast quadrant of the city. And a closer look at the site. This is the Staley High School campus, about 220 acres overall, just within the south west quadrant of 435 loop. And as a closer shot, the site we had dealt with back in July on the Staley collection at Staley is just to it's at the intersection of Maple Woods Parkway and Northeast Shoal Creek Parkway. Again, area highlighted in yellow is the blue is the Staley High School campus. And this request again is a special use permit to allow for additional improvement within this campus. And in this case, it's going to be a transportation hub for their buses, the school buses, North Kansas City School District buses. Currently on the site is the North Kansas City School District athletic facility, Staley High School, and then Bell Prairie Elementary School. The proposed building is going to go within the northernmost part of the site. As you can see, just area highlighted in yellow. There are no existing trees, even though there is existing stream buffer. This is not going to impact it, and we're just going to move forward with citing that. Again, the property is currently zone R80. They're seeking a special use permit to locate the transportation hub within the Staley campus. The building is going to be 18,000 square feet, and it is proposed to be red precast building with red and darker brick facade to mimic the Staley campus, the high school, and the Bell Prairie School. Overall parking will be 216 parking spaces, mostly for the buses. And the applicant will be seeking, in this case, I changed it from an administrative adjustment to a variance as a means of their getting a relief from the city. Since we are going to this to the BZA, it will just be cleaner if they get a variance for the bicycle parking. It's just for bicycle parking, not for required parking. Again, this is the proposed site, the building in white shown here, and then all the bus parking will be within this area. And it's going to, again, remain on one lot. And staff has worked with the applicant to make sure that the screening along the north side is kind of emphasized and bolstered so that when the future development occurs, which will be, again, single-family homes to the north, that is well buffered. The building is far enough from the site, and the parking, the buses and all that will be far enough from the property line. And this is the building. It's supposed to be red brick, looks brownish, but it is red brick with the same aluminum treatment that you have for the Staley High School. Even though this is on Boulevard or Parkway, Shoal Creek Parkway, this proposed installation is far enough from the parkway that none of those Boulevard and Parkway standard kick in. So with that, the applicant did hold a public engagement back in August 11th, and I think the summary is attached. Andy did go around and hand you the conditions report, which I forgot to add to my staff report. But we do have, most of those have been addressed. Most of those conditions have been addressed with the applicant since we had a meeting that was not held. So we've had that done. So hopefully I think we can get that conditions removed to about 11 based on our next round of review. So with that, staff's recommendation is for approval, subject to the condition. Now I'll take any questions.
This bus facility, it's going to work for the whole North Kansas City School District or just Staley and surrounding elementary, middle schools?
This is going to be for North Kansas City School District North. The current bus facility is at the North Kansas City School District headquarters on 48th Street and 48th and Davidson. So as you can see, if you look at these pictures, there are existing buses that do operate out of here, that are parked here, that kind of address the northern part of the district. So this is a chance now to go ahead and create the second hub. So the original hub is at the district headquarters. So this is to relieve and just keep them north so that logistically they can operate within the northern, northeast and northwest and north central faster.
And so how many buses are going to be as part of this? 100 or?
If I have that correction, they need to give me the exact number of because they just gave me they gave me overall 216 parking spaces. They did not differentiate from buses and employee parking. So.
Okay. So yeah, so 240 spaces, which counts for the buses and drivers to park their own vehicle. Is that what you're saying?
I'm gonna let Mr. Radley handle that question because I think they know what it is. It's not shown on the plan.
And the reason I bring this up is not too long ago, we had a case, I think it was the last one or maybe the one before. There's a new development that's happening there at Staley Road and Shoal Creek Parkway or something of that
Right
nature,
here.
and they're doing improvements to the roundabout somewhere. I don't remember. It's close to here.
I have it up on the screen, so just right
Um,
there. Woods Parkway and Shoal Creek.
Okay. So to me, this is getting to the point where they need to finish out Shoal Creek Parkway because you're going to add a lot of bus traffic and cars there. I mean, because they're going to take off one time and you've got a lot of traffic going all at the same time, especially as you add the development in that. So somehow I'd like to get this put on the radar of
School district.
to the, not only the school district, but the council persons in the first and second district as well as, well, the first district plus all the others that represent citywide. We need to do something to start getting the funding for this to finish out the parkway, to accommodate the traffic we have up
So
there.
if I might, this is where we had the roundabout discussion for the other development.
Correct. Yeah, they were going to make improvements to the roundabout and add some, different stuff there, but this is adding even more that's gonna, some will go to the east, not as many, but a lot will go to the west from here. So that's my comment on this, is a big general comment. We need to get it on the list to get it moving in a direction to improve it. Any other questions from commissioners to city staff? Okay, let's welcome the applicant then. Maybe they can tell us how many buses they have.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is James David Ratley. I'm with MKEC Engineering
Yeah.
and working with the school district. Jeff Vandal is representing the school district on this call. And then James
One
Everard
sec.
with Yep. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
1 second. I want to make sure we can see you on the screen. So
Yeah, it's
there we
showing up
go.
on my
Perfect.
end. Okay, there
Yep.
you go. Perfect. Okay, cool. All right, I'll go ahead and start over if that's okay. My name's James David Ratley. I'm with MKEC Engineering, civil engineering firm working with the school district. Jeff Vandal's on the call representing the school district, and then James Everard with HTK Architects. He's the lead architect and lead client leader for this project. So yeah, right now the phase one of the project is being built to accommodate 30 buses with the master plan of up to 90 buses. So as you mentioned, that the school district is aware that there will probably be a need at some point to hit that number in the future. And there's been some planning that has been done as part of the SUP to show those as a master plan level for the overall 90 buses in the future. But with that being said, we're here to answer any other questions you guys might have, and we appreciate you taking this project for consideration.
And you're doing all of this in one phase construction or two?
But it would be multiple, like 2 phases. The first phase would be 30 buses, and then I don't know if the district is looking at doing additional phases for the remainder, or if there's going to be 60 going forward, or we haven't worked through all that yet. We just know it's going to go from 30 to 90 at some point.
Okay, so there's a phasing line or whatever you're doing on the actual project. Okay.
Yep.
This is James Everard of HTK Architects. In addition to that, as David said, we have the full phasing shown as part of our planning submission. The goal of this is to grow this facility with the district's needs. And currently, the existing transportation facility off Davidson is very tight with a lot of other district operations. So the goal is to smartly expand and grow to where this will take pressure off of that facility and more buses will be relocated up there as well. So it's like the initial build out of the 30 and then the eventual final build out of the total 60 plus for 90 total in multiple phases. So it's a little bit of new spaces up there, but also buses being relocated up there from Davidson.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from the commission to the applicant? All right, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 6, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Anything else you'd like to add from the applicant standpoint?
Yeah, I would just, this is Jeff Vandal with the North Kansas City School District. I would just like to mention that our current facility, when it was built, that was the center of our district, down where I-29 and I-35 converge. Currently, our district goes all the way up to Cookingham Road. And so now that facility is the far south end of our district. And so all of those buses all across the district currently have to come down to this south hub for any type of maintenance or for refueling or anything like that. This northern hub will cut down on travel time on buses on roads, wear and tear on buses, cut down on gas usage. It just will allow us to better serve our students up in this area.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. All right, with that, we'll close testimony, and there's nothing to discuss with the commission. I'll take a motion.
I'm gonna go ahead and move to approve docket item number 6 with conditions stated.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 6 with conditions stated. Take roll call, please.
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Looks like the motion passes. Thank you. All right, let's
Thank
move
you.
on to docket item
Thank you.
number 7.
Thank you.
Docket item number 7 is case CD ROW 2025-10, a request to approve a vacation of Colorado Avenue and the plat of Hawthorne Park in District MPD on about 13 acres generally located at Colorado Avenue north of Highway 150.
Good afternoon, or good afternoon. I will share, and we can get started. Larissa Chambi presenting on behalf of Matthew Barnes. Okay. And this is docket item number 7 for the vacation of public right-of-way for Colorado Avenue. The subject property is located in the south of the city. And then here is just an overview of the right-of-way to be vacated. And here's a view looking north from Highway 150. As you can see, the right-of-way is currently improved. So the right-of-way is located in District MPD, which is this overall MPD plan. It's the Honeywell East Campus property. There was a note on the MPD, which is located here on this slide, that highlighted this section of right-of-way to be vacated. The right-of-way is approximately 650 feet in length and about 56,000 square feet in area. And then here's the survey provided by the applicant. And there are 3 conditions attached to this vacation. There's a public utility condition that the applicant relocate water and sanitary sewer mains if found to be in conflict at the owner's expense required by the KCMO Water Services. And then 2 private utility conditions, one for Evergy and one for Spire, that the applicant retain all utility easements and protect the facilities. And so with that, staff does recommend approval of the right-of-way vacation, and I can answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, any questions from the commission to city staff? All right, let's welcome the applicant then.
Thank you, Chairman Krell. My name is Jake Hudson with Olson at 1301 Burlington Street. This is a vacation of the former Hawthorne plat in order for us to continue construction on phase 2 and phase 3 of the Honeywell East Campus facility. The only request I'd have is that conditions 1 and 2, both relating to Spire and Evergy, we have since asked for easement releases for all of those easements. So I don't know if we could put a caveat on there to say we would keep those easements if there were any utilities, but there are not. We have disconnect letters and all of those utilities have now been removed from that private property. With that, I'd answer any questions that you may have.
And if staff can receive those disconnect letters, we are in support of removing those conditions.
Okay, you just need to get them?
Yes, prior to ordinance request.
Yeah, so we just leave it on there and you get it to them and then
Yeah, we can
then
do
they can
that.
remove it then. Okay. All right. Any other thoughts from commission to the applicant? Let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there who would like to speak with docket item number 7, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
I'm going to make a motion to approve docket item number 7 with conditions stated, and I guess we'll go ahead and add a condition of that a letter certifying the disconnecting of utilities prior to the removal of the easements.
Prior to ordinance?
Prior to ordinance. Yeah.
And then do you want to add language to remove those 2 conditions if those letters are submitted?
Yeah. Which conditions are they again?
Conditions 1 and 2.
Okay. Yeah. And if we'll go ahead and just tack onto that then to remove conditions 1 and 2 if those letters are received.
Second.
Motion and second for approval of docket item number 7 with the adjustments to the conditions as stated.
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch. Aye. Padilla.
Aye.
Looks like the motion passes then. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yep. Okay, we're gonna take lunch. Because we can't hear any of the cases anyways till after 12:30.
That's right.
So is 15 minutes enough for everybody?
Well, you get at least 20.
20? I'll give you 20.
Okay.
20 minutes. So it's 12:10 right now that I have on my little clock. So 12:30. We'll be back right at 12:30.
Okay, thank you. just so you've got it. Let me know if you.
Okay.
It's just super clear.
Mhm.
And not like, if that comes later, so that's.
That makes sense.
I put this in.
Mm-hmm.
My thought.
Yeah.
All right, so are we ready to reconvene?
We are. We are.
We are.
Great.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Well, hi, everyone. Sorry I wasn't able to join in person and very impressed with the timing of getting through 7 docket items and a consent docket right on schedule. So Kobe's recusing from this one, but when everyone's ready, Sarah, if you could please go ahead and open up docket item number 8, we'll get started.
I will say we are missing Commissioner
Yeah.
Beasley right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if we want to start without or.
Is it?
It's
Using or. Oh, okay.
On the purple.
We've
What
got
was that?
We've got quorum, right?
Oh, here she comes.
Oh, there she is.
Here she comes.
Sure. I'll just talk slowly. So docket item number 8 is case CD CPC 2025-75, a request to approve a rezoning from districts B4-5 and B3-2 to MPD with an associated preliminary plat and preliminary development plan on about 3 acres generally located at both the southeast and southwest corners of East Linwood Boulevard and Troost Avenue.
Thank you. Good afternoon. On a Nanaski, let me share my screen. Okay, as previously stated, this is case CD CPC 2025-75, and the applicant is seeking to rezone the 2 subject sites that we're going to be discussing today to MPD. And there's an associated development plan associated with this rezoning in order to construct 2 apartment complexes, 1 complex on each site. So the property is located in the Midtown portion of Kansas City, Missouri. More specifically, it is along Troost Avenue. It is also at the intersection of Linwood Boulevard. We've got the properties highlighted in yellow on the screen. They are both currently vacant, and that's where the 2 buildings will be going. We have site 1 and site 2 that I'll be referring to further, or building 1 and building 2 for the rest of the presentation. So this is a look at Troost from Google Street View. If you are standing in the middle of Troost and you are looking south, as well as some images of either parcel, there is a bus stop at these locations as well. And then here is a look at the site plan proposed by the applicant. We've got building 1, which wraps around the corner of Troost and Linwood with parking in the back, and then with the other building, building 2, with a little bit at the corner of Troost, and then along Linwood wrapping around to Forest Avenue. And there's going to be 194 units total. And this is an affordable housing project as well. So this is a look at the elevations of the buildings proposed by the applicant. This is building 1. So if you are looking at it from Linwood and Troost. And then if you are looking at the building again from Linwood and Troost, but the other building, building 2. So now I'm going to go into the review criteria associated with the development plan, go into the most applicable ones that have influenced city staff's recommendation. So first, I'm going to talk about review criteria A, which talks about its compliance with the zoning and development code. We also take this opportunity to talk about the Casey Spirit playbook, so the comprehensive plan, or any area plans that may be associated with this area. And it has received a high alignment for both the Casey Spirit playbook and the Midtown Plaza area plan, due to this being like an infill style project. So making sure that there's going to be new development on underutilized sites and its focus on affordable housing. There does need about 6 variances that are needed associated with this project, and this is this is completely related to the Truce Corridor Overlay District, which both of these sites do sit within. I'm not going to go into every single detail because that is for the Board of Zoning Adjustment to review, but it has to do with the amount of primary entrances, transparency, the entire building, the amount of secondary materials being used on all of the facades, what they refer to as residential use features in the project, so like the number of balconies that's being proposed and loading areas. Moving on to review criteria D, this is talking about safe, efficient, and convenient non-motorized travel opportunities around the site. This can also include pedestrian bicycle movement. So as this project is being located at that intersection of Linwood and Truce, it's very much connected to the sidewalks and pedestrian connections. There's also the added benefit that it's along the Max line, the Truce Max line. So there's also bus rapid transit associated with this project, which is good. And then we've got review criteria F, which talks about the location, orientation, and architectural features of the project and ensuring that it's compatible with adjacent properties. So the location and orientation of these buildings are compatible with the area. We're seeing the buildings push up towards the street, oriented, towards those major intersections, which is what we like to see in the corridor. But due to its compliance with the architectural features of the Truce Corridor Overlay District, that is something that is lacking for the project, which I'm sure the applicant will get into more detail about, but that's all related to keeping the costs down to meet those price points for the affordable housing project. This is just a little visual representation of what I'm talking about. We see, there's about 26% glazing on this facade when the requirement is 70%, and there's about 43% of secondary materials when they're only allowed to use 20% of secondary materials. This is an upgrade since version 1, and there's been lots of discussion with the neighborhood association to get this to a better place, which city staff really does appreciate. We like that coordination, but that doesn't change the fact that this is a better product than was originally proposed. It's still not in compliance with the TCO, and those variances were still going to be required. A couple of housekeeping items. We propose to edit a few of the conditions, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Those are all the ones referencing, some of the ones referencing the need for variances. That second part of the sentence talks about the need for the variance, and we wanted to add a statement that said, or deviation as authorized by the law department into this. And then that entire sentence just needs to be added in general to number 14. That was a mistake on my part. So city staff, we do recommend approval subject to conditions. We really do want to promote affordable housing, especially in this area. There are 2 small corrections that I identified in condition 13. One, a small statement that just needs to be added to a landscape plan, and another one that has been brought to my attention that was already resolved, that was overlooked by me. So condition number 13 can easily be resolved prior to ordinance requests. I was having some file upload issues with the public engagement materials. So usually what you see in your packet, which is like the sign-in sheet and things like that associated with the meeting, it crashed my computer every single time I tried to, combine it with my staff report, but I could combine them together and put it on Compass KC. So it is a separate document. It is up there. They met those requirements. I just wanted to let you know that was unusual about my packet this time. And I did receive a public testimony letter yesterday afternoon. So after the staff report was published, and it's on Compass KC as well. That concludes my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Can you go back to the amendment of condition number 14?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
It's adding that to the end of the sentence that already is included in 14.
Thanks, Anna. And then question for Anna and Sarah Baxter for the correction for number 13. Would you like us to read that when a motion is made? Or are you fine just saying that something will be resolved prior to ordinance request?
I'm fine either way. I mean, if you're saying, we'll continue to work with the developer to see if we can come to resolution prior to ordinance request, I think that's fine.
Okay. I ask because typically we'll see the specific things that need to change about number 13, but I'm fine with it as you read it, Anna. All right, thanks, Anna. Any questions for city staff?
Not at this time, no.
All right, if there are no questions for staff at this time, we will welcome the applicant.
Wonderful Commission, thank you. It's a pleasure to be before you. James McClure with Postonelli. Along with me is Roxanne Koch with Postonelli, and then Jonah, who's with the development team. Jonah, do you want to?
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon, Plan Commission. My name is Jonah Butler. I'm with.
Make sure to speak into the mic.
Oh, geez. How's that? Okay.
Yeah, just for people online so they can hear.
Of course. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jonah Butler. I am with the Millhouse Development Team. Our Kansas City Director, Devin Coffey, who has stood in front of this commission numerous times, is with us virtually as well. I am excited to stand before you today and present the Linwood and Troost Apartments community, which is a 194-unit community reserved entirely for families and individuals making 60% or less of the area median income. A little bit about our project team. Millhouse is going to be the developer. Roseman and Associates, of whom representatives are here with us today, will be the architects. Taliaferro and Brown are the civil engineers, and the Sansone Group will be the property management, as well as Pulcinelli, working with us on zoning and entitlements. So a little bit about Millhouse. We are a mid-sized development company with two main offices, one in Kansas City and the Indianapolis HQ. Our Kansas City office employs over 40 employees, including construction, development, and management staff. We have completed 7 Class A apartment and mixed-use communities in the Kansas City area, ranging from 3-story garden-style suburban communities, 7-story urban infill communities, and 4-story plus mixed-use communities. Millhouse prides itself on our diversity of development experience and capacity, and the positive impacts we have on the communities in which we operate. The petition in front of you today, which is a rezone to permit the construction of an affordable housing development on the southeast and southwest corners of Linwood and Troost, is another example of our commitment and concern for the communities and neighborhoods in which we operate. I will be turning over the rest of the presentation to Jim McClure, who will be providing an overview of our petition and the vision for our community. But I and other team members who have joined virtually will be available for any comments or questions you may have. Thank you.
Wonderful Commission. Again, just I know Anna went through this. We're located at Linwood and Troost, right in the corner. We're on both the east and the west sides of Troost. You can see our building coming in here. It's a little small, but I will blow this up for you. So you can see it larger. But we are proposing, we're proposing 2 buildings right there. It's 194 units with affordable housing. The land area plan uses this as a mixed-use commercial area as well as high-density residential for the proposed sites. Again, just some pictures of the existing conditions on the site. We think that that the proposed development is a much improvement and being able to provide great housing opportunity, as well as being able to integrate with the transient oriented developments in the area to utilize those to utilize the transit facilities there. We are along two bus stops along the Troost Max line, as well as about a mile from I believe a proposed stop for the Casey streetcar. You can see 2 buildings here. The primary building is the one on the right. It's the one on the east side of the street, with the other building along the west side, which will be, I believe, primarily comprised of the apartments, where the office will be located on the eastern portion. So building 1, just a little closer views, building 1 and building 2. One thing I want to note for building 2 for you is there is a divide here in the parking areas for the facilities. There is I think it's about a 6 to 8 foot drop between in elevation there that would make it very challenging to make a ramp down. So those two parking areas are not connected. But we do have an entrance along the eastern side of the building. So the people who are parking in the southern lot do have an immediate entrance into the building and aren't having to walk all the way up and around to the Truist front.
Was this the forest side?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so Forest is right along this edge here. So you'd come in along Forest, park, and then walk in. Right along here would be where your entrance would be into the housing community. Like I said, it's 194 units. We're proposing, I believe, 154 parking spaces. So that is a parking count of about 0.78 parking spaces per unit. Under the affordable housing code allows us to go down to as little as 0.5 spaces per unit. So we are slightly above that. But if we were not along not an affordable housing, we would be required to provide 1 space per unit. So we think we found a pretty good happy median between there, especially since we are along that Truist backsline, as well as other through near the streetcar. Apologize. Again, some elevations that are along the edges here. One of the pieces that we do recognize is that the glassing issue, I know the glazing that Anna brought up of the building along the first floor is supposed to be 70% of the building on that first floor. Seems like a very large amount of glass for the building. I don't know that I would want to be in a place that has 70% of my first floor residential having glass. And so we are asking, or we'll be seeking either a variance or deviations to that glass restriction, as well as some of the other materiality, whether it's primary or secondary materials on the building. We also have a few proposed changes to the conditions. I think a majority of them were covered by staff, and I think generally fine with the amendments that they made. Frankly, we get pretty much the same point. The main one I'm making the proposed changes here are changes to it references the Truist Overlay District in relation to the ordinance that approved. It's a second ordinance that approved and modified the Truist Overlay District. Originally, it was created in 2014 and then changed again in 2015. And so I think it would make more sense to just refer straight to the overlay district in case there's future amendments. It's clear of what we are getting, what we need to comply with. That comment is essentially just straight down 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 14, just as staff made. The suggestion at the end from our end was that we get a deviation from city council approved as part of our preliminary development plan. I think we're fine with the language proposed by staff. If you guys have a preference, either way is fine with us. But I think we accomplished the same goal there. So really, our big issue is we just like with clarity as to the overlay district as opposed to the ordinance. A couple other ones I think Anna mentioned as well is item 13. Number 2, we've already satisfied. It is included, small font, so I think it was just a slight oversight. And then item number 1, we are exempt. So this talks about the tree preservation plan. Normally that comes into play when you have more than 1 acre of trees that you are disturbing. This site doesn't have 1 acre of trees, so we're not disturbing it. It's not applicable. We've got a couple that are along there. And so it shouldn't be applicable. Staff would like a comment added to the plan sheets. I don't think that should be non-problematic to get that comment added. Happy to do that before ordinance.
You said that's relation to which condition?
It's condition 13.
Oh, that's 13. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, 13. 14 that you see here is again just the same thing, added the variance language. I think just inadvertent oversight to add the variance, and then we can adjust that based on the way staff proposed to allow the deviations with law. Item 27 on your list is related to the boulevard and parkway systems and the standards that are required there. An interesting piece of this project is a portion of this building is located within the Troost Overlay District, and portions of the sites are not located within the Troost Overlay District. The elements that the Boulevard and Parkway standards have is they have a particular set of standards that are applicable, and they are overridden by the overlay district. So this is just to clean up the language of the Boulevard and Parkway standards to make sure that to the extent the Boulevard and Parkway standards apply, those apply to those portions of the building, and the Troost Overlay District applies to those portions of the overlay that are included within the overlay district. And then it adds the language of, or we can get a deviation if approved by council or with a consent of law. The next ones are, so initially this was thought that we were going through a plating process as part of this. We've come to understand that we don't need to go through the full plating process as part of this, so it is just a development plan. And so these comments generally relate to the plating standards that would come into play. Item 30 is a construction plan that is part of what is submitted as part of your plating process. So we're proposing that that be removed. Item 32 is integrating the existing streetlight system into our development, and we're not adjusting the street lighting as part of our development. So we thought that one was not applicable and could be removed. Item 36 talks about, it was a comment, there was some confusion with water services of whether or not there was an existing sewer that ran through the site and whether or not they needed to, I'm sorry, sanitary sewer system, and whether or not that needed to be relocated. We've since determined that there is not a sanitary sewer line that runs through the property. So this should be able to fall off as well. Item 37 is the requirement to plat. We think we can get this accomplished with a simple lot consolidation or a minor, thank you, subdivision. So those are our comments. I have copies of these changes if you would like a copy of those changes, or if you guys have great notes, that's fine too. But happy to field any questions you may have about the development or the proposed condition changes.
I'd like a copy of what you.
Sure. Absolutely.
All right, thanks for the presentation and for consistency. You referred to a few of these conditions by what the new condition number would be if 13 was struck, but we'll go ahead and read them as they're listed. So we'll refer to 26 as 26. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yes.
Cool. And Commissioner Hasek, you followed everything satisfactorily to make a motion if and when we're ready.
I believe so. I may need some clarification on a couple of these, but we'll get there when we get there.
Great. Okay. Are there any questions from the commission for the applicant?
Yeah.
No, I just want to make, staff is aware of these.
No, 26 and 26 third. I'm just gonna look at your PowerPoint presentation. 26, 30, 32, 36, and 37 are reviewers that are outside of the city development department. So those have not been run by them yet.
These were all flagged in our initial round of comments to staff and discussed with all of the okay as well. The changes to 20 to 27 weren't discussed with parks. We requested it be removed, but to ensure that the Boulevard and Parkways really is applicable.
Do we have someone from Parks on? I just want to confirm. Is that confirmed that that is the requirement that if it's over an acre of trees?
13.1 is one of mine corrections. I do agree that they are exempt from that section of code,
Okay.
but the code also says that in a statement stating that they're exempt needs to be put on the landscaping plan. That's a very easy thing that we can handle. That's not a big deal.
Okay.
But the changes or the removal of the other conditions, I have not been aware if those are okay to remove from those reviewers or change.
So that's 30, 36, 37.
26, 30, 32, 36, and 37.
Yep. Well, 26 is staying.
If I might add, I think given the situation with 32, if something were to change on the lighting, I think we're flexible there on removing that. But when it comes to the plating, I think we want to make sure that we're clear that plating is not required on this. And I think that we did have that understanding. And so given that we're not required to plat, then it would be appropriate to remove, and I may be off on my numbering here, so I apologize, but that'd be what we've
30.
marked as 30, 36, and 37 all relate to plating. And if we're not required to be platted, those should be removed because it would suggest that we are.
Are they required or not required to be platted?
This is, there are multiple lots. It's just a simple consolidation.
I'm just asking staff, do we?
I am under that impression that a lot consolidation would suffice.
Okay.
Which is not plating.
Have they had the opportunity to receive this letter that we got last minute so that they can read it and have the opportunity to formulate a response, or
We have not received a copy of the letter.
does anyone have a physical copy of the letter that we can provide them? Or,
The other reviewers,
well, the applicant probably.
I think she's talking about the public testimony that we received.
Yeah, because I don't see,
I just was going to ask them questions about the letter, and I
Oh,
feel like they should get the opportunity to read the letter before I club them over the head with a question.
Thank you.
In the meantime, while we're working on that, Anna and Sarah, if you all don't mind trying to reach out to any of the appropriate people so that we can resolve 26, 30, 32, 36, 37 when the motion is made, that would be great. And then are there any other questions in the meantime before we get to Commissioner Lynch's questions about the public testimony letter?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is Travis Kiefer with Casey Water, and in regard to 36, yeah, in the event that it is not over the sanitary sewer, then we're in agreement with removal of 36.
And do you need it to be amended as such that in the event of, or has your department already determined that sure enough there is not sewer beneath there, and we can go ahead and strike the whole condition?
I would leave it as in the event of.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I may have missed that. Did we get clarification that that
No.
water surface is in agreement on that? I think the conversations that we have had where we got an clarification from water was with Mr. Lucas Casper. So if he's available and can be consulted with, and we could dispense with that today.
all they're asking is that they're saying, I mean, if we have clarification, which we find, they're just saying that in the event that there is something under there, that would remain. So it's
If it's not under there, then it
then
wouldn't apply.
it wouldn't apply.
I think we're fine with that.
Okay.
We want to make sure we're clear when we go forward.
And staff, we are okay with striking 30, 32, and 37, which was the plating, correct? Or do we need to clarify that?
from a planning perspective, I can agree that plating isn't necessary, but those aren't my conditions, so.
I've sent a message to Terry Thomas to ask him if
Okay.
he can weigh in on that.
Okay. And I think your questions are up so that we can wait while that's being figured out.
Terry, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, what over those conditions again, please?
They are, it'll be 30, 30, 32, and 37. Which, do those align with the original ones or
Yeah.
those
No, those should be, well, those are full deletions and should mirror. Those are the original
Okay,
numbers.
so the condition regarding the street lighting, yeah, I'm okay with removing that one. I mean, it doesn't really say that you have to do something. It's just on the circumstance that there was a street light that needed to be relocated, then you would do that. So I would prefer that condition remain.
We're fine with leaving that back in if that makes staff comfortable.
Okay. Okay. And then the other two?
Number 30 was also your condition, Terry. He can't speak to 37. Well,
The reason this is in there is a construction plan to put in any improvements that were required as part of a traffic impact study. We weren't required to complete a traffic impact study by Public Works as part of this process. And so not only are we not doing a construction plan as part of the plating, we weren't required to undergo a traffic impact study to do that analysis.
Okay, so yes, if a traffic impact study was not required, then I'm okay with removing that condition.
and Terry, one last question for you. Planning staff believes that these lots could be combined by just a lot consolidation and not platting. Do you know anything further that would be contrary to that?
No, that sounds like it's appropriate.
Sorry, just to be clear, staff, these red lines were because the numbers are all over the place.
Sorry.
It's fine. These were initial comments from the previous comments that we're striking out. Okay, that's why they're not coinciding. Okay, that makes sense. Perfect. So it just sounds like to me, we resolved 30,
32 and 37.
32 and 37 on that one? Okay. Okay.
Those are both being stricken.
Are we leaving,
Yeah.
are we leaving 30 in the same way that we're leaving 36 in?
But
In the
by
event
my
of-
understanding of this, we're going to leave 32 and 36, but striking 30 and 37.
Yep, and then just add something in there saying in the event of, or something along those lines, some language,
For 36.
36 and 32.
The original 32, not the new 32.
The
Right,
red, the
right,
red
the
32.
red 32.
Yeah, 32 probably doesn't require that language, but yes, 36 appears that it would require that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Well, the only question I have about this letter, it is from the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. And they made it very clear in their letter that they were in support of your project. They did ask for 2 exceptions to your proposed deviations from the Troost overlay. And one of them was an increase of secondary facade materials beyond 20%, which was the design standard 4B. The other one was the proposed parking is not located behind the building, or the parking lot is in excess of 25% of lot width when located beside the building, which is the design standard 7A and 7B1. And I was just curious why you chose to deviate from those standards.
So I think from a parking standpoint, and Jonah may be able to correct me if I'm wrong, so I'll let him weigh in after me if I misstate anything. Just given the site's constraints, we can't meet what we need from a parking standpoint and then meet those standards. It's just the way the site is laid out just does not lend itself to being able to meet those standards. With regard to the brick, I think that there has been a lot that has been added from the original design. I think that it gets to what is actually, in keeping with, I think, the overall character of the neighborhood, but at the same time, we're balancing a lot of things that we have added and trying to meet what the project can ultimately, I think, absorb and maintain a low-income housing product in the sense of the cost that's involved. It's really balancing that. And Jonah, if you want to correct me if there's anything to add to that or.
No, I would say that's very accurate. The issue with the parking stems from grade on site as well as resident access to our buildings. So you'll notice a parking lot to the south of the eastern building that is not connected to the parking lot to the north. That is because of grade on site and the cost associated with connecting those and grading the lot to close that off into one that is only accessible off of Forest is not possible budget-wise, as well as the addition of brick in order to keep this as a low-income housing tax credit development. those costs do get reimbursed to some degree by low-income housing tax credits, but not on a one-to-one basis. And where we're at now, the project is already maintains a gap as far as the pro forma is concerned. So any additional costs would just further that gap and make any new development in this area improbable.
And one of the things I meant to state from the very beginning, based on your description of the letter, I believe we did receive a copy of that letter. I think we weren't sure when she said that there was a letter that was received that we hadn't seen anything uploaded yet. So I believe we have that letter. So we appreciate you making sure that we did get a chance to have it in advance, that we just weren't sure what you were referring to. And so I'll just build on that, on the gap financing. City, has their housing trust fund award. We have made application to that. We were not in that round. We are working on filling that gap. And so we're just trying to keep that gap to a minimum. And so otherwise the project has all the financing that it needs. And so we're working on that piece.
Well,
Sorry, and I can clarify something about the parking situation. I've been in discussion with the neighborhood association about this. The part of the code in question is this section right here that's highlighted that talks about how off-street parking must be provided behind the building or within the building. And then there's some caveats to that. So this little diagram of where you can see the blue line, which is that kind of plane of the building, and the red dotted line where the parking lot is. And so with other projects, we've considered this to be, that's technically behind the building because it's behind that plane of the building, especially considering the existing curb cut there. City staff has not added a variance need for this because of those reasons. There's also landscaping within those two little sections between the street and the parking lot to help buffer that as well. This has happened before in the Truist Corridor Overlay District. This is the hotel that's down at the very north end of the site. The Truist Corridor Overlay District was amended in 2015, as previously mentioned, and these plans, I believe, went through around 2018. And we can see that there's the hotel, and the blue plane represents the plane of that wall, and then the red dotted line represents their parking as well. So yes, it is next to the building, but it's like technically behind it, and how we've interpreted it before. So that's my rationale behind not adding that variance request to it. There is some sections of the code that says when it's insufficient for that to occur, what needs to happen. It's totally up to the CPC to interpret that section of code. And if they believe that I am inaccurate in my interpretation of that, then those 2 extra variances would need to be attached to the case. But as I mentioned before, I don't believe that's necessary at this time.
and then looking at the brick, I know this isn't all their brick that's facing out to the street. You're looking at like 31% and 29% on the street facing one. So the majority of your lower percentage are in facing towards the parking lot. So at least an effort of visible, yeah. I mean, exceeding standard sounds like on the exterior, offsetting from the interior.
You have a good eye. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think that kind of hits that one.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, then at this time,
concerns, but I think that you're going to public testimony.
that was the plan.
I'll wait until after public testimony.
Okay, at this time, then we'll open it up for public testimony. If there's anyone in person who'd like to speak, please come up at this time. And if there's anyone online, please raise your hand.
We do have a hand raised online from Chris Koch.
Chris, welcome. Go ahead. Please state your name and address for the record and then begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Anders. Chris Koch, 3927 Harrison Street, on behalf of the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association, current president of the association, as well as a member of the Truce Coalition. I'm just here today to offer our support for the project as proposed. We feel that this is a great addition to the neighborhood in terms of the housing model, the scale and density. This is a long overdue project for the neighborhood. We've desperately needed something at these corners for years. However, the support that the neighborhood offers today is conditional based on the fact that we feel that the adherence to the truce overlay is insufficient. We do understand that there are a couple stipulations that just generally don't make sense for residential development, such as the transparency at the ground floor, as well as the location and distances of entrances. So we have no objection to those two. As stated by one of the other commissioners, our two objections were the increase of secondary materials. There appears to have been an inaccurate statement made just recently by another commissioner, and that the primary facade materials have been reallocated to the primary facades versus the back facades. That's not actually the case. None of the facades are in compliance with the truce overlay, where 80% should be a primary facade material as defined by those standards in 4.B. We did offer some concessions in that if those facades on Linwood could be increased with brick, that we would be okay with that. So you're basically trading off some from truce to Linwood. We do feel that the truce facade of building 1 is sufficient, but the Linwood facade of building 1 is highly insufficient. It was about 80% hardy board siding and 20% brick. That feels very inappropriate for the context of that neighborhood and that street. Whereas building 2 felt more appropriate on Linwood, less appropriate on Troost. So we were just hoping to see a bit more brick added, but we do agree with the applicant that this is a significant stride forward compared to what was shared with us a couple months ago. But it still doesn't mean it's sufficient or acceptable to the neighborhood. And then the other objection we had was that the parking lot is not located behind the building. I know the city staff has made a position on this related to 7-A, but particularly 7-B-I. That next sentence, and I can state that here, was that when the depth of the lot is insufficient to permit required parking to the rear of the building, parking may be located to the side of the building. And with this statement alone, we feel that the staff's interpretation of the parking being located behind the building, technically because it's behind the facade line, is inaccurate, because that would mean the statement about being located to the side is completely null and void. So that's why we do feel that if this proposal is going to move forward, that condition needs to be added as an additional variance request. And that one is one that we take particular exception to. And we have been told that the site doesn't allow for it. We're not confident that that option's ever really been studied to relocate that entrance. And so that's why we feel that this urban condition could be significantly improved by creating a more consistent street-facing building there, if that was actually studied and shown to us at least. And I'm not saying that it hasn't been done, it just hasn't been shown to us that that's been studied. So those are the two exceptions we take. And then we do feel that although this is a low-income housing and it's a desperately needed housing project, that the existence of a development in its own shouldn't be a concession that we have to make for the time and hours spent on this community effort to create the Troost overlay. This is likely going to erode the credibility and the enforcement of the Troost overlay moving forward, considering that there have been 6 multifamily residential developments along the Troost corridor overlay since its adoption. And a couple of exceptions have been granted, but they were at the request of Hyde Park and adjacent neighborhoods, particularly at Armour and Troost, when those 4 corners were developed. So it's a little bit different because that was at the request of the neighborhood to make those deviations of the parking lot locations and materiality of those building facades. So with that said, we do offer our support for the project, but on the condition that additional improvements be made or studied for this project. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online or in person wishing to speak on this item?
I want to get some clarity before we move on from staff. What are the actual percentages that are required for secondary? Because it was stated that I was incorrect, but I thought it was 20%,
Okay, so
80%. And I just want to make sure because I was stated that I stated something wrong. So I want to make sure that is.
And I could revisit that claim if that was incorrect of me to make that statement. I was under the impression that you felt that because more brick was located on the facade and not on the back of the building, that they were then kind of giving us basically a concession to that, and that isn't actually the case. 80% of the facades, the street-facing facades are required to be a primary material, and we are nowhere near that, regardless of what happens on the parking lot facing elevations.
Well, so what I was stating was your primary material is your fiber, your fiber cement board, hardy board, and then your brick is your secondary, correct?
That's not correct. As the Truce overlay interprets this, a primary material is brick, stone, cast concrete, and 80% of your facades have to be one of those identified primary materials. Your secondary materials allowed are 20%, and that hardy board siding falls under that secondary material. So there's almost an inverse happening here, where a primary material in regards of the Truce overlay is the brick, but the primary facade material of this proposal is actually hardy board siding.
Where are we seeing the
And that's
breakdown of the
section
different
2.
materials?
So this top section talks about the percentages, where it talks about primary materials are allowed on all stories, on all facades. That secondary materials are allowed on the second story and above, but that permitted secondary materials shall not encompass more than 20% of the facade. And then this table here identifies what's a primary material and what's a secondary material. So brick is primary, and then so a lot of the secondary material in question here is this fiber cement siding.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
So, okay, so for side and rear, it can be primary. For front facing, it's okay, so percentages are switched. I mean, I see what you're saying.
I think there is there is a different interpretation of that prior section. If you can scroll up and maybe zoom in. My eyes aren't that good, and I'm sure the commission would like it a little larger as well. When we read that, so I'm in part E there, where it says primary permitted secondary materials. I read that first sentence where it's saying they're allowed on the second story and above. And then when I start talking about accent materials on the first story, and then it limits that first story accent materials to 20%. So in our read of it, it is the first story is allowed to have 20% of the facade on the first floor to have secondary materials, and that those secondary materials are allowed above without the restriction on percentages.
Two different sentences, one specifically talking about each of the different places. First one saying above the second story, or the second story and above.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Is that how is that how staff sees the code?
No, we disagree on that interpretation. We see it as we're talking about two different sections here. First, we're talking about permitted materials, and then we're talking about what you can do with secondary materials. And that the permitted secondary materials shall not encompass more than 20% of the facade. This same type of interpretation has been applied to other projects along the Truce Corridor Overlay District with other planners as well.
This current one, or the initial one that we said?
This interpretation has been applied to other projects along the Truce Corridor.
The interpretation we're making with the second floor up?
That I am stating.
Okay,
yes.
gotcha. Understood.
My staff interpretation has been applied by other staff.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Is this the Truce overlay, or is this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I said code. I meant Truce overlay. Sorry. So
if I might add, I don't think that we've engaged with the city's legal staff on that question of the interpretation of the 20% being in an entirely different separate sentence.
As a lawyer, I would say it's a gray area that you could definitely argue both ways.
Yet on previous projects, it's been the other way.
And it's worth noting that the other projects that have occurred in the Truce corridor with these standards have adhered to that guideline, particularly and by this developer.
Chris, thanks for your testimony. I'm going to go ahead and see if there's any other public testimony, and then we'll wrap up public testimony and we can get back to this particular item. Sarah, is there any other public testimony for this?
There are no other hands raised online.
Okay, we're going to
We're
go
not
ahead and
seeing
wrap up.
anyone in person.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and close public testimony and send it back to the applicant to respond to those comments, and then we can discuss more fully how the commission would like to move forward.
Can I ask a quick question? The
Sure.
development at Armor and Truce, I've heard those are part of yours as well?
Thank you for that question. No, that is a separate company developing on Armor and Trees to Air and no way related to them.
Just wanted to confirm who it was.
Sure. Yep.
Okay,
I believe that was Mac Properties. This is
Correct.
Millhouse. Yep.
okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, and so applicant, is there anything else you'd like to add in response to the public testimony, noting those two areas regarding materiality in the parking lot?
I don't believe we have anything additional, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Well, then we will go ahead and close all testimony and discuss as a commission. So first, we have a bunch of conditions that have been noted. My personal understanding of the notes brought up on the parking lot, I tend to completely agree that my understanding of what parking behind the building would mean that it's physically behind the building, not just behind the plane of the building. And so I would ask that in the motion, we add that as a requested variance. But open to anyone's comments on those two items or anything else.
I had a concern with the parking lot on the east building coming off of Truce, and I think that's what everybody had just said. The explanation given on the parking lot off of Forest, I thought then answered my concern of why they didn't put the entrance to that upper lot from Forest as well. So you're saying it's because of the topography that it didn't work to, but, okay, I'm still not comfortable with that. I think we're looking at traffic issues and accidents. It's too close to the bus line, it's too close to the stoplight and corner, especially going northbound. That's my concern of how safety is addressed with it having that entrance there.
Yeah, I think part of it's that there is an existing curb cut there. And so part of that was worked around. I believe Jonah, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we did look at potentially wrapping the building along Truce so we wouldn't have that entrance. And I don't believe that was feasible as we went through the engineering reports and kind of figured out what could we do with that site. It just didn't work. And so we have explored that option of, can we have the building all along Truce? And it just didn't work. Along with the topological changes, we'd end up with kind of awkward parking where we would lose a significant number of parking spaces to make those transitions and still be able to have safe and effective parking for our residents.
I think it's fair to also just add to that, one of the reasons I think that this has been a challenging site is that grade differential and how you make a development work on that site. And so I think that they've done everything they can to accommodate that precise comment and concern.
The concern is we've only mentioned one neighborhood, and I've been sitting here racking my brain. I'm coming up with the wrong neighborhood association on the east side of Truce. That's not Hyde Park. They're on the west side of Truce. Who's on the east side? Have you had any interaction with the east side neighborhood?
I believe we have. I can't place my finger as well on the name of that
Center City.
Center City. Thank you.
Thank you. I went Longfellow. I said,
Yeah.
Squire Park. I said, that's the wrong name. Center City. So you have had or you have not had?
Yeah, we've had, I think, 3 or 4 public engagement meetings with members of the neighborhood groups, and they've all been invited and
But no
welcome
kind
to
of
attend.
support from them.
Yep.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else to discuss before we make a motion?
I guess in terms of like the materials, I would be in favor of a more faithful interpretation of the Truce overlay in terms of sticking more to the 80% primary material I don't know if we've really come to a consensus on that, but just to be consistent with other buildings within the overlay district, I would be in support of that.
Yeah, I after running through this a little bit deeper, I think I do agree with that. I identify, I can see where there was an attempt to get there, and I understand that there's cost related to going with brick and all that kind of stuff, but I do agree.
Anna, could you bring up the facades again? My interpretation of the overlay, the way it's written, is squarely with what the applicant read. But besides that, when we're looking at a project that has 6 and potentially 7 variances, I think that, and actually, if you could pull up the facades, not actually the text for the overlay.
Oh, my.
It's okay. But when we're looking at a project with 6 or 7 variances, clearly we're trying to make a good project go forward in a way that makes sense. And so I'd be curious to hear from other fellow commissioners what you all think is the right place to land, not necessarily based upon what the interpretation of the overlay. Of course, that's the way we should be guided on this. But I think that my analysis of the way we received the presentation was there was general in general, people liked what they saw, but then once understanding that perhaps we should be asking for 80% brick, that's what kind of changed the perspective. And again, my reading of it, as it is 2 very different sentences, and it says secondary materials are allowed above the first floor. My reading of it is that this passes. But I'd be curious, aside from all that, and especially I'd be interested to hear from Commissioner Hasek with your architecture background, where you all would like to see this land.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just, Tyler, before, and I do want to hear what Matt has to say, definitely, but my big concern with this is that I am concerned. I think the developer knows the project better than anybody else in this room and knows what the cost of these materials for the overall project is going to be better than anybody else in this room. And I'm concerned that when we start mandating certain materials be used, that we're putting in jeopardy a low-income housing project for a neighborhood that really needs one. That's my concern.
agree.
The way I was going to address it was not that way. I was going to kind of talk about the way that the overlay reads on the side and rear yards. You can use full fiber cement board everywhere, other than, my understanding is, the first level. So a percentage of the brick that they have put on the backs and sides and things like that could technically be counted toward, for argument's sake, be counted towards the percentage. You're still not going to get to your 80% primary, but you're going to be closer.
That's what I was going to get at, is it's not necessarily looking at adding a significant amount of an otherwise expensive material, but reallocating the dollar signs basically to where I think the community wants to see more of that located, and where I think would be make a lot of sense given the context here.
Yeah, like those elevations.
And I might, forgive me if I'm getting a little bit in the subjective territory here, but like, for example, the little bands of brick at the bottom kind of bother me just a little bit. Those are like locations that I could see that being reallocated to have more mass of brick, again, along the Truce corridor, for example.
Yeah, like doing a corner,
Anna,
the corner piece, full height.
Could you continue to slowly flip through some of these? And then Commissioner Hasek, do you feel like you had a good understanding of the recommendation made by the member of the public who was talking about emphasizing brick on one facade more than the other?
I think I do. Yeah. I mean, again, it's a little hard to picture because I'm not terribly familiar with the area, but I think a lot of it just has to do with, again, the primary corridors getting upplayed in terms of the quality of the material. And that's my understanding of what he was getting at. And I'm in agreement if that is so.
If I may add, one other slight element of complication that comes in is not only does it require those higher level, or the side yard is a street side yard, which is treated as though it would be along Troost. So for building 2, we have a street side along Linwood, along Troost, and I believe it's 34th Street. So 3 of the 4 sides aren't actually side buildings, and have that lower standard, all three of those faces would require, under that interpretation to be 80%. Obviously, we have a different interpretation, but
Sure, sure. And that's what I'm saying, like more of like a good faith understanding of, because again, I think it's really hard to pin down, or kind of objectify a quality that tends to be more subjective. Aesthetics tend to be more subjective, and what we've attempted to do with the truth overlay is the best attempt at objectifying or creating some sort of objective standard to that. And so what I'm more interested in doing is trying to be as faithful to what the intention of that was. And so that's what my understanding is trying to be, kind of put forth a good faith effort to make sure that the Troost facade kind of gets the best treatment that I can, given I know that it's a limited budget with it being affordable housing and whatnot. But
So can I
Anna,
ask
could you remind, oh, go ahead.
a question of the ones you have up now, Anna? These three, so is the bottom one that shows like more brick to it, is that the Linwood face that we're
Yes,
talking
correct.
about?
Correct. So where my cursor is right now, that's the little side that faces Troost, and then you can see kind of the back of the building that wraps around. This is a little diagram that shows your perspective. And then this bottom building is the Linwood long stretch, but it's cut in two, for the architect chose to do that to fit it on the page.
Okay, thank you.
That's building
'Cause I'm
two.
like, okay, I see more on one of them, and let me know which one we're looking at, okay?
Yeah, this is building two, the Linwood side, and a little bit of the Troost side.
yeah. And then I'm going to get a little bit more into subjective territory here, in terms of like my recommendations if I was working on this building and I had to, kind of incorporate some of this. The idea of having brick running up 3 stories when it's a 4-story building is a pretty common strategy. I think the idea that usually people try to go for with that is it reads as though it's a 3-story building and that there's almost a distance but above the top window that would otherwise be a cornice and then would read as almost an addition. What we're seeing on this is I think it's like directly a halfway point between that would be on the full height windows, but it's below the halfway point for some of the windows and doesn't read as though it would be a cornice, right? I feel like having a little bit, if you must have only 3 stories of brick, bringing that up, just that datum up just a little bit so that it reads as though that's the top of a building with an addition rather than just kind of this hastily placed datum on that building. Does that make any sense?
That does make sense, and we will definitely look
Okay.
into that.
And that's what I'm saying is if this, you aren't able to run that full height and reallocate, like I said, some of the materials or some of the brick from other parts of the building towards the Troost corridor. Another thing with this, square windows kind of bug me a little bit, having some kind of other proportion to those windows. Again, I know that you're limited on sort of prefabricated sizes, but you can kind of combine windows to create different proportions for the windows. And I think that would help with this a little bit as well.
Okay, Nick, thank you very much. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll definitely take those comments and look into them. We have members of our architecture team here with us as well. So
Mhm.
thank you.
Yeah. And then just
All right,
one,
yeah, go
I
ahead.
was just saying one other thing, and again, this is more of like a strategy that I found helpful in the past when dealing with trying to limit how much brick you're using. But what you've got windows that are effectively like the openings themselves, right? So sometimes what can help is having material around the windows that helps limit how much brick there is, so the opening is perceived bigger than what the actual window is. So that can help, again, reallocate some of that brick to other locations if necessary. So again, just some suggestions and strategies moving forward for this to help kind of up to the aesthetics.
Yeah, one additional suggestion, and I know this doesn't it reads differently in the Troost overlay, is like EFIS is not a primary material, but there is, you can bring brick up to a certain point and at high points where no one can touch or see, you can go to an EFIS brick looking thing, which gets the aesthetic, and that might, I'm not sure, it's a conversation to have with the neighborhood. But that might be something you can switch to. It might have been something you guys already talked about, but that might help make it appear to be more.
Yeah, that was my comment was mainly where does that transition happen? And so that's what I say is like treat it as though it's a 3-story building that has a 1-story addition above it rather than just a sort of arbitrarily selected change in material. So
thank you.
All right. Lots to consider. If people are feeling ready, what I would want to see personally is a motion that emphasizes condition number 11. That's the one that talks about materiality. And so I think that we could emphasize in number 11 that the applicant, take this conversation to heart and think about modifications before it goes to BZA. Because I think Commissioner Hasek, you made a good point that right now they're trying to follow the intent of what's written, which is putting brick, their primary material, along the entire first floor. But to your point, it might actually end up having a better impact not following that so rigidly. So I think we could encourage a little bit of creativity with materiality, but still recommending that a variance or deviation be approved. And so then there are two other things that we need to add in addition to everything that was given in the presentations. I personally would like us to add another variance or deviation for the parking lot, because I do feel as though the intent of that is that a parking lot needs to be physically behind the building, not just behind the plane of the building. And I guess that's the last piece. So that's kind of what I would like to see, but curious if other people are aligned or if there's anything else that we need to discuss further.
Yeah, can you just elaborate for just a second on that variance regarding the parking? Just so I fully understand what you're looking for. And
Sure, and Anna and Sarah might be able to help here, but I think similarly to the 6 other variances or deviations, we need to add a new condition. So I don't know what condition that would be. I don't know what our last condition is, but adding a new condition that we're recommending approval of a variance or deviation as authorized by the law department so that their parking lot can exist as portrayed in the plans and that it doesn't have to be located behind the building.
Okay.
I think that either way, staff's current reading of it says it's not necessary, which is great. And so this is just extra protection then for the applicant as they go to BZA, that it says CPC saw this, and regardless of how you read it, we still think that the project makes sense as it was put together.
That way, if somebody at BZA or city council believes it's not behind the building, we can say we still recommended it.
Correct.
Yep.
okay. So then I have some clarifications too, just because we have a lot of conditions that we're kind of revising. So we had previously mentioned revisions of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 14 per staff presentation. Are we wanting to not revise number 11? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I think that's correct. But then 11, I think you could even expand further, and just recommending that the applicant, think of the materiality with a little bit more leeway based upon this conversation before they go to BZA. I mean, ultimately, BZA is going to decide if they agree with, something that interprets this more broadly or not.
And then I have a clarification on 32 because I was writing some stuff down while that was being discussed. I heard off and on that it was to be removed and then not to be removed. What did we ultimately decide on 32?
It is to remain.
Are we adding that portion in there,
So-
or is that for 36?
My notes have 32 remaining as is, and on 36, exactly as you stated, adding in the event of.
Okay.
Okay. And then the last one I have, which I don't know if we discussed too much, was 26, condition 26.
We need to add language that says deviation as authorized by the law department, or deviation as authorized by the law department.
Okay.
Yeah, I think too, we would like the additional language just to clarify when the Boulevard and Parkway standards apply. That's kind of that first chunk of red. Truly, all it does is make sure that to the extent the Boulevard and Parkway system applies and isn't in conflict with the overlay district, that it really does apply. So it's just a clear conflict and just clarify the language.
Okay.
And then are we striking 30 and 37?
Correct.
Okay. I think I got it all. Someone stop me as I'm going if we don't. So are we ready to make a motion or do we have any other discussion items?
Deep breath.
I have a question actually,
Oh,
but
damn it.
after all the architecture and engineering questions, I just have, do you know what's going to happen with the mural in that corner, the King's mural?
Yes, that is one of the reasons we have the parking lot ingress point there, is so that way that area remains unobstructed. So that way, as you're driving by or walking along the street, that there's no buildings or other landscaping in the way.
You won't block it.
No, we will not be blocking it. No, it'll remain.
Cool. Yeah, that was it.
Okay. with that, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion here. Let me show I'm on the right docket item. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve docket item number 8 with the condition 8, 9, 10, 12, and 14 to be amended per the staff presentation. Condition number 11 to recommend that we think of the trust overlay with a little bit more leeway per the discussion with the CPC. Removal of conditions number 13, 30, and 37. And then the amendment of condition number 26 to have deviation as authorized by the law department. And then also additional clarification when boulevards and parkways standards apply. And then finally, condition number 36 to remove adding language that only in the that it only applies in the condition of the presence of a underground sewer line.
Second.
And then lastly, I'd like to add another, an additional.
Yes, the additional, and then adding an additional condition that variance for the parking being behind the building is deviating as per the authorization of the law department.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 8 with conditions and the amended conditions. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Pasek,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
All right, it's been unanimously approved. Thank you very much for the project, and thanks to the commission for working through that. And I'll hand it back to Kobe. Sorry to miss you all, but I'll see y'all later.
It's all right. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. See you.
Good luck.
Everybody okay?
Yeah.
We
We lived.
20 minutes.
Listen, there was a lot of conditions.
Gotta get this done.
Yes, no, take whatever. Sorry, I've drawn on everything, but.
That's
We try to stick around, but I'm not sure if they will or not.
Yeah.
I told them they didn't need to.
You think we can get 4 done in that same amount of time?
In 1 hour, yeah. I hope so. I looked at some of them.
But we can do it.
Well, I'm not gonna say anything.
Okay, we ready?
Ready.
Maybe not. So I think we're gonna try to move up a condition or project number 12 up, hear that first if we can, before we move on to number 9.
Okay.
Okay.
So if we could do number 12, please.
Sure.
Sorry about-
Docket item number 12 is case CD CPC 2025-128. Amendments to Chapter 88 Zoning and Development Code regarding digital signs in residential districts. You all are getting another staff presentation from me. Councilmember, would you like to say anything before you want me to go ahead and do this first?
Oh, yeah, a couple items, I guess. First of all, thank you to our staff. It's something I reached out with earlier on this year. A lot of school districts up in the Northland are going under remodeling of their high schools or middle schools or elementary schools and are looking to do some type of signage, not just the marquee where you have to go put the letters in yourself, but have some kind of signage where they can do it through the office with the right kind of communications. And a lot of times when you drive up there, you see the PTA conferences left up for a couple months after the PTA conferences are already over with. So that's the spirit of the ask that I've gotten from several folks. And I know previously I talked with my predecessor, Councilwoman Hall. She did introduce some waivers back on her time on council for certain school districts with their projects to waive the ordinance or current code to allow for signage. And I just want there to be a simple process that they could go through an application and then get a special permit for that. So that's the spirit of this. And I appreciate staff for helping out with this.
So let me share my screen here. This is case CD CPC 2025-128 to provide for text amendments for digital signs in residential districts. So a quick overview of the existing code section first. Section 88-445-06 concerns signs in residential districts, and then subsection 4 talks about institutional and office uses, and that includes churches, schools, police or fire stations, community centers, public parks, office buildings, or other permitted principal uses. And we allow for 4 different types of signs for these uses: monument signs, wall signs, incidental signs like at driveways, and interim signs. The proposed text amendment would add a new subsection in that subsection 4E, digital signs. And an overview of the requirements, this would require the approval of a special use permit. So a church or school, et cetera, could not just get a sign permit. They would have to first get a special use permit from the BZA. This would be allowed only on lots of at least 6 acres in size, or a lot of at least 3 acres in size adjacent to a major arterial street, and would allow a digital sign face on one of the otherwise allowed monument signs. And we have some additional requirements with regards to location. The sign would have to be at least 100 feet from any other residentially zoned or occupied property and set back at least 100 feet from the right-of-way. It could not be located within 150 feet of a public park or parkway or boulevard. This aligns with the requirements of the boulevard and parkway standards. And it could not be located on a lot that's within a designated historic district or where there's a designated historic landmark. And then we have some operational requirements, mainly trying to prevent digital signs from becoming TV screens, to require some automatic light level controls, couldn't be illuminated at night, couldn't have a white background. That's to cut down on brightness, and sign must be turned off if it's malfunctioning. Staff recommends approval of these. We think that this meets the goals of the council member and also tries to balance protection for residential neighborhoods. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about this case.
Go back one slide. I didn't finish reading it. You had,
Sorry.
that was for the hours that it couldn't be operational. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the commission?
So this still does not eliminate the actual portion of this code coming back for us to review when it comes to office buildings, restaurants, and that type of
Right.
thing?
Special use permits do come to you first before they go to BZA for approval. So I'm sorry, was that?
I'm asking.
Okay.
We already went through a review maybe a month ago for the drive-in digital
Right.
signs.
That was a
and-
different section. Mhm.
And when we did that, it was stated that there's a separate section for monument signs where we would deal with the digital option.
For
So what
commercial
I'm asking
signs,
now-
no, this would be just in residential districts.
So we still will be looking at the digital signs that are in more of your business areas, as I think you were trying to term it?
Yes, we have had, really, if you think about all of the questions and suggestions and requests for digital signs that city planning and development receives, I would say they're in 3 main buckets: residential districts for churches, schools, et cetera; drive-through menu boards, which we discussed previously; and then we also get requests for marquees, gas station canopies, other types of non-drive-through commercial signs. We're still evaluating what's possible and legal for us to enforce. We hear a lot that there's not interest in having large-scale digital signs everywhere. So yes, that's still something that we're working on. Sign regulations are a very detailed and specific area of law that I won't even pretend to be an expert in. It's difficult.
So,
Yes, there are others that we are also looking into.
So go back for me where the page was where you were telling us the conditions. That's one of them. I think you had one before that as well.
These are the location requirements: 6 acres in size or at least 3 acres on a major arterial street, you would be allowed digital sign faces on one monument sign. And then these are requirements for setbacks and
The
historic
question on the
districts.
monument side, it can be two-sided if it's if it's vertical, right? Or
Yeah.
we're talking about it only facing the street with the digital, which kind of
You could
position are
have
we
digital sign faces on one monument sign, but on both sides.
Okay.
Good.
Question, if this passes
That's it,
through,
one
how do we handle existing? Is it still, they still have to be applicable to, like, if you go to the next slide over, like, let's say, sorry, one more. Yep. So can we enforce this on existing signage in residential?
Existing signs in residential districts are not allowed to be digital, so
Okay.
yes,
Okay.
This is new.
So this is,
this would be new.
this is just an added, okay.
Any other questions from the commission? All right, let's open it up for public testimony then. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item 12, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon. Good morning or afternoon. Gosh, late afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. My name is Tiffany Moore. I live at 6581 Rock Hill Road. Today, I'm here speaking as the 6th District representative of the Neighborhood Advisory Council, as well as a resident. I'm here to continue advocating for the protection of existing signage codes, including those in residential zoning districts. Additionally, I ask that you consider Vision Zero, the council-endorsed initiative to reduce traffic and pedestrian harm, in weighing the value of today's proposed changes. The sheer nature of allowing institutions, which are non-residential uses, to exist in residential zoning facilitates access and proximity to the users and is particularly important for schools and churches. This integration limits the use of some commercial tools, such as lighting and signage, to be consistent with the residential nature of the zoning district. Approving individual adjustments that erode this relationship in the code will have the realized impact of rezoning the property without meeting the requirements of that action. The sign industry has advocated for modern sign technologies for over a decade. The Neighborhood Advisory Council has long been a participant in the working group convened by the city to research and make recommendations on signage policy that fully validates the impacts to community character, traffic safety, and the environment. That data has not changed. What has changed is the data on distracted driving crashes and fatalities, which continues to increase every single year. While we often associate cell phone usage with distracted driving, the actual definition is any visual distraction that causes you to take your eyes away from the road. The layers of distraction, according to the Centers for Disease Control, also include using GPS, looking at a billboard, rubbernecking an accident, checking out scenery, or even looking at other cars. Another source identifies the growing impact of interactive screens and controls within the vehicles themselves. The staff report for this case identifies an interest to seek balance between the communication needs of institutional uses and the interests of residential neighborhoods, but does not provide ample information on what those needs are, nor does it document any feedback from residential communities. The staff report does highlight the history of the effort to expand digital signage, most importantly that there was no consensus on the details of digital signage in residential districts. Specific details presented in this amendment failed in previous attempts because there is simply no appetite for the signage from residential communities, and the restrictions proposed, such as large setbacks, were unacceptable to the institutions. Broadly expanding the use of digital technology, adding the burden of special use permits, and increasing the enforcement obligation of the city are not in the best interest of the public. Special use permits are regressive, burdensome, and create unnecessary conflicts across communities that include neighborhoods, business districts, and a host of institutions of varying density. The use of special use permits shifts the duty of the city to maintain consistent guidance and oversight of zoning policy to individuals and neighborhood organizations. Individual sign requests are very different than other less frequent special use permit applications. Before the changes proposed in this case receive serious consideration, the communication needs of the institutions and the merits of that justification must be both presented and validated, and significant public input must be considered. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else?
I did forget to mention that we received a letter from the Center Planning and Development Council on Monday that's attached to the case in Compass KC. It's very short. They just said that they objected to the amendments.
Okay, what's the reasoning behind that? Just,
I don't recall exactly what they said, but basically that they don't think that any changes are needed.
okay. All right, anybody else?
There are no other hands raised online.
Okay, close public testimony then. Would you like to respond to testimony we received?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And like I said, thank you again to staff. Really appreciate your help in this process. I think that there's still the tools in there in protection when applying for a sign like this. This is talking about a lot of school districts up north are municipalities, and in this it says that the image cannot change within an hour, and it's not going to have a white background. I think that there are some very common sense protections in there that make sense. And I think you can look at it as a case by case basis. I know that there's people who do not want to have any changes or any amendments to any of the signage, and I understand that. But when you have school districts reaching out, asking for the ability for them to apply for a special use permit or some type of process, I think it's better to do it this way than just waiving the code like we've done in the past. And I think this is a common sense policy, and would love for it to move on to talk with colleagues about this further. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. With that, we'll close testimony and pick them on to the commission. Any thoughts?
That letter, basically, I just read it based on that ordinance unintended consequence would hit neighbors against each other, which I'm not exact. I wish I would have gone into a little bit further depth there. Oops, sorry, I couldn't speak. I'll let you take this one.
Okay. Anybody else got anything?
I think that I would prefer that we look at this when we actually do the monument signs themselves for business.
Okay. I think this is just providing an opportunity to with the ability to have a digital sign. I mean, there's some that most of the signs now are painted. Everything's painted on, or you can't change it unless you put up a new front face or something like that. All the digital sign is giving the ability for a school district or some other a church to add something for what's happening that week. It's not blinking. It's not changing rapidly or anything like that. It's just providing an option that those businesses can use for their signage and their marquees. So in a lot of ways, I don't see it being a big request, because it still has to go through the special use permit. So you get to look at each one of them individually, and some don't make sense. They really don't, but some they do. And I think we ought to give those entities the opportunity to put up the sign that they need that best works for them.
Is this something where if the church wants to, only has 90 feet instead of 100 feet, they can ask for a variance to still put their sign up or something like that?
You could ask for a variance.
This just to
Go
me actually seems fairly restrictive. And maybe I'm the only one who has that opinion, but
I guess my question is, couldn't they, without this, couldn't they just ask for a variance to put up a digital sign with restrictions?
The BZA cannot authorize variances to the types of signs. So if a sign type is not permitted, they can't approve a variance that would allow a sign type to be erected. And the BZA has been asked about the issue of digital signs in the last year and has declined to authorize a variance to permit someone to, make a sign face digital. So, we don't think that legally they can do that, but they also have declined to do it when asked.
Why?
So they can't
I
grant
just,
a
I just don't,
variance.
I guess I don't understand why we're adding.
You were to, to sign type. So today, without these amendments, the BZA does not, I think legally they're not supposed to. And when asked, they have declined to authorize it.
But if we have a code provision outlining requirements for digital signs,
Mm-hmm.
would they be able to grant variances
It would be a special use permit. They would have
at
to apply.
their discretion if you're applying for a special use permit to comply with the guidelines?
They can grant variances to some of the standards. Like they could probably grant a variance to, I have a 5.9 acre site, not a 6 acre site. Can I have a variance to that possibly? Yeah. Yeah,
I mean,
just
and
some of the
it's not
standards.
unusual. It's not unusual for the board to grant variances when they're approving a special use permit. But I think what Sarah was saying is that as it stands today, you couldn't use the variance process to get approved for a digital sign where it's not allowed.
I guess I'm just confused about that. Why? I mean, that is what a variance is.
Expressly says
No digital side. Oh,
no variances on sign type. It's expressly prohibited by the code. That's why.
but it doesn't express no digital signs.
It does.
It does. It does. It does express. Okay.
So why are we not removing that when we're making this amendment?
That would, well, I don't think anyone's asked for that. That would be a significantly broader change than what.
I mean, I feel like this is really restrictive. And if we don't give our constituents a way to do anything beyond just this, then why are we even doing it?
I mean, I think it's probably a conversation back and forth to make everyone part happy is what it sounds like.
The request was to advance a text amendment that would allow digital signs for these certain types of uses, not for the entire city. And so that's why it is a restrictive text amendment.
And you generally, the ones that want to have this are larger lot. They have the space to get the 100.
So is there anywhere that addresses the actual monument sign itself? We're talking digital, but now my mind is going to, is there a restriction on the size of this digital? Does that come back to the guidelines set on monument signs?
Yes, monument signs are restricted in residential districts to 32 square feet and 6 feet in height.
Yep.
So that's already somewhere else, but not with this actual portion where we could make it a digital sign. So tell me again, they're restricted to what size in residential?
32 square feet. Now that you're asking me again, I'm going to look it up.
Standard campaign sign, that's our max campaign signs for anywhere in the.
Yeah. So monument signs are 32, 6 feet high. Incidental signs are, 42 inches, 6 square, feet. Yeah, it's all spelled out there. Basically, a digital sign is going to be one of those types just in digital. So you don't have to re-say that there's size limitations because it will be, the digital sign is one of those.
So within our current monument information, even it was the standard letters that you had to put on, there are sign limitations of the actual message sign within the overall monument sign, right?
The limit is on the overall size of the monument sign, not on how much of it can be changeable copy. So the letters, you could theoretically, I mean, monument signs don't have to have any changeable copy. It could be though that the entire monument sign could be changeable copy. We don't limit that.
You okay? Good? This side, about you guys? All right, take a motion, please.
I'll make a motion to, this is docket item number 12, correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, make a motion to approve docket item number 12 then, without conditions.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 12. Andy, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
No.
Crowell,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes then.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you, staff.
Thank you. All right, let's move back to docket item number 9, please. Sure. Well, there's that. Yeah. I'll slow.
You're welcome. Do you want me to go ahead and call, or you want 5 minutes?
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman, do you want me to go ahead with
Number 9? Yes, please do. He's just going to the restroom. We'll be right back.
Docket item number 9 is case CD CPC 2025-95, a request to approve a rezoning from District R 7.5 to R 80 on about 21 acres generally located at the southeast corner of Northeast 108th Street and Northeast Shoal Creek Parkway.
All right, good afternoon again. This is.
The applicant available?
Should be,
Jacob Dobbs is online. I'm promoting him to panelist.
All right, so this is, and I'm sorry, let me get to the application. This is docket item number 9. This is a rezoning for Cuda Ridge Residential. This is the subject location in the northeastern portion of the city. And then here is an outline of the subject property. And then that red area that you see, that's the area that is proposed to be rezoned. Here is a look at the site from Northeast 108th Street. And then just an overall look. There are multiple projects moving forward with this application, but what we're focused on today is this rezoning. The property is currently zoned R75, and the applicant is proposing to rezone to R-80. So just again, the applicant is requesting the rezoning of only 21 acres of his 115-acre parcel. There is a project plan and special use permit attached to the property as well. Both of those are under review, and you should see them fairly soon. The rezoning is consistent with the area plan, and residential lots to the north and west are zoned R80, and properties to the south and east are residential uses that are lower density. Approval of this rezoning would allow the applicant to pursue a special use permit through the separate application that's coming forward later for a private sports field on the property. And so staff is recommending approval without conditions for the rezoning request. And that's it. I can answer any questions.
Any questions from the commission to city staff? All right, let's welcome the applicant then.
Hello. My name is Jacob Dobbs. I'm with Cobb Valley Engineering, and we applied for this rezoning on behalf of the owner, Cuda Investments LLC. Like the presenter said, this rezoning is part of an associated special use permit and project plan. The special use permit and project plan are for a later meeting, so I'll just try to focus on the rezoning. But a little bit about the development. It is a 41-acre single-family residential development with a couple connections along 108th Street, 104th Terrace. But the owner is just pursuing a rezoning of Lot 1 that will, like the presenter said, allow the application of the special use permit for the construction of a sports field for private use of the owner only. I believe this is a pretty straightforward case, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions for the applicant? So the Cuda owns the whole thing. They just want to do a portion that they're carving out to get the special use permit on.
Correct.
That
And
is
they'll
correct.
still, they will still own it after the rezoning as well.
Is there something that might come in later down the road? Is this part of, I'm just thinking of, Soul Creek Parkway there.
I think I'm able to share my screen here. I'll just pull up the overall plan if everyone can see it. The entire
Not yet.
intent is, I'm sorry, what?
I can't see your plan yet.
Oh, okay. Maybe there. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, here's a view of the entire development. Like outlined before, here is lot 1. It'll just be one single family home, and then also with the rezoning and the special use permit, a sports field, and then they also have an idea for a sports building as well. But yeah, the rest of the development is all part of the project plan slated for a later CPC meeting.
Okay. Any questions?
So did I hear them reference that this was for private use, the sport field?
Yes, that would be correct. They just wanted to construct a private sports field for their kids to play on.
So we're not in.
Orstein's over there judging.
Well, I'm trying to figure if it's going to be for kids to play, so we're inviting teams to come play. They have to have parents bringing them, which takes us back to Shoal Creek and traffic. That's where my mind was. I'm like, well, wait a minute.
And so the proposed use is not allowed in R75, and so that's why he's being required to rezone to an R-80 in order to have that use on that portion of property.
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
The proposed use, which is sports and recreation participant, is not allowed in an R-75, and so that's why he's rezoning to an R-80, because it's allowed in an R-80.
So if so if someone had a soccer goal in their yard and some lawn, would that be not authorized in?
That's not sports and recreation participant. That's a backyard.
So why
He's
is it?
talking about a full field.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. I just, okay.
What if there are 2 soccer goals?
I mean, I'm just like, let's say a pickleball court in someone's backyard. Is that technically recreational? I'm saying, I want to know where the line stops there. Cause I mean, I get it. If it's a huge field,
Right, so he is talking about a regulation size soccer
soccer field.
and potentially buildings, which staff
Okay.
has determined would meet the requirements for sports and recreation participant.
So, yeah, I guess I'm just not seeing,
And what is that? That's gonna
I'm
be a
not seeing the
private
buildings or anything like that. So I'm just seeing.
that development. What is that gonna be?
So the only portion that's being considered today is
Right.
the triangular shape. The rest is going to come through with a project plan, and you'll see that at a later date for residential units. I believe there's 41 of them, and that's currently under review. You'll see it.
But there's gonna be a private soccer field in between the residential development.
And I'll have the applicant confirm if the sports field is for the development or just for the applicant's use.
While we're
Right.
talking, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify, yeah, the sports field is not for the entire development, just for the applicant's use only. And to provide a little more context, I believe they're proposing to place turf down for the field.
And what sport is it?
I believe it's the size to meet standards for a soccer field.
Are there going to be lights for the evening?
No, there's no proposed lighting, no proposed fencing, no vehicular use proposed for the field. Those were all questions that came up for the special use permit review.
I mean, in all reality, a soccer field looks more appropriate for this area than the single family home he's building.
I'm confused. If our discussion earlier was saying, no, Sean, that's a backyard use. Why are we changing this to be zoned differently when his comments are making it sound like it's for his own backyard use? Am I missing something here?
That's where I'm at. I don't understand if there's no lights, there's no stadiums, there's nothing, and it's just, or no stadium seating, and it's just going to be a field. He's turfing an area and spray painting some lines.
He's mowing his grass.
I just don't understand. And maybe I'm off. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. I mean, it just sounds like
I would just stop
Doesn't make
asking
sense.
questions.
It's not making sense.
done.
I guess from that, can you help explain why they have to go through a special use permit to have a
So with discussions,
field on their property?
yeah, through discussions with the applicant, just the size of the field itself and that proposed sports building, that's what turns it from a residential primary use to that sports and recreation primary use. So it's not a backyard anymore. It's now being used as sports and recreation participant.
What's the sports building? What's that going to consist of?
And I'll defer that to the applicant in that question.
Okay.
Yeah, the sports building would just be a large accessory structure for them to store some equipment. I believe also it'd be large enough for them to maybe put a goal or other kind of sports equipment inside of it. The developer isn't able to make it today, but I would probably defer to them for what their intent is with the building exactly. But I believe it's just storage and some equipment.
Jacob, so there's a primary residence on this, and then there's an accessory building, a barn per se, or carriage house, and then a field, correct?
That's correct.
This sounds like there's like a verbiage issue, but I'm gonna leave it at that.
I think maybe what might help everybody out here is we kind of table this until we see the rest of the development come through. So you see it all at once and understand what's going on and how it fits with the rest of the development.
You do have a hand raised online for public testimony.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant right now? Okay, let's go ahead to public testimony then. If there's somebody out there that wants to speak regarding docket item number 9, please raise your hand or come forward and then we'll call upon you.
You have a hand raised online from Matt Cross.
Okay.
Paula needs to quit sharing his screen.
Jacob, could you stop sharing your screen, please? Thank you.
Certainly.
Matt Cross, you
Yes.
can
you
unmute
hear
and
me?
turn on your camera. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm with Call Valley Engineering, 8040 North Oak Traffic. I just wanted to jump in and say that, we've submitted for the special use application that will cover the field. So that's a completely separate topic. This is only for R80 rezoning of this portion of land. And my understanding is that R80 would also allow for a larger accessory building, or has different requirements for accessory buildings. And so that is another reason that R80 is preferable in this situation. It really has nothing to do with the sports field. The sports field is going through a special use permit, but this rezoning is also to allow for a larger building. And the intent of the developer is, this is private use. He's, like I said, there's no additional parking. It's for his kids. It's not necessarily just for soccer. It's for whatever sports they intend to or happen to be playing that year. He's got young kids. And then the building will be, you know, for his mower, for sports equipment, for whatever else need to support the kids in their sports.
Matt, what's the size designation that you are there that or that you are making that this needed to change the zoning? Because I mean, if it's a barn, it should be. I think it's allowed on R 7.5, right?
There, I don't have it. Let me pull up the code, but there.
He's correct that R80 does allow larger accessory buildings than the other R districts.
I agreed. I want to know what he's assuming because I would rather personally I would rather not change something to allow something more if he's just putting a barn to store a tractor and whatever. If he's trying to build a bigger building, then I want to know what it is. I'm not going to approve it that way. So my personal opinion. So it seems like we're getting piecemeal of this. So I do agree. I need to know what we're doing. I'm not going to approve or recommend approval of changing the district just for a field if there's something else coming. And then we've now changed it and it's going to a 3-story sports facility. That's not happening for me.
I agree. I think it's too vague right now, and I think we need to see what's going on in the whole development before we approve this. And to me, like, this is a private soccer facility. Even Parks and Rec will like to have a fence on $1 million soccer field, if they could. So the fact that there's not going to be a fence and anything is just going to be open to whoever wants to use it, and I don't know. I want to see
more
more
information.
Yeah.
So I will point out that the rezoning is in line with the master plan for this area. And it's not going to a more dense zoning. It's actually going to a less dense. And so, you know, once again,
But less restrictive.
I'm sorry.
It's going to be less restrictive going to R80.
In what way? Because of the building?
The way that you guys are saying for a bigger building.
It's not necessarily less restrictive. I would almost argue that R80 is more restrictive on the lot requirements.
I think it's just kind of clarify, we're only looking at rezoning right now, period. We're not looking at the special use permit. So I think we got to get rid of the thought process of what is happening on the special use permit.
The special use permit has been submitted under a separate
Sorry,
application.
Mr. Cross, I'm talking right now. Thank you. So I think we're looking at just the rezoning, and then the special use permit application is going to come later to show, and it'll have hopefully a more detailed site plan, what they propose to do. So I think we need to look at this project or this case from the zoning standpoint only. Any questions? Do we have anybody else on public testimony?
There are no other hands raised
Okay.
online.
Let's go ahead and close public testimony then. I think we've had some back and forth on this. Let's talk about it a little bit here and then go forward. So closing testimony at this time.
Closing testimony for them?
Yep. Yeah. It's just us right now.
Oh, from us now?
Yeah.
I'd prefer us wait and do them all at one time.
Okay.
Separate.
I think what their
separate
concern
sales.
is if they can't get the rezoning, then they're not even going to apply for the special use permit.
They
Right.
have applied for the special use permit.
They have
Already.
applied for the special use permit and the project
Okay.
plan.
I guess that's
Can we follow you advice on table it? Do we see everything
Can't
else?
they even get the SUP if we don't rezone it?
It can go at the same CPC meeting as the rezoning. We would just place a hold on it and not move it forward to a BZA until the city council has made a decision.
they're just trying to get the rezoning through council while the special use is catching up.
What is the purpose of approving, what are you saying you want to approve them all at once? What is them?
We have several times, we've had dockets where we've had zoning, development plans,
Area
something
plan.
else.
Yeah, when it's like
area
4.1,
plans.
4.2, 4.3,
Yeah.
it's three different.
Yeah.
It's kind of like,
Breaking this one out to be separate when we already know some others are coming. We can hear everything that they're planning or wanting to do. Right now, we're looking at, we have no idea what they really want to do. We've had different bits and pieces and different people saying a little bit of something, but not the full thing. And keeping in mind of its location, and as Chairman Crow brought up, are they really trying to end up doing something that's going to affect transportation in that area? We have no clue just doing the zoning.
can you, what are all the lots surrounding this area? Are they all R7.5? Or are they R80?
Hang on, let me share my screen for everyone online. The lots to the north and east, I believe, are R80, and then there's a higher intensity throughout the south of the property. Let me just double check that.
It would be R80 below as well?
No, R80 just to the north.
Okay.
Do we have a date when that special use permit is supposed to reach CPC?
The special use permit and the project plan are scheduled for September 3rd.
September 3rd?
Mhm.
Okay. Why don't we just continue it to September 3rd and then just vote on the two as a, 4.1, 4.2, whatever you call that combination?
Are you making a motion?
Yeah, might as well. Making a motion to continue docket item number 9 until September 3rd.
As part of the continuance, is there anything you want them to do with that? Or you just want it to be combined with the special?
I just combine it with the special use.
All right.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second to continue docket item number 9 for further discussion until September 3rd without fee,
Yeah, without fee.
so that it can be put together with the special use permit. Andy, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes. Try to combine those two pieces together, rezoning and the special use permit together.
We can do that.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to docket item 10, which I think everybody's here for, right?
Docket item number 10 is case CD CPC 2025-100, a request to approve a historic overlay designation for the Norman School Historic District to the Kansas City Register of Historic Places on about 14.1 acres for the properties encompassed by West 35th Street on the north, Pennsylvania Avenue on the east, Valentine Road on the south, and Summit Street on the west.
Know what I mean?
CD CPC 2025-00100 is today's docket item number 10, and the applicant is requesting a historic district overlay. The site is located within the 4th district. It's also under the Midtown Plaza area plan. Here's a closer image of the area proposed. It's bounded by 35th Street to the north, Pennsylvania Avenue to the east, Valentine Road to the south, and Summit Street, also Southwest Boulevard to the west. The applicant is the Valentine Neighborhood Association, and there's multiple property owners within this area. The area is eligible for listing under criteria C in the area of architecture under the National Register of Historic Places. I do want to add for the record, within the staff report, pages 2 and 5 both say the standards are from Secretary of Interior Standards. This isn't true. It is in fact under the National Register of Historic Places. So within this area, there are 58 contributing resources. The evolution of this area is an example of the streetcar suburb, which is called out in the National Register of Historic Places multiple property documentation form with the title Historic Residential Suburbs in the U.S. from 1830 to 1930. The section of significance we will hear today will be the time period between 1888 to 1928, a spark of early suburban development from the streetcar. So here you could see where the streetcar went through on Summit Street on the left-hand side of your screen. And then on the right-hand side, you could see where Southwest Trafficway is today. So examples of architectural features. Here are some examples of the Kansas City Shirtwaist. It's a very unique style to Kansas City. American Foursquare examples, which were popular from the mid-19th century to early 20th century. The Prairie style examples, which was pioneered and popularized by Frank Lloyd Wright, who built many structures, both residential and commercial in Kansas City. The Tudor home, the Tudor home is an example which migrated to the United States from the late 19th century and early 20th century from England. And then the colonnaded apartments, which are called out in the multiple property documentation form for emerging suburbs. These apartments provided housing for emerging middle-class residents at the time in Kansas City. And then the Norman School is a Jacob Ethan revival school, which was built during the Progressive era. So this school provided building with ventilation and daylight of rooms and hallways. And so the area proposed for this historic district or historic overlay is within the Midtown Plaza area. And in 2013, the area plan was finalized. The plan concluded that 94 residents within this boundary thought it was important or somewhat important to preserve buildings and heritages of this area. The current land use is residential medium density and residential low density, which is also the future land use recommendation of the area plan. And the plan encourages planning tools such as the historic overlay to maintain the historic fabric of this area. The Kansas City Playbook also aims to preserve the city's built character. And so one of the tools would be the historic overlay in order to do this. And so Chapter 88-580-01-D speaks to items the CPC must consider if approving a historic designation. CPC must hold one public hearing for the historic overlay designation forwarded from the Historic Preservation Commission, which is what we're doing today. It states that CPC must act by a majority vote for recommendation, approval with modification or denial. The district is eligible for listing under the National Register of Historic Places, which we've heard today would be eligible for C, the criteria of architectural significance. And that the area is, that this is a conformance with the city's adopted plans. And then also the economic impact of this designation on subject properties in surrounding areas. Currently, there are no adopted plans within the proposed district or the surrounding area at this time. And staff recommends approval, and the Historic Preservation Commission also recommended approval.
Okay, thank you. So this being an overlay, how many of the actual property owners need to sign off on this overlay?
So for this, there's 3 ways you could actually apply for filing. One of those would be an organization from the neighborhood would actually apply. So there wouldn't be any signage from the owners within the property.
So the actual people that own the property or the house or anything, whether they want it or not, they're not involved in this or have authority approval?
No.
Okay. In this particular case, what's the nexus of this being brought up? And
So after CPC, it would go to council.
why is this being done now?
Um,
Bringing that up.
I would let the applicant talk to that.
Okay. And then how many of the houses that are within this neighborhood are fully on board?
I will also let the applicant speak to that.
All right. Any other questions from commission?
Oh, this area is not currently on any registered local or national. We're just trying to make the whole area a historic landmark.
Yes, it's not on the national, it's not on the local.
So to get the overlay, do they have to be on one of those?
This is for the local overlay. So this is what this application is asking for, this area to be on the local historic district. But
Not on the register, the
it-
local register, they don't have to be registered as a historic place. They just want to do a historic overlay?
yes, currently it's not on the national registry. This is just asking for the local designation.
Question over there?
A good question for Brad.
Okay. So is this, I mean, and it might get answered by the applicant, but is this a step to get registered nationally, or is this registered locally? Is there a tax benefit? What is there, or is it truly just, what is the goal? Or is that going to be?
This would be for just local listing. They can apply later to national. That's just for the local listing though.
Right in
I'm
here.
Brad
Yeah.
Wolf with City Planning Development, Historic Preservation. Just to clarify that earlier question, the Kansas City Register and the HO overlay actually are the same thing. So when we updated the ordinance in 2011, the Kansas City Register became HO overlay, so they're synonymous.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions for city staff right now? All right, let's welcome the applicant then. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name's Anna Zidell. I am a member of the board of the Valentine Neighborhood Association, and I'm also a resident in the proposed historic district. And today we are asking for your help with this historic designation. So preservation is not just good for our neighborhood, but it's good for the city overall. It offers cultural value, economic benefits, and a unique sense of place that can't be recreated once it's gone. As a neighborhood association, we care deeply about our community, but we don't always have the tools that we need to protect it. We can organize cleanups, support our neighbors, and build community spirit, but when it comes to larger forces like demolition and insensitive development, we need help. We want to be very clear. We are not anti-development, and we recognize the importance of growth and housing, but we are against the ongoing loss of historic homes that shape our neighborhood's identity. A majority of homeowners in this neighborhood do support the designation. People want to see the character of our community protected, and local designation is one of the few real tools available to protect what matters, and that's why we want your help. You may have already heard or may hear today that this effort is a retaliation against Kansas City Life Insurance Company, which is not true. As a neighborhood, we are fully supportive of thoughtful development, and we understand the need for housing in the city. Our only goal is to protect the historic character of our neighborhood, something that has been steadily eroded over the years. We've never opposed development simply because it's new. In fact, over the years, we have worked with dozens of developers who came to us with thoughtful plans and a willingness to engage with the community. These partnerships have resulted in projects that reflect the best of both worlds, preservation and progress. One great example is the redevelopment of the Norman School, which is now a beautifully restored building and an important asset to our neighborhood. We've welcomed new neighbors there, and the project stands as a model of what is possible when developers and communities work together. This is exactly the kind of collaboration that we want to continue, but we need a framework and tools that the historic designation provides in order for it to be done effectively and equitably. We wanted to give you a visual sense of what the neighborhood looks like overall. As mentioned earlier, many of these homes were built around the same time as the Norman School, a time when the area was growing and welcoming families who helped shape its character. These weren't necessarily the grandest or most expensive homes in Kansas City, but they were thoughtfully built with details and craftsmanship that shine through today. The uniqueness and character still resonates with people who choose to live here and invest in this neighborhood. These photos are just a small glimpse of what makes the area worth preserving. Another defining feature of the Norman School District is its rich diversity of housing types. Alongside the single-family homes that we saw on the previous slide, the neighborhood also has historical duplexes and a small-scale apartment building. These have been integral to the community for generations. This variety creates a more inclusive neighborhood, offering important housing options for people at all stages of life. It's a place where young renters can find affordable homes and where first-time buyers have a real opportunity to put down roots. Preserving this mix is essential for maintaining the neighborhood's character and accessibility for future generations. There may be concerns that creating a historic district would slow down future development, especially for Kansas City Life, who owns significant land in and around our neighborhood. We've struggled to understand this argument. Realistically, KC Life has owned much of this land for over 50 years, and in that time, very little has been maintained or built. Entire blocks, especially north of 35th Street, remain vacant. If redevelopment were truly a priority, they've had ample opportunity and space to begin, and nothing about historic designation prevents them from doing so going forward. We welcome the idea of working with them to restore housing that has been lost in the largely vacant areas in the neighborhood. As a resident living within the proposed district, I support the designation because I believe it will bring stability and not stagnation to the area. It will help protect property, promote neighborhood pride, and ensure that future growth respects the history and identity of this community. I see the district as a framework for smart, lasting investment that encourages revitalization. We also know that some residents have concerns, especially about the potential for complicated regulations or red tape. And that's a valid question and one that we have taken seriously throughout the process. To better understand what it's actually like to live in a historic district, we reached out to neighbors in similar districts across Kansas City. You can see in the image on the screen just how many designated historic areas there already are that surround our neighborhood. We invited these folks to our meetings, and what we consistently heard was encouraging. Being in a historic district has made a positive impact in ways that I've already mentioned. Yes, there are guidelines, but they're not nearly as burdensome as some fear. Homeowners in these other districts told us that many changes can be approved quickly via administrative approval, and when you need to review and from the commission, the Historic Preservation Commission has a reputation for working collaboratively with residents. We've learned the process is practical, and it's ultimately there to help preserve what people love and what their neighborhood is without looking into the past. No one is questioning whether the area is historic. That's clear for anyone who walks through the neighborhood. What some are arguing is that the existing protections are enough and that creating a local historic district would simply add another layer of bureaucracy for property owners. We considered this closely and believe that the current protections are not sufficient to prevent further demolition or insensitive development. To explain in more detail, I'm going to hand it over to Chris Jordan.
Hi, I'm Chris Jordan, Development Chair of the Valentine Neighborhood Association. As you probably know, our neighborhood has been fighting against the destruction of homes we think are worthy of protection since 1971. That's the year Kansas City Life first went to the city with a plan to demolish 19 acres containing homes and apartments. There were then about 68 homes in a 4-block area between 33rd and 35th Streets from Southwest Traffic Way to Pennsylvania. This picture is the plan that they filed. As you can see, it called for all of the homes between Valentine Road and 33rd Street to be replaced with office and apartment buildings. The neighborhood association was formed that year, and the city listened to the concerns of residents. The request from Kansas City Life to demolish these homes using eminent domain was stopped by the Plan Commission. Although the overall plan was stopped, Kansas City Life continued to buy property north of Valentine Road. We as a neighborhood have met with the company over many years and even seen some plans for development they said they wanted to do. But homes and apartments in the Norman School area continued to be lost. The historic Knickerbocker Apartments, once known as the most exclusive address in all of Kansas City, were lost despite the Neighborhood Association's long fight to save them. The first Knickerbocker was demolished in 1981, and the second one, lost after a fire, came down in 2020. The property is now a vacant lot just outside the proposed Norman School District. The lower picture is the current lot. Instead of seeing redevelopment, we have seen demolition. In October of 2024, Kansas City Life notified us that they plan to demolish 23 buildings in the area north of 35th Street. Now there are only 2 houses left, leaving our neighbors, like 91-year-old Mr. Hooley, surrounded by a sea of vacant lots. This is one of the houses that was demolished. We thought it could have been saved. Many of the lots in the area have been vacant for years, and the neighborhood is concerned that they will remain vacant as there is no plan for the future. When we were notified of this new round of demolitions, we responded that as a neighborhood, we have always been opposed to demolition unless there was a replacement plan. We have asked repeatedly to see a plan, but none has been offered. We hope that the city would help us stop the demolition, but could only watch as one by one they were torn down. This was done in a 30-day period. Now the 4-block area just north of the Norman School District is nearly empty. Additionally, Kansas City Life has filed to demolish 4 of the 11 buildings they own south of 35th Street in the proposed district. The future of the other 7 buildings is unknown. We are aware that the city is in need of affordable housing, and many of these 23 buildings have been providing that. But now they have been removed, and there is no officially filed plan to replace the lost housing stock. We have now seen sketches of what could be built, but what is proposed is not always what comes to fruition. Establishing a historic district can promote better development and ensure design that fits the character of the neighborhood. We know that you don't make your decision solely on the number of property owners in the district who are for it or against it. We know there is opposition, but there is also a great deal of support for the formation of the district. We have bent over backwards to make sure everyone in the district has had a chance to understand what a local historic district would mean. It helps to look at this on a map. As you can see, we have petitions or letters of support from 23 of the property owners in the district, which is 49%. That is in the green. 7 owners appear to be neutral or have not responded to outreach. 17 owners oppose the district. We get this number because some property owners have multiple properties in the district. For example, Kansas City Life owns 18 properties. We know they oppose this district, but as the Historic Commission has said, they should only get one vote. We believe the majority of the owners are in favor of the district. We also have support from other neighborhoods, many individuals, and organizations. We believe that with the Norman School Historic District in place, we will be able to work with the city and developers to ensure that when redevelopment begins, we will have the strongest voice possible in helping it to be successful. Thank you for your help.
Did you go back one slide? I was trying to read the neighborhoods. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, any questions from commission?
Yeah, I guess I have one. So I guess my presumption from this is that the formation of this would help prevent unnecessary demolitions of structures that could otherwise be saved. I'm assuming correct?
Correct. And to stabilize the neighborhood and promote development that would be in conformity with the historic
Yeah.
district.
The reason I specifically asked about the demolitions is, does this have any sort of provision to prevent a scenario of demolition by neglect?
Apparently, I believe that a property can sit for, if somebody lets a property sit, the timeline is 3 years before it can be torn down.
Okay. Okay, but that wouldn't be resolved or addressed at all within this?
Um,
That,
I don't think
yeah.
someone in the current local historic designation application to handle if someone is actively neglecting a home, and that's why it needs to be.
Yeah, yeah. That the reason I asked that is that I have seen that strategy used before, not to like name any names or anything, but as a way to sort of artificially induce a legal demolition of a building. So,
Just to clarify that a little bit, there's a citywide property maintenance requirement. The historic designation doesn't have anything beyond that, so it'd be
Mhm.
same as any property.
okay, so but that would help apply or help alleviate that a little bit.
It wouldn't really apply any differently to any house that's not designated or designated. Same
Okay.
guidelines apply.
Okay.
Just a question for you guys. I see a bunch of great neighborhoods kind of in your area. I don't see Scarrett or Pendleton Heights, which are like the two largest in Kansas City. Did you guys reach out to them by any chance? I just not because, I mean, it could help benefit the argument. I'm partial. I live in Pendleton Heights, so I've got quite a bit to say later, but would be good to talk with them and Scarrett because they've been doing it for a while.
We reached out to the ones that are around us, so we
Completely understand. It's just, it's a very similar.
Yes, we will.
Yep.
We will take that into consideration. Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission?
Do you have a public meeting, or how do you, not public meeting, but how do you engage this? Can you go back to the slide of the, yeah, that one, the favor and non-favor? Because right now you don't have majority, right? You have 49% on favor.
9% in favor, yeah,
Right, so.
To clarify, that's 49% of properties?
of property owners.
Property owners, okay.
Yes. So of the owners in the district, there are 47 owners of the properties. And so we have 23, which is 49% of those owners are in favor. And there are 17 owners that are against.
And do you reach out to individually, or do you have a meeting, or?
We started back in December as far as reaching out to every owner. We sent mailers. We've had our monthly neighborhood meetings that we have had discussions about this, and we let everybody know as far as January, February. I think every month that it's been open for discussion, and we've had specific meetings to discuss it and share information. So we've had multiple methods of reaching out to people since we started in December with this.
And I'm assuming the ones on like a darker red are the ones owned by the company?
Yes, the dark red is owned by Kansas City Life Properties.
Oh, I guess it's right there. Yeah,
Right.
sorry. What's the argument of just the other residents that are not company owned? Like, what's their, like, why they don't want to be part of it?
I think they can probably,
Yeah, let's let them say it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay.
Can I ask Mr. Wolf a question? I think the thing that I've heard when you have a historic designation on a property, then that property is then tied to using those types of materials and look. Is that still the case? Am I under the wrong impression of what that does to actual home repair?
In
on
terms
those
of,
existing properties? Yeah.
so yeah, generally exterior materials, we do recommend repairing when possible. And if it's beyond repair, then the guidelines say replace or replace with something that matches closely. So the commission generally has allowed other products. For example, wood lap siding, sometimes deteriorates over the years. We have approved substitute siding like, concrete hardy board, as long as it matches the design, what was there before. So they have flexibility on how they look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That takes me back to our chairman's first question of if there's a percentage that has to sign up to be a part, and then you're putting them under those types of restraints, and that's not what they want. So I just wanted to confirm that that was still part of the process. Thank you.
Are there any demolition permits in now or requests for demolition of any of the units now? Is that the 4 you said? Okay. And so that was kind of the nexus of starting this whole process.
we started the process, we actually started this process in 2019 with with national historic designation. So we began this with the national. Years ago, we started doing the surveys. We've been working with Brad Wolf in the department as far as our application for national designation. We as a neighborhood have been doing this ourselves, volunteers, and other neighborhoods that have done this in the past have hired people that can cost thousands of dollars to do it. So we've not had those resources to do it, so it's taken us a longer time to do it. Our national application, we just submitted our eligibility assessment, so that is now in, and we're very close to having all of that submitted and done for national designation. So we started with that.
Okay. But this piece for the Kansas City designation's been since January, December.
Yeah, so we started the process in December
Okay.
with the local designation.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions?
I'd like to hear public testimony first.
Okay. All right, let's open it up for public testimony then. If anybody'd like to speak, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Ethan Starr. I serve as the Executive Director of Historic Kansas City. We serve as the premier voice for historic preservation here in the KC Metro. For just over 50 years, our nonprofit organization has worked to protect, promote, preserve our region's historic landmarks and districts. It was through the acute need of urban neighborhoods like Valentine, suffering from decay and institutional neglect, that our organization came into existence all those years ago. We support the Valentine Neighborhood Association as they seek to designate this 4-block stretch from Valentine to 35th, Summit to Pennsylvania, as a historic district on the Kansas City Register of Historic Places. The district is named for the Norman School, that great edifice, an example of adaptive reuse known probably to all of us driving on the trafficway, and maintains a diverse fabric of shirtwaists and sixplexes, colonnaded apartments, and grand mansions. Built between 1902 and 1924, this district is locally significant under Criterion C in the area of architecture. What that means is rather than famous people or major events, it's the buildings themselves that are deemed significant. This is one of the 4 criteria used in determining eligibility for the National Register of Historic Places, that national honor roll, which sets forth the professional procedures for our local level as well, administered by the Department of the Interior, the National Park Service, and here in Missouri, our State Historic Preservation Office, or SHPO. I took the helm at Historic KC after working for the Missouri State Historic Preservation Office for a couple of years. Essentially, I was one of their economic development people, assisting property owners working through adaptive reuse projects of historic buildings. It was before my tenure at the SHPO began that Valentine residents and Kansas City's Preservation Office submitted a comprehensive survey of the area, to which the SHPO responded that the neighborhood would be eligible for listing, though it would have to be in the form of multiple districts, piecemeal, so to say, in part because of thoroughfares like 39th Street and such. They also expressed concerns regarding the deterioration of integrity caused by building demolitions and the sawtooth-like proliferation of grassy lots. National Register districts can't be listed unless there's a cumulative integrity of the entire area within those boundaries. In other words, if you start losing buildings, if you get a lack of geographic contiguity, you're ineligible. I can affirm that the designation of this northern portion of the neighborhood is in keeping with professional preservation practices and standards. Local historic designation, crucially, will ensure that this northernmost area retains the adequate integrity to be incorporated into a forthcoming National Register district nomination consistent with the recommendations received from the State Historic Preservation Office. We have good news, as Chris mentioned, to provide on this front. We were proud to assist the Valentine neighbors with submission to the SHPO of an eligibility assessment just this past week to create a National Register district in the Valentine neighborhood. This is an additional positive step towards certification of a district with the SHPO and the National Park Service. Our organization is eager to move this process forward in parallel with local historic designations in the Valentine neighborhood and elsewhere, as it would not only bring a further level of recognition to our community, but establish eligibility, crucially, for state and federal historic tax credit programs. We earnestly hope that not just homeowners within the neighborhood, but owners of income-producing properties like KC Life embrace historic designations as the tried and true pathway to economic development that we know them to be. These preservation incentive programs have already borne fruit within this neighborhood through the rehabilitation of its namesake Norman School property. The presence of large institutions on the edges of residential neighborhoods, historic neighborhoods, is nothing new to our community. Historic KC has had ample experience working with neighborhood groups to ensure they can retain their diverse mix of single-family homes, apartment buildings, and commercial building typologies, just as this diverse building stock supported a high quality of life when they came into existence over a century ago to support streetcar commuters. In this case, local designation is an essential tool to ensure that the neighborhood is able to retain an equilibrium between local residents and property owners, a powerful institution. But that can be done utilizing professional preservation standards and the Historic Preservation Commission that the city establishes precisely for this purpose. HKC recommends that the commission vote to approve the Norman School Historic District for listing on the Kansas City Register of Historic Places. Thanks so much, and I can answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for?
I do have a clarification, if you could give it to me. I thought I heard you say that you were in support of the northern portion of the neighborhood?
That's correct.
What are the boundaries of your neighborhood?
Well, so the neighborhood association extends super far south, even below 39th Street. One of the pieces of feedback they got from the State Historic Preservation Office is that, for example, because 39th Street, those commercial buildings are of a different era, that you couldn't feasibly run a historic district from the very northerly section of the neighborhood all the way down south of 39th Street. That wouldn't be possible. It also wouldn't be possible because of all the demolition that has occurred in the very northern portion of the neighborhood up to Linwood, but really 33rd at that point. It wouldn't be possible to bring a historic district all the way up there. There is a locally listed district, the Flavin Brown Historic District, Brown's, the Irish store, on the corner of 33rd and Pennsylvania. That's already locally listed, that already has the designation, the kind of designation you're considering today. It could not be linked with the rest of the neighborhood, for example, because there's a whole lot of empty land in the middle. And that's what it means to have a lack of integrity.
Essentially, he's saying everything that they're asking for, he's recommending. It's just that there's an area.
I understand
yeah,
that part,
okay.
but it made me think, oh, wait a minute, how big is this neighborhood that you're just doing a portion of it?
When we talk about the neighborhood, we're not really talking about the whole neighborhood.
No, we're not. That's what I'm saying. They're talking about only this one segment that has the properties that would help them qualify for this designation. But they have a whole neighborhood from what you just said goes to at least 39th Street on the south and at least 33rd Street on the north.
It goes all the way to 40th on the southern end and 33rd on the north. And again, I'm mentioning that because the State Historic Preservation Office came back with comments to that survey and said, look, you can't do it all as one district. So I see the proposal from the neighborhood as a response to the commentary they've received.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, who's next?
Hi, my name is Taylor Harrington. I am with Stinson LLP, and I represent Kansas City Life in opposition to this district. Before we get started, is it possible to have the staff person to put up the criteria that we must consider for historic designation? Sorry, I thought it was in your PowerPoint, so.
Yeah, you'll need to share your screen. Yep.
Is it still shared? Okay, thank you. Again, my name is Taylor Harrington. I represent Kansas City Life. We are here to present in opposition to historic designation. Before we get started, we're going to be a little crunched on time because there's a lot to cover here. So I do want to point the commission members to exhibits L, M, and R, which were a part of the staff report. Those are written testimony provided by Kansas City Life that adds additional context and color to some of the things that I'm going to say here today. I've got the factors up here on the board, so I won't restate those for you, but I will address those one by one as they relate to the proposed district. So first, I want to start with historic integrity. Historic integrity and the National Register criteria. The National Register criteria requires that the district be historic and that it have integrity. Integrity does require that both the physical and historic features exist in a condition such that the features that they intend to convey the historic characteristic of the district. The staff report cites this district as a streetcar suburb property type, but the streetcar that is the defining characteristic of this neighborhood no longer exists on Summit Street. Summit Street has been replaced by a 6-lane major urban traffic way, and the large landscape setbacks that once defined that characteristic have been replaced by that large urban traffic way. Additionally, some of the contributing resources that were identified by staff today, by applicant today, have been altered. There are new additions, there are new structures, there are replacement of original materials with ones that are not consistent with the historic district. These changes are fundamental, They are irreversible, and they have stripped away any integrity that once would have justified such historical integrity. Next, I will move to conformance with the city plans. So this is covered by the Midtown Area Plan. I will note that the Midtown Area Plan and zoning for the northern and western boundaries of this proposed district call for a higher residential density than is currently in place on the property. This designation will impede development of this area as expressly called for by the zoning, by the Midtown Area Plan. It will immediately stay for a period of 3 years, pre-development activities that have been undertaken by Kansas City Life, and it will increase development costs potentially to the extent of making the project infeasible by any developer. Next, I'd like to talk to economic impact. That kind of leads us into that. The staff report concludes that historic designation would have no economic impact, and that conclusion is just simply incorrect. As previously noted, Kansas City Life is in pre-development stages of a potential redevelopment project. Those pre-development activities have included filing demolition permits, meeting with city staff, meeting with council members, and meeting with the applicant itself to show those plans. The proposed project, as it is currently contemplated, subject to approval, would include approximately 30 to 42 new colonnade-styled apartments and would bring approximately 30 to 84 new residents in the neighborhood. Those residents would not only support the local businesses that we all love, but it would strengthen the city's tax base. Historic designation would immediately halt this project again for at least a minimum of 3 years, and it would result in significant lost revenue for both local businesses and the city at large. Now, all of those points lead us to the conclusion that historic designation is not supported by the factors enumerated under the code. But the code itself says that these are the factors that the commission must consider at least. So I encourage the commission to consider some of the other factors that I'm going to bring here today. The first one is opposition by the majority of the home ownership. Now, the applicant has, from my perspective, attempted to kind of confuse the commission as far as the numbers are concerned. The reality is that there are 72 parcels within the proposed district. The reality is that 37 owners of those parcels have executed, submitted, written objections. That is 50% objections. Now, they've sat here and tried to tell you that Kansas City Life should only count as one owner because they own 18 properties, but that's just simply not the case. Commission members, as business members, sorry, I know I'm at time.
Yeah, we've hit our 5 minutes there.
Okay.
That what that was?
My normal one died. I'm so sorry. My normal one died before lunch.
If I could just get 30, 40 more seconds.
Okay.
Okay. Several of you are property owners, you are homeowners. You know that owning more property doesn't mean less work. It means more. It means more investment. It means you have more at risk. The reality of the situation is that Kansas City Life here has the most money at risk. They have the most financial investment in the property and the proposed district and the successful outcome of that. There has been statements that Kansas City Life is a negligent owner, but the reality is that they have over the past 100 years owned property within the neighborhood, as well as for the past 53 years owned property within the proposed district. 22 of those properties have been redivested back to several people sitting in this room. That can't happen unless Kansas City Life is maintaining their properties to a standard that is acceptable for home ownership. And the last thing that I will say is that I do want to address the retaliatory nature. As mentioned, this came right after Kansas City Life filed for its demolition permits. They have publicly stated on their website, as well in the letters of support, that this is a retaliatory nature against Kansas City Life. And And I do want to be clear that this is a misuse of the historic designation process. It is not to preserve history. It is being wielded as a weapon against Kansas City Life, and we would request that you recommend denial. And I am happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions? All right, who's next?
Good afternoon. My name's Jim Wanzer, and I'm here on behalf of the Rock Hill Homes Association, which is here to support the overlay. We are purported to be we just celebrated 50 years of having a historic designation, and there's parallels here that make us rather passionate about historic overlays. The Rock Hill Homes Association is surrounded by great institutions, the Nelson Atkins, the Kauffman Foundation, and UMKC. And yet over the years, they've felt entitled to buy and tear down properties in the neighborhood. And so our historic designation has been a key tool in stabilizing our neighborhood and protecting the fabric of a great neighborhood in this city. And that's all.
Thank you.
My name is James Kerrigan, and I currently live at 3233 Carnes Boulevard, which is actually in Coleman Highlands. I'm also a property owner in the Valentine neighborhood, and I'm a part of the Valentine Association. I appreciate this opportunity to provide input. I purchased the house at 3620 Jefferson 3.5 years ago with the intention of restoring it to its original historic beauty. This home was built in 1905, sat vacant for several years. It was one of the Kansas City Life properties at one time. It sat vacant for several years and was in a distressed and dilapidated state. Working with the same architect who designed the Norman School renovation, over the past 3 years, we've invested considerable resources and time into preserving and bringing this 120-year-old historic home back to life. I've lived on Carnes Boulevard in Coleman Highlands for 32 years. Coleman became historic in 1996. At that time, some of our neighbors also expressed concerns and opposition. But over the past 29 years, the historic designation has served, I believe, and most of my neighbors believed, to stabilize our neighborhood. Any new houses built are consistent with the style of our community. Being historic has supported the Coleman neighborhood in preserving its character and charm. Today, its homes are in great demand and high market value. We chose to renovate in the Valentine neighborhood because of the beautiful historic shirtwaist and prairie-style homes and the vibrancy and diversity of the neighborhood. Last year, we were shocked and disheartened at the abrupt demolition of 23+ homes in Valentine. Additional demolitions are planned, which will further compromise the historic fabric of our streets and neighborhood. I'm saddened by the devastation of huge swaths of the Valentine neighborhood by a company that has decades-long pattern of allowing houses to deteriorate, then demolish them to leave vacant lots, which tend to sit empty for decades without development. Historic designation would ensure the continued cohesiveness of the neighborhood in that any future builds would align with the historic styles. I strongly advocate for historic designation to help us to preserve what remains of Valentine for generations to come. Thank you for your time.
Who's next?
Hello, my name is Randy Hyde, and I'm a resident of the Valentine Neighborhood Association. And I want to call your attention to a letter that you received from Del Hedgepath, who is the owner of the Norman School Lofts. He could not be here today, but here's a quote from that letter. Demolition is a bad business practice, and seizing upkeep for residential buildings before letting them sit vacant is the exact opposite of how anyone manages multifamily real estate. Hedgepath emphasizes these buildings could be rehabilitated and operated profitably with proper investment, potentially at a lower cost than new construction, especially with the use of federal and state incentives. His letter highlights the negative impacts of vacant lots, such as reduced property values, lower tax revenue, and increased blight. He criticizes the lack of concrete development from Kansas City Life, noting there are no serious steps, such as financing or public incentive requests, have been undertaken to date. Hedgepath advocates for local historic designation, citing its benefits for property owners, such as eligibility for historic tax credits, and he references the success of the Norman School Lofts project. His letter also notes that new construction is possible within historic designation and that the Historic Preservation Commission only governs visible building exteriors. Finally, it mentions that city staff can assist property owners in navigating the historic designation process and resolving issues related to building rehabilitation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Dade. I'm founder, owner, and operator of Parkside Properties. I'm proud to say that this is our 53rd year in business. Our focus has been on small multifamily colonnade style or close to colonnade style restoration of buildings from day one. We started in Independence in the Truman Historical District back in the early 70s through the mid to late 80s and shifted our focus 100% toward Midtown in the late 80s and continued to do the same thing today we've been doing for the last 30 plus years. I live in Roanoke, which is directly across the street from the Valentine neighborhood. Been there a little bit over 30 years also. If you know the area and the nature of which neighborhoods have neighborhood-wide historic designation, you'd know that Roanoke is one of the oldest ones in the Midtown area. It was there when I moved in. It's been nothing but an asset for our neighborhood. It's been an asset for me. Doesn't mean that it hasn't challenged me. We had a design problem on a turret many years ago that collapsed on my house. It's stone, built in 1897. In my opinion, and supported by a couple of structural engineers, it was a design flaw. These old guys were pretty good. The architects, the builders, they built pretty good structures, but occasionally they made mistakes. They didn't understand what the test of time would do to the structures. So when we restore a building today, we take that into account. I've had knowledge for some time, knowing people that work for Kansas City Life, and then more recent, I was graciously invited to Kansas City Life to meet with Chris to hear their side of this situation. And I've heard the story time and time again that, well, really there was no option. We had to just pretty much demolish the neighborhood. These buildings were all structurally bad. So some reason, only 4 blocks in Valentine, the builders built bad buildings that weren't restorable. I don't know, it's a little bit hard to figure out how that happened, but unfortunately, Kansas City Life bought them, and then found out they weren't restorable because they were structurally unsound. I do agree with Kansas City Life, and they do have some valid points. One is that these buildings aren't perfect. We hardly ever restore a building that we don't see a questionable structural issue, albeit rather minor. By no means a reason worthy of having the building raised. We've focused primarily on safety and environmental improvements in our buildings, but we find it not that difficult to keep them cosmetically original.
And Mr. Day, do you support or not? We've kind of gone past your 2 minutes here. We need to.
Oh, I didn't know I had 2 minutes.
Yeah, you only got 2 minutes.
Okay.
I'd love to sit down and have a beer with you because I can tell I could have a great story or two.
Anytime.
But yeah, we need to move on.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, thank you. Who's next?
Afternoon, Edward Larson. I live in the Valentine neighborhood. I also live in the proposed area of the Norman School Historic District. My family and I have lived in Valentine for 23 years, and we strongly support the proposed historic district. We hope that you also consider the value the district would add to our neighborhood. Many of us in the neighborhood feel that Valentine has been drastically altered as we recently lost the 23 homes. Literally, it's hard to imagine, but 23 homes just gone in literally less than a month in one condensed area. These homes were purchased by Kansas City Life decades ago, and in recent years were left to deteriorate until they could justify tearing them down with little notice to the neighborhood. 20 years ago, I attended a meeting with Kansas City Life representing Valentine neighborhood. I was shown a number of drawings of what they had planned for the vacant properties, which they had created at that time. And I was advised by many in the neighborhood that these promises and plans were only to placate the neighbors. And they were right. There was no real plan. Over the last 20 years, they have presented additional drawings and spoken plans that never materialized. Nothing, not a single apartment, not a single home was built. They had no plans as stated in the letter to the neighborhood when they planned to tear down the recent 23 homes, as they stated this last October. When Valentine announced our intentions to apply for the designation as a historic district, Kansas City Life suddenly and miraculously had a new plan which included drawings and promises, the exact same tactics I dealt with 20 years ago. Based on the purposes of a historic district and Kansas City Life's aggressive opposition to it and their history of failed promises, I can only conclude personally that Kansas City Life has no interest in the health of the Valentine neighborhood. The historic district would not keep Kansas City Life from developing the properties they own or cause any undue stress or burden. We have always wanted to work with them, and we hope to see that the vacant properties develop. However, based on Kansas City Life's past actions, statements, I feel strongly they are not to be trusted to create development that is in character of the Valentine neighborhood and integrity, which has been mentioned before. Their nice drawings and shallow promises mean nothing. Please consider the application. Help us protect ourselves and our neighborhood. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. So mainly your opposition is just trust in KC Life?
Yes, and the future integrity of what they do build at some time, if they ever get around to it, or they sell the land, that it looks with the integrity of our neighborhood.
If KC Life wasn't even involved in this, would you be in support or not of having a historical overlay of your home?
I'd have to know more about the company that owns those homes, owns the property.
You own your home. I want to know if you
Yeah,
would
I own my
support your home or not being in a historical overlay.
I support it.
You would support. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
5 seconds to answer that question, that same question.
Yeah. Is it yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Fast. I live within the proposed district. I oppose the application for historic designation, and I do represent several of my neighbors who can't make it here today because of work restrictions that they are not able to get out of. And I'd like to provide context for the methods used to communicate information about the application to garner support, though 2 minutes can't convey the complete picture. Communication started with a flyer dropped off at every home in the neighborhood stating in large font across the top, "Is your home in the demo zone?" This is a prime example of the fear-mongering and misinformation that has been used to convince property owners that their only option to save their own home is to be placed in a historic district. One small business owner was in tears, concerned that their business was going to be demolished. Some communications have not gone out to the entire community, but only to those who initially voted on whether or not the application should be made for the proposed historic district. I'll point out that I voted by email a vote of no, which I later found out was not seen by the applicant. Representatives who canvassed the neighborhood to garner support would tell us things like, "You only have to ask if you want to paint your house." However, there's an entire section of the Code of Federal Regulations devoted to maintenance and restoration of historic properties. In meetings that were properly publicized, opposing viewpoints were not represented. The applicant would only bring in individuals and organizations that supported their views. Those of us who opposed the measure were rarely given sufficient time to speak our minds and were always met with scoffs, eye rolls, and comments of "you had your chance to vote," or "the application is already in motion, it's out of our hands now," which is completely untrue. The applicant has the ability to slow or withdraw their application at any point in time. All of these responses have not taken into consideration that at the time the voting happened, there was a lack of complete and correct information available. At the hearing with the Historic Commission, anytime after testimony, just like here, the commissioners are able to ask questions of the speaker. However, the line of questioning from the commissioners at times was pointed toward garnering an answer that would incriminate Kansas City Life. I have many examples, but I'll give you one. A commissioner asked me, have you considered the ramifications of not being placed in a historic district? That's fear-mongering directly from the city. Redevelopment protections already exist in the Midtown Plaza area plan that this commission already approved in 2016. I only have 2 minutes, so I don't have the time to explain to you why they don't think that's sufficient.
Can you, so,
I've got a couple questions.
yeah, I got a couple questions. I mean, if you're representing a few other owners and you're in opposition, I'm just curious, just the top 3 reasons why is.
We don't believe it's necessary. We believe the protections exist. We have reviewed the Plaza or Midtown Plaza area plan. You guys have put that into place. It actually already promotes what is needed in this area. As we've seen here today, you've reviewed some of the, people coming and asking for some variances to that. You've reviewed them very thoroughly and determined, that like, hey, sometimes, small variances are necessary. They determine what the land can handle, what the land can't. And sometimes you're like, hey, actually, we want you to go back and we want you to relook at this. So we don't think it's necessary. We think it's overbearing on the homeowners. We continually bring up the fact that it does add to our budgets, which we're met with constant, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. We're met with constant pushback of, no, it doesn't add to your budget. And I can say for sure that it will in 2 ways. One is anytime I'm restricted on the materials and the design that I can use when I maintain and improve my home, it directly affects my budget. And 2, there's the constant explanation of homes in historic districts typically have higher home values. Well, I'm assuming you all live in Jackson County, and so your tax bills have, okay, sorry. I made an assumption, my bad. I forget that Kansas City flows into Clay County and Platte County. But for those who live in Jackson County, which is where this proposed district is, we've seen our property taxes go up and up. I just got another bill a few weeks ago, another 15% up. This is before a garage that I just built. This is before historic designation that supposedly will make my property of a higher property value. So increased property taxes, that's more money out of my pocket every single month. So that's 2. You asked for 3. We think that this is, those are the 2 prime reasons that we don't want the historic designation. The other reason we oppose the application is how it's been gone about. When we got this initial flyer, honestly, when I first saw it, I just thought, that's fear mongering. I don't need to do anything about that. And so, I work long hours. I travel a lot. I happened to be here today. I happened to be here when the historic designation meeting was. I was able to make it in order to speak. As we got more information and as we were able to look at things more, we started to get more involved, and that's when it was too late for us to do anything about it.
Okay, thank you.
Can I?
Appreciate your information. Go ahead.
Question. Do you know how many people asked you to represent them here today?
So there is a group, and I'm not necessarily speaking on behalf of all of them. A couple of them are online and will speak for themselves, but I know there is a group of, I think there's about 9 of us in total that have been communicating regularly. So there probably 6, I would say 6 or 7 of them, because I think only 1 or 2 were able to make it online to be able to speak for themselves.
So,
And of those 6 or 7, do they all live in this specific district that's about to be designated?
They all own property within the district. Many of them do live within the district.
so I'm just going to give a synopsis, a shortened synopsis. So your concerns and that group concerns are, 1, additional restrictions on anything have to be done, which in turn would have potential added costs for repairs and things like that. And then 3rd, communication from the association to you guys about what they were doing. and clarity on bringing both sides to the table.
Yep.
Okay. Just want to make it a little bit
Yeah.
clearer.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anybody else in the crowd want to speak? Okay, let's go to those online, and we're kind of getting it at a point here. We've heard a lot of information, so things are starting to get repetitive, I think. So I'd like to just hear oppose or support.
Unless
the
there's new
applica-
information.
Yeah, and I unfortunately have a commissioner that has to leave. So probably a second one here pretty quick too. We'll still have a quorum of 4 of us, but I want to speed this up.
Sure. Amy Frisch.
How many hands do we have?
Hello.
At this moment, sorry, Amy, this
Oh.
is the only hand online.
Okay.
Unless we, get a couple more, sometimes that happens.
Okay.
But Amy is our only hand raised online so far.
Thank you.
Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
please.
Hello, I'm Amy Frisch and I live at 3541 Jefferson. So I'm smack dab in the proposed district. I'll try to just summarize, so we're not repeating some of the things, but I guess I am in opposition. I've been attending these meetings in opposition. I feel like this petition was advanced purely, it was purely to retaliate against KC Life. I feel otherwise they would have been a historic district well before this, but it was, the buildings went down in November, then this was submitted in December, and it was just pushed through very rapidly. And I'm not some big supporter of, I'm not like a big supporter of KC Life or anything. I was kind of sad to see some of those buildings go down, but I did not move here to be part of a historic district. I was, here, I'm going to show you this. Can you see this? This is 3 pages long of historic district review rules, which I do not want to go into. I have been waiting patiently for like 3 hours for my turn to speak. I do not want to keep attending these meetings so that when I want to have, it's so much more than just paint colors. There's just this huge list of everything to get pushed through. So I feel like there'll be a big loss of autonomy. So that's a big reason why, and one big reason. I just feel like the reasoning to be punishing one stakeholder just is really off-putting to me. And the fact that I do feel like a lot of people driving this don't necessarily live within the proposed bounds, and that's upsetting. So I question the votes, the yes votes, because I feel like in that long document that's 500 plus pages, there are verified signatures. And I'm like, where's the verified yeses? Well, all we have is a yes. We have 28 yes. I don't know. I just question the true majority support. And I would really love for us to kind of step back and pause and get a accurate count, if that's possible. Or just let's take a pause and really assess why we are pushing forward, and if there is adequate support for this designation, and if it's
Okay,
just
thank you.
punish KC Life. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, we have another hand online from Steve.
Steve, huh? Okay.
Steve.
Just Steve.
Okay.
Steve, if you would turn on your camera and microphone, please.
How's it going? My name's Steve Verholst. I'm president of First Federal Savings and Loan Bank in Olathe. We own 3611 Jefferson. We are respectfully requesting that this application be denied or delayed at at the least. Our experience in this neighborhood is not every one of these houses are feasible to be rehabbed. And we are evidence of that, in that we went through the foreclosure process to take this house back and finish it. We have a house listed at 675, no showings. Most likely, well, at our current price, we will lose. There's probably over $800,000 invested in this house. Not all of ours, but total investment between owners and other investors. So my argument to my no vote is, and I don't know much about the KC Life homes or their true condition. I'm just telling you that it is not feasible that every one of these houses should or could or should be saved. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else?
There are no other hands raised online.
Bank was Hebert.
I'm sorry?
Bank was Hebert.
Somewhere in Olathe.
Option or first, one of them.
All right, so let's close public testimony then. We had a lot of good discussion, I think, through the public involvement piece, and obviously you get an opportunity here to talk about some of those items and summarize your case. So it's all yours.
You know. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, this is not quite a summary, but just a response to a few things that
Yeah.
happened. A lot of people did mention retaliation, and you can do something in response to something that happens in the world without it being intentionally set out to harm someone or something. And I think through the presentation that Chris and I gave, we outlined some of the reasons why we wanted why we applied for the historical designation. And while some of the demolition was a catalyst for starting the most recent production that we've done in this movement, it wasn't done to bear any ill will towards Kansas City Life or anything that they've done. So we see this as a form of protection for ourselves and not something that we're doing to harm Kansas City Life in any way. So that's what I wanted to say on the scope of retaliation. I think we've gone through most of the other bits. Do you have anything that you wanted to? I actually do live right next door to the home that he mentioned that's going for $675, which is not selling at the moment. It also is, I was wowed when I saw it listed price-wise, given what some of the other homes are going for in the neighborhood. Not really a claim on the historical designation or anything, but an interesting point.
And I just want to say that we have tried to we have reached all the owners. I mean, we flyered everybody. We've let them know through the process in this area what we've been doing. We've had our general meetings. We've invited people. They've had multiple opportunities to speak. Most of this opposition came up in May after Kansas City Life started reaching out to many homeowners themselves. And before that, we had 28 people in favor and 2 that were opposed, and other people just didn't respond to multiple attempts to reach them and come to meetings and everything. But we felt that we had enough support to go forward with this and all, so which we did. And like I said, we've had more people that have come forward since Kansas City Life reached out to them in May. And so that's why there is they don't maybe feel they've had an opportunity, but it's been there for them to reach out in the meantime. So we feel like we've done our due diligence in reaching to people and letting them come to meetings and talk and explain their position and everything.
And I do believe we submitted the documentation with signatures of support.
This last week.
Yes, this past week. So for those saying they aren't sure who's in support and who's not, that is documented in the items that we've submitted.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other thoughts from the commissioners before we close testimony?
I have a discrepancy in my mind on how many properties and property owners are we dealing with. I've heard too many different numbers. I heard at one point that Kansas City Life owns 18 properties, and then someone mentioned, well, they tore down 23. So
No.
what is the true number here? Was that 5, the difference of 5, was that other property owners that demolished it? Or did KC Life also have ownership of 23 that they demolished? So that's part of my confusion and concern here. And I am concerned with what are the numbers really of support, non-support. You gave us a slide that showed us 49%, but then you gave us some other numbers. They don't match up to what you're telling me my property ownership is.
I'm happy to speak to Kansas if allowed.
Well, I think she said there were 72 parcels and 38 owners. But
That's what we got
KC
from
Life
Kansas City Life.
owns 18.
Yeah.
So if you take that down, then you get to 20 owners, which means 20 owners object out of 72
Yeah, no, but
72
what-
parcels. But if you take the 18 out of
What-
the 72, then you're really talking about what?
What Forrestine, I think, is asking though is there was mention that 23 homes were demolished by Kansas City Life, meaning did they demolish it and then maybe sell the lots? Is that so?
No,
I
that was-
can speak to Kansas City Life's current ownership in the proposed district,
Well, okay.
if you'd like.
No, yeah, and I'll ask you a question.
Yeah.
Were there 23, did Kansas City Life demolish 23 homes?
Within the proposed district, no. There were 20, I'm just clarifying because there's a confusion.
In the proposed district, how many homes did they demolish?
They have 4 pending demolition permits for buildings that are structurally unsafe, which has been confirmed by a structural engineer.
So there's only 4 in the neighborhood that are planning to be demolished, nothing before that.
They have 4 pending demolition permits. Of those 4 buildings, multiple structural engineers have deemed that those buildings are structurally unsound, unsafe, and of risk of collapse.
Okay, so that this neighborhood has no, Kansas City Life didn't demolish any other buildings in this neighborhood.
Well, there's a difference between the larger
Sorry,
neighborhood and the,
in the proposed area, in the proposed district.
In the past, yes, but in October,
Well,
whenever.
But that's relevant. How many were demolished in the past?
you closed public testimony. Do you want
Yeah.
to?
I think we just need to be really clear about the proposed district versus
I'd like,
outside.
yeah, I'd like to hear from staff. How many lots are there we're talking about in this historic district?
So there's an exhibit that has a list. I don't have my staff report right here in front of me, but there's an exhibit that has a list and it shows who's the owner and if it's vacant or not.
I mean, the packet's 555 pages.
Yeah.
Yeah, which
Okay.
page is it?
Yeah.
There are 74 lots in the proposed district.
Okay,
Understood.
thank you. I want
Yeah.
staff to.
Yeah, we'll wait for staff to answer that.
Testimony here. Thank you.
I feel like if she's allowed to speak, the neighborhood should be allowed to.
I mean, if you can address the question, just
I'm-
answer the question and.
Okay, the neighborhood association, the neighborhood extends from 33rd Street to 40th Street. The Norman School District extends from 35th Street to Valentine Road, so that's about 4 blocks. The 23 homes that were demolished are north of 35th Street. They're between 35th Street and
Were they
33rd.
in the area that we're talking
That's
about.
the discrepancy we have.
They are
Not what we're
not
talking
in the
about today.
district. They are not in,
35th down. Okay. Thank you.
right, they're in the neighborhood, but they're not in the district.
Understood. Thank you.
Page 158 of,
That wasn't even close.
page 158 has Exhibit I, quick parcel overview that lists the 67 parcels and lists the owner and whether they're considered contributing or not contributing. That might be helpful.
Okay,
does
Sarah, you
contributing
said
mean?
57.
You're not gonna be able to read that on.
Yeah, what does contributing and not contributing mean?
It means it's considered a contributing structure to the historic
Ah,
district
Understood.
versus not a contributing structure.
Like contributing historical value?
Yes.
And that is determined by what criteria?
Basically, the criteria was nominated under, whether in this case it was criterion C for architecture. So each one of the homes was evaluated, whether it retains its historic architectural integrity and whether it contributes. So
So could I get Mr. Wolf to clarify one other thing? Is that okay? I know we closed testimony, but he's part of staff.
Expert on it.
Yeah.
One of the things mentioned in the beginning of the presentation from our presenting staff, they did mention categories or types, and they mentioned streetcar. What is your take on that part of what we would look at as criteria for approving, disapproving, or denying?
I mean, just generally, is it eligible under that criteria? Yeah, yeah. Yes, staff, at least I believe it's eligible also, under the National Register Criterion C for architecture. Basically, this area, neighbors along a streetcar. No,
So not the fact that it was a former streetcar, but they did present the different type of architecture. So
Yeah.
that's the one they're going under is the architectural history?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to
Yeah,
clarify.
okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Toby.
Good. All right, anything else?
I mean, I have my own thoughts, but that we can talk internally or, when we're ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Couple of items. Understand definitely the concerns from both sides, and I'm gonna try and sit kind of in the middle here for a little bit so that we can kind of understand everything. From the homeowners that felt like they weren't heard, I understand from that perspective, bringing people from both sides to the table is very important so that you can hear all that information. I do think that as a neighborhood association, one thing that you could have done and maybe did do, I'm not sure, is bring adjacent neighborhoods or nearby neighborhoods that have had this for years in so that they could have presented it to everyone else so that they could understand what this means, right? We have all of these great programs, things that might not have been told to you, but with the historic designation, the city has incentive to revitalize those areas. So there is tax abatement for that area, meaning it locks in taxes at that rate so you don't get hikes. Pendleton Heights did this. So you have a 10-year tax abatement, which is wonderful, right, for renovations and things like that to cost to make your neighborhood better. Not saying that it has to be put on this. I'm just saying that is information that should have been pursued rather than what was presented as like fear mongering, right? It's easier to kind of come to people with information. On the other end of that, development does not have to stop in historic neighborhoods. We have developers in our neighborhood. Developers are happening in all of these historic neighborhoods that are doing wonderful, great things for the neighborhood, and everyone develops together, right? It's a supported neighborhood. We have brand new pizza shop. We have PH Coffee. We have the Latinx public space. So things are developing properly. You guys are neighbors, whether you like it or not. So working together is going to be really important to grow. So I think communication is kind of what's happened amiss here. I do think that there's, from what I'm hearing, some historic things that have happened, promises made that might have given them like agita over what's happening, stepping forward, and what you guys want to do. Clarity of what your plans are is definitely helpful. I do think that sometimes in neighborhoods, something surprising like 4 demo permits going in at once definitely sparks a response. And I don't think that's a negative thing. I think that's the response of a neighborhood association. So I think that there is definitely some communication that needs to happen. You are a large stake of that neighborhood, but essentially what I would assume you guys would be doing is making that all, or a group of it, as one large parcel, which would then make you, one person out of, I don't know how many owners that would be, especially if you're trying to develop, rather than doing single family developments, you would end up having one lot instead of 17 or whatever. So I look at that. Now, when I look at the Kansas City playbook, historic districts, I think are definitely important for our city. I live in one. I always recommend it. I, yes, there are restrictions on housing. There is definitely material restrictions. My house had to be presented to Brad to have it approved. And what we had to do is go through the neighborhood and find like materials and say, hey, this exists here. Can we use this? And it worked. So yes, it makes it a little bit more difficult, but that's, I think, sometimes getting the best result means you have to work a little bit harder to get there. In our neighborhood, it took a while to develop, and definitely there were some growing pains in it. But I think that holistically, it's been a positive thing for my experience. I don't know where that sits with you guys, but I think that that's a conversation that needs to happen together. So that's my 2 cents on it. I want to hear kind of how everyone else sits on this, but that's from my perspective, both stepped out and then also stepped inside of where I live.
I think that can be a really positive conversation among your residents in this particular district that you're trying to improve. And I really appreciate and admire neighborhood associations and historical societies. I understand what you're trying to do, and I can really get behind it. But a property taking and a property restriction, to me, is one of the most serious things that you can do to a person in our community. And I really struggle with supporting it if I don't really feel or hear overwhelming support from the property owners that are going to bear the restriction. And I'm kind of hearing about half and half. I disagree with the Stinson lawyer that, sorry, the life insurance company doesn't get 18 votes here. I'm sorry. But the person who's investing time and money and maybe has to get some window treatments and it's going to cost them more, they still get a vote just like Casey Life does. And if I don't hear some overwhelming support from the people who are going to have to bear these restrictions, I'm going to find it really hard to support making them have to bear those. And that's just me.
So I don't know if anybody can guess, but I agree with you. That's my biggest obstacle here is I'm not seeing where those that are going to be forced to deal with something have been brought into to voice their opinion. I don't feel it's right to come in and tell me I have to do something when that's not what I want to do, and I wasn't involved in the process. My other thing is I'm not hearing clear numbers to even determine what your percentage is. Yes, you say 18 lots is owned by Kansas City Life, but I can take that out of the number. Where's my other numbers to tell me what my true numbers are? The other thing is the small boundary that it is, and staff, I need you to correct me because this is another thing I have when you're looking at neighborhood boundaries. If we're going down Jefferson as your, Pennsylvania, if we're going down Pennsylvania as your eastern boundary, is it both sides of the street that are included in that boundary? Or is it just one side goes to one area and the other side goes to the other?
It would be west of Pennsylvania.
The west of Pennsylvania would be in the boundary. Am I correct in Kansas City Life owns properties on the east side of Pennsylvania? So they would not, that part of Pennsylvania is not in this district you're trying to set up.
The east side would not be a part of, or is not a part of the proposed district, and I'm not sure if Casey Life Insurance owns any of those properties.
Well, actually, the east side of the street is all commercial or vacant. We focused on the residential, which is just on the west
wanna
side.
Make sure what my
Yeah.
boundaries
Yep.
are.
So it was just the west side, because it's the only side with a residential on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But my main thing is, I don't want to impose something on someone's personal investment that makes it harder for them to maintain it if they have not been completely educated on what this does to them. Not for that.
I'm in support of the historic overlay. I think that there's not, an undue sort of burden that's shifted on the homeowners with this. I think that it's still perfectly reasonable to be able to, make adjustments to homes or repairs and whatnot with such an overlay. So I know it exists elsewhere within the city, but from what I've seen is, the neighborhood continues on. So.
And one other quick comment. I want to make sure I'm doing my math correct, and maybe the staff can kind of, so there's 72 parcels on this, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
I-
so the way that I
67 parcels?
So the way that I did the quick parcel overview is that I seen some lots that weren't combined correctly. There's a house on 5 lots itself. So I made that into one parcel for
Okay,
myself.
Perfect. That's okay. That's great. That makes it easier for me. So if there's 67, we'll say right now, unique owners, 35 of those are in support. No, what number is in support? 23 is in support. Okay. And then 20 are opposed?
17.
No, 20.
She had 17 on her side.
Minus 23.
She had 37.
So I now have
but she
44 left,
15 for
right?
Casey Life.
After the 23 of support, right? So this is, and the reason I'm doing this is where we're confused, right? So this is the problem, right? So even if I have the 44 and I subtract the set, is it 17 lots that they own? 18 lots, sorry. You're at plus the one, so you have 20, you would have 27 if we gave them one vote, right? All of theirs opposed to 23 in support.
That's one of the developers also has several lots, so that was also one vote. There's another person, Mr. Mark Coco.
That don't-
who-
Yeah, correct.
who
Yeah, we
also-
don't, yeah. This is what, I'm just trying, it's hard for us to even,
It sounds like it's split, basically.
so staff, I guess this is a question for you guys. So these demo permits, have they been approved?
So the 4 demo permits are on hold as of right now because of the proposed historic overlay.
So I'm gonna throw this out there. Can we require that they have more discussion between them and, no, we can't?
You sure can. You're bringing it back here. Quorum is established. So we can hear it again if that's what the commission wants to do. I'm curious, what's the pass or fail? What's the next step? What happens?
It goes to city council.
Straight to city council? Then I'll go back to committee to review and then back to full council.
Are we split?
But what?
We haven't voted
Yeah,
yet.
we have an odd number of people here.
We
No.
can't be split.
Yeah, we got an odd number of people.
I mean, one person hasn't.
Make a motion and see if it passes?
Well, either way, it's going to go to council to have another discussion there.
Yeah, this is,
This is just our recommendation.
It's our recommendation to the council as to what should happen.
Oh,
My 2 cents on it. We've had, cases come through where the neighborhood's been overwhelmingly against, projects put forward. And so those ones, it's pretty easy to go with, the expertise based off of people who live within the area. Given that this is one where it's a little bit more split, I feel like it's kind of up to our discretion to sort of decide based on the information that we've been given, rather than just purely going one way or the other, especially since it is so split. So,
I don't
Yeah.
need any more information on it.
Okay.
sure. And that's what I was saying is given the information that we've been given so far, we'd make a decision from here. So if,
Okay.
is there any other comments? Otherwise, I can just make a motion and we'll see where it goes.
Go for it.
Okay. With that, then I'm going to move to approve docket item number 10 without conditions.
Second.
I got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 10.
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
No.
Crowell,
No.
Pasek,
Aye.
Lynch,
Nay.
Okay, so it looks like that motion fails 3-2. So it'll go before the city council as we recommend denial of it. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
You
I've
ready?
got one more case here. I think,
Got
hopefully
one more.
you can stick around. Thank you, Betsy.
If we got a couple of minutes, I've already pushed back a
I'll
meeting.
be here, but my iPad's on 5%. So
I'm dead.
You need what do you need for a charger?
Not that.
Elizabeth, back
You're
It's all right. I'll watch it.
get
Yeah.
your parking.
an iPad.
Yes. Reluctantly.
I'm a USB-C.
We're fine. We're fine. It's,
Oh.
you can't even.
Oh,
You can't get your charger in here outside.
that would be life-saving.
Okay, we still have a quorum?
Right.
We do
Yep,
still have.
we saw,
I
we
would-
have one more.
If we could please have everyone leaving be quiet since we have one more item. Docket item number 11 is case CD CPC 2025-106, a request to approve a rezoning without plan from districts B4-5 and R2.5 to district DR-1 on about 0.45 acres generally located at the southeast corner of Holmes Street and East 29th Street.
All right. One last time, good afternoon, Larissa Chambi, Development Management Division. This is for a rezoning without plan at 2901 Holmes Street. And so this project is located in the Longfellow neighborhood. And here's just an overview of the property area. It does consist of 5 lots. And then here you can see the current zoning. It's a mixture of B4-5 and then R-2.5, and you can see that zoning designation split right in between those parcels. The applicant is proposing to rezone this to a downtown residential -1 district. And as you can see here, if the rezoning is to be approved, it will comply with the area plan. And so just a quick overview of 3 of the review criteria: suitability of the subject property to the uses to which it's been restricted under the existing zoning. It is a mixture of R and B4. It can be developed for those uses as is. It just, with this rezoning, will clean up that zoning on those 5 properties. It has been vacant since 2022. There used to be a structure on the corner property, but that has since been demolished and nothing has replaced it. The extent to which the rezoning will detrimentally affect nearby properties, staff does not believe that it will have a detrimental effect. This zoning district acts as a buffer from the industrial and the commercial uses to the west and to the residential uses to the east. The downtown residential district really prohibits any uses that would negatively affect nearby properties. And if there are uses that could cause concern, such as event venues, hotels and sports and recreation, those all require entitlement, which all require public engagement. And so this really does limit the uses that go in there. If the rezoning does not go through, that B4-5 corner can be developed with uses that include drive-throughs, vehicular uses, and self-storage. And so with that, we're going to take a look at the site. Here's the view from Holmes Street and East 29th Street. And then just a view from East 29th Street. And we are recommending approval without conditions. And I can answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission? All right, let's welcome the applicant then. Thanks for being here this afternoon with us.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you,
I
Commission.
actually can't think of anything better to do, can you?
It's been a fun afternoon, I have to say. So yes, my name is David Pence. I'm with Pence Design, here representing the owner, Carlton Properties, local developer and owner. Basically, project info, as Larissa mentioned, it's a down zoning of the property, proposing 5 single-family lots. The area is definitely in need of some improvement. There has been conversations with the community, not only previously, but recently, and we have heard nothing but support for the development so far. And other than that, happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, any questions for the applicant? All right, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there who would like to speak regarding docket item, what number are we on now? 11?
11.
11? Please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay. All right, we'll close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, sir.
You agree with all the conditions you have?
Yep.
Okay. All right, with that, I'll take a motion, please.
I'm going to move to approve docket item number 11 without conditions.
Second.
All right, so I got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 11.
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes 4-0. Thank you. Appreciate
How
it.
it's supposed to go.
Well, the same. We could talk more if you want.
Just some general comments. We do have an 8th commissioner going to join us at our next meeting, I think.
Yes, we're doing orientation on Friday.
He's doing okay. Fantastic. And he hails from the 1st district, I think, or 2nd.
Somewhere in the Northland. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Northlanders.
All right, so yeah, we'll have an 8th commissioner for that. I was given a letter for reappointment. I'm not sure if you were, if anybody else was, because you guys already.
I'm a year.
I think Commissioner Enders was reappointed at the same time as you were.
Okay. I would think Commissioner Beasley would be about the same time frame. She's been on.
I got 3
yeah,
more years.
same time as,
You know,
we're the old people,
yeah,
experienced, so, sorry.
I'm honestly not sure. Margaret, usually tracks CPC, so
Okay.
we'll check.
And that's right. We have a new addition to the planning team, I guess, with
Yes.
Margaret.
The name tag is, I was like,
All right.
So where's this person going to sit?
Huh?
Where's this person going to sit?
I don't know.
Well,
We have room.
We'll figure it out.
We do.
I won't get a single table anymore.
It'd be
I'm gonna
great
have
if
to
we
share
could.
it.
Yeah.
Properly.
Given how often people are out, you might still get table.
Yeah,
All right.
okay.
Any other information? Are
That's
we
it. So motion to adjourn.
so moved?
Thank you, everybody. for
Thank you.
Great day, long day for sure. Appreciate you being here, and hanging through.
It was
Sad.
looking at the hours.
Historic districts are good.
Conversation, didn't make it.
Yeah, wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.